Okay. Welcome, everybody, to the August meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. We are a group that makes recommendations usually to the Board of Commissioners, and then they make decisions based in part on those recommendations and based on your input. For today's meeting, our invocation will be delivered by Aaron Turner of the Image Church. Oh.
Let us pray. God, we come before you today as just people. We come before you asking that you be in this room, and that you guide the men and women who are leading in their various areas and what they have come to represent and to talk. And as we plan as a city, Lord, you give everyone just a spirit of ease and peace today, and that there is clarity amongst leadership. God, we are thankful that we are allowed to come to this place and have conversation, that we have the freedom to do so. And so in this moment, we recognize that you are here, and we invite you here. We pray this in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. And our pledge will be led by Tim Pierce.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, due to the size of the crowd we have here today, we're going to make some accommodations we don't often make. And so you'll need to listen carefully to John Peterson, our division manager, regarding how we're going to handle the consent agenda. So look carefully at the cases on the consent agenda, and then just a certain number of the cases, and we'll advise some of you right now to come back at 1 o'clock so we can try to clear the room a little bit, and so a lot of you aren't sitting around all morning. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Board, and I want to welcome all the citizens here today who showed up. Today's hearing will be conducted with the following process and procedure. Each case will be called in numerical order. When each case is called, we would ask the applicant to stand and raise a hand to show that they are in attendance. Then we're going to call to see if anyone here is opposed to a case. We're going to also ask the opposition to stand and raise their hand so they can be counted for the official record. After recognizing the applicant and any opposition, both parties will be asked to come forward to be sworn in so they can present testimony to the board. It's important to note that each side only gets 10 minutes to state their case or concerns. There's not a rebuttal process, and there's not a process to reserve your time, so you need to convey all your information to the board within your 10-minute time period. Additionally, if you know there's more than one person who wishes to speak on a case, you may want to coordinate with each other about what you're going to talk about, because each side gets 10 minutes in total, and you don't want to cover the same information over and over. Then after both sides have had their 10-minute presentation period, the board will start to discuss the case at hand. From the discussion, they may ask one or more people to come back to the front for additional comments or questions. And after that, the board will make a decision to either approve, deny, hold, or continue the matter at hand. There are two cases on today's printed agenda, which have been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z55 of 2021, David Pearson Communities Incorporated. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Second case on the printed agenda is SLUP 6 of 2021, St. Benedict's Episcopal School. This case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman, Board, there are two other cases that didn't make the printed agenda that the applicants are asking for withdrawal without prejudice. First case is rezoning case Z33, M. Pingo Properties, LLC. The applicant is asking this case to be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, that's in District 4. Is there a motion from the District 4 Planning Commissioner regarding that?
So moved.
Any second? Call the question. Okay, so by a 5-4 vote, or 5-0 vote rather, that motion passes. That matter is withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, in the second case, that's asking for a withdrawal without prejudice, is rezoning case Z45, B&R Investments and Construction, LLC. The applicant did send in a request that this case be withdrawn without prejudice, Mr. Chairman of the Board.
Okay, that's in District 1. I'll go ahead and make the motion that that withdrawal be allowed without prejudice.
Second.
There's a second. Call the question. All right. That passes 5-0. Thank
Okay.
you. As a withdrawal.
Correct. And there are a couple cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued until your September 7th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing, and these cases will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z31 of 2021, Pulte Home Company. This case was continued by the staff until the September 7th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing, so Z31 will not be heard today. Second case is rezoning case Z56 of 2021, Traden LLC. This case was continued by the staff until the September 7th, 2021 Planning Commission zoning hearing. So Z56 of 2021 will not be heard today. Mr. Chairman and Board, there are a few other cases in which the applicant is requesting a continuance. First case is rezoning case Z25, the Furniture and Mattress Warehouse LP. The applicant does want to talk to the neighbors a little bit more, Mr. Chairman and Board, so we would need the board to continue that case.
That's in District 3. Planning Commissioner Dance?
Mr. Peterson, I believe that the citizen group wanted to be heard on that request.
Okay, so we'll just have a hearing on it?
But if I may, it would probably only be a statement.
That's fine. We can hear.
Okay.
We can hear those who've come.
Okay, so we're planning on hearing a rezoning case Z25. And the last case I have is rezoning case Z44, Winsong Properties. The applicant did send in a letter a while ago, Mr. Chairman and Board, to continue rezoning case Z44. And it didn't make the printed agenda, but he did send his letter in enough time to get it continued. So I would ask the board to continue rezoning case Z44 to your September date.
Yeah, that's in District 1, so I'll make that motion to allow the continuance of Z44. And before I ask for a second, is there anybody present to be heard on Z44 today? Okay. So I've made the motion to continue Z44. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the question. Okay, so by a 5-0 vote, that is held till the next calendar.
Okay, and then I do have a number of announcements here, including how we're going to split up the agenda for the rest of the day. I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, I would like to ask the people in today's audience, if you have a cell phone, please turn the volume off on your cell phone. When the phones ring, they do interfere with the broadcast and the presentations. And any person wishing to make wishing to speak before the Board of Commissioners must file a campaign contribution disclosure statement if they made a campaign contribution totaling $250 more within the last year to a current member of the Board of Commissioners. Additional information about this requirement is located on the table in the back of the room. And I want to remind applicants, opposition, or any interested party that information is due to this board the Wednesday prior to this hearing. And any information is submitted after the Wednesday due date may or may not be considered by the board at their discretion. As far as how we're going to split the agenda up today, since there's so many people, we're going to hear the following cases in the morning. So from 9 a.m. to about noon, we're going to hear these cases, and then all the other cases are going to be heard after 1 o'clock today. So these following cases are for the morning only. Rezoning case Z72 of 2020, North Point Ministries, will be heard in the morning. Rezoning case Z23 of 2021, 5912 Mableton Parkway, will be heard in the morning. Rezoning case Z27 of 2021, KCG Development LLC, this case will be heard in the morning. Rezoning case Z28 of 2021, Prestwick Development Company LLC, this case will be heard in the morning. And finally, rezoning case Z38 of 2021, Winsong Properties. This one will be heard in the morning. The following cases will be heard after 1 o'clock today. And we're doing this to kind of empty the room out a little bit so you don't have to sit here for 4 hours. First case to be heard in the afternoon will be rezoning case Z39 of 2021, Chuck Awuzu. Next case is rezoning case Z43 of 2021, Del Lago Ventures Incorporated. This case will be heard in the afternoon. Rezoning case Z48 of 2021, Ray Murphy. That will be heard in the afternoon. SLEP3 of 2021, Ray Murphy. This case will be heard in the afternoon. Rezoning case Z51 of 2021, Quick Trip Corporation, Michael S. Burke. This case will be heard in the afternoon. Rezoning case Z53 of 2021, Quintus Development LP. This case will be heard in the afternoon. Rezoning case Z54 of 2021, Chukwuzu. This case will be heard in the afternoon. Rezoning case Z57 of 2021, Stacy Bagwell. This case will be heard in the afternoon. And finally, rezoning case Z59 of 2021, Pickett's Mill LLC. This case will be heard in the afternoon. So all the afternoon cases will start at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All right. Mr. Chairman, Board, I do have a couple of requests here for early head counts. First one I have is rezoning case Z38 of 2021. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z38, Winsong Properties? Please raise your hands.
How many places is she having to go? How many people do we have to do this counting? Okay, which one is that? Okay. Okay, that's going to go afternoon then? You're going to tell them come back in the afternoon after 1? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Board, let the record show there's 38 people here, Jeannie, in opposite, 30? 30 total. Okay, let the record show there's 30 people here opposed to rezoning case Z38 of 2021. And I do have one more request for an early head count, Mr. Chairman, Board. That's for rezoning case Z51 of 2021, Quick Trip Corporation, Michael S. Burke. Can I get a show of people here to raise their hands who are opposed to rezoning case Z51? Please raise your hands. $25 total? All right, thank you. Let the record show there are 25 people here opposed to rezoning case Z51 of 2021. In that case, there's an afternoon case, so we will call it again in the afternoon. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to start the consent agenda.
Okay, please do.
And before I start the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board, there is one case that's on consent that we're going to pull off because there is no opposition to it here today. That's rezoning case Z52 of 2021, Glenn Robinson Construction. This case will be pulled off consent, and this case will be heard in the afternoon after 1 o'clock. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for August 3rd, 2021. First case on consent is rezoning case Z50 of 2021. Howard Young, request a rezoning from GC to R20 for single-family residence in land lot 865 of the 19th district. The property is located on the west side of Cedar Drive, south of Powder Springs Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, variance for the existing conditions only, as mentioned in the zoning comments. Number two, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number three, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z50? Hey, Garvis, is he opposed to Z50? Okay. You're with the school board, right? Okay. Mr. Chairman of the board, there was one person here opposed to Z50. He's with the school board. Do you just want to hear what he has to say and leave it on consent, or do you want to pull it off consent and have a hearing?
Out of respect for the school board, I think we should hear it in the ordinary
Okay.
course.
So we'll pull Z50 off consent. So Z50 is off consent and will be heard in the afternoon session. Second case is, our next case is rezoning case Z58. Linda Powell, request rezoning from GC to NRC for retail and office in land lot 277 of the 16th district. The property is located on the southeast side of Canton Road at Hawkins Store Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan submitted on June 3rd, 2021, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, removal of the shed in the parking lot. Number three, fire department comments and recommendations. Number four, stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Number five, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Number six, Canton Road design guidelines apply upon redevelopment of the property. Number seven, no outdoor storage or outdoor displays of merchandise. And number eight, for neighborhood retail and professional office use only. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z58? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda, LUP 18, Burnt Hickory Church of Christ Incorporated, request a temporary land use permit renewal for a daycare and preschool facility in land lot 291 of the 20th district. The property is located on the north side of Burnt Hickory Road, west of New Salem Road. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following conditions. Number one, site plan received by the zoning division on June 3rd, 2021, with the district commissioner approving minor modifications. Number two, daycare related banner to be no larger than 3 feet by 5 feet. And number three, Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 18? Let the record shows no one opposed. And that completes your consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Board.
Thank you, John. Is there a motion for the approval of the consent agenda as amended by the removal of the first two items from the consent agenda? Is there a second? Call the question. Okay. The consent agenda as amended passes by a 5-0 vote.
Okay. Okay, first case on today's agenda is rezoning case Z72 of 2020, North Point Ministries Incorporated. Request a rezoning from LRO, NRC, and R20 to LRO, NRC, and FST for a church, retail and restaurant, townhomes, and single-family residential in land lots 466, 467, 470, and 471 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Shallowford Road, the west side of Johnson's Ferry Road, the north and south sides of Waterfront Drive, and the east side of Waterfront Circle. The applicant is present. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z72? Please raise your hands.
While that count is being made, let me just give a couple more short instructions. Z25 will hear in its ordinary course today. The person who came to object will hear from you. Just wanted you to know that so you can be present. I will guarantee we'll be here for at least a half an hour on this case, Z72, and then we'll take a minute to clear the room. So if anybody here for any other case wishes to wait outside this room, they're welcome to. John? We ready to proceed?
Not yet, we're still getting the counts.
I think they're still doing the counts.
Still counting, okay.
Let the record show there's 29 people here opposed to rezoning case Z72. Can I also get a show of people here who are in support of rezoning case Z72? Please raise your hands.
Do they live in Cobb County?
Let the record show there are 58 people here in support of rezoning case Z72. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Are we ready to proceed? John, we ready? Council?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Planning Commissioners. My name is Kevin Moore here on behalf of North Point Ministries in this application for rezoning, which you have heard a number of times. So my focus will be on presenting you with updated information as well as where we stand today as far as this rezoning application. First, I want to show you, just to be clear, what is being requested. This is the property. You have just over 33 acres of an assemblage. Shallowford Road is down your left-hand side to orient you. Johnson Ferry is across the top of this screen with that intersection of Johnson Ferry and Shallowford Road in your top left-hand corner. Moving from left to right, we have proposed for low-rise office LRO. That's the area shaded in blue for the church location. In addition, as you continue around, you have a small NRC out parcel that's located on Johnson Ferry at this already existing signalized intersection there. And then the green section is proposed for RA6 as it contains both attached townhomes and detached single-family homes as a proposal for RA6 with a total density, maximum density of 5.82 units per acre, so less than 6 units per acre, with a total of 58 detached homes and a total of 71 townhomes. Moving to the surrounding area, I want to be sure to point out a couple of things here that we think are very important for your consideration as you hear the comments and certainly as you take into consideration our rezoning request. To orient you now, in the middle running north to south is Johnson Ferry. Then kind of in the top quarter, you'll see Shallowford Road. Our property is highlighted in black. I want to show you what this neighborhood looks like and what you're actually looking at when you say, what does the surrounding neighborhood look like? What does the surrounding neighborhood have in terms of its zoning categories, intensities, densities, and uses? What you'll see along Johnson Ferry is all commercial, NRC and CRC. These are commercial out parcels, McDonald's, Walgreens, oil change places, and the such. In addition, you'll see the CRC at the intersection of Shallowford and Johnson Ferry as a Kroger shopping center. And the additional CRC big box is a Walmart that's located there on Johnson Ferry. Just to the east of that, along and adjacent to the Kroger CRC, you'll see RA6, just like we are requesting today. RA6, that's a townhome community that was rezoned and now is built and developed at 6 units per acre for townhomes at that location as a transition and step down to the R20 and R15 as you continue east along Shallowford Road. If you can look at south coming down Johnson Ferry, you see the plethora of commercial zonings, NRC, GC, representing those commercial out parcels. When you get to the very bottom of of your screen is the intersection of Laster Road and Johnson Ferry. And what you'll see just to the left as a step down from that intense commercial activity is SC. We don't see that a lot. You'll see it on your bottom left. That's suburban condominium. That was also rezoned and developed as suburban condominium. Those are detached homes with 0 lot lines, 0 lot minimums whatsoever, developed and approved at 4.5 units per acre. Going back to our proposal, now you see that we have proposed exactly that, RA6 at 5.8 units per acre, LRO and NRC consistent with the surrounding area. Going back to that surrounding area, when you move away from our property, again, then you reach the R20 and R15s and more detached single-family neighborhoods. That's the surrounding area. This is not some isolated suburban neighborhood full of single-family homes. At this intersection is a mixture of intensity and density, both from a commercial and residential standpoint, coming from all points. In fact, 75%, nearly 75% of our property is adjacent to non-residential property for our property. Moving next now, let's go to the details of our site plan and update you on a couple of things that have occurred since the last Planning Commission meeting. I'll start, again, you have Shallowford Road along your left-hand side, Johnson Ferry along the top. Starting in that left-hand corner on Shallowford Road will be the new Academic Solutions office building that's being relocated and rebuilt at that location. You'll see that at the bottom left-hand side. We have increased that buffer to the west along Shallowford Road. That is now a minimum 25-foot buffer, which has been increased, and that site design and layout has been changed to accommodate that request. As you move further along Shallowford Road with the church, again, I want to point out the park area, which will be built, controlled, maintained by the church, but available to the public as an amenity to the surrounding community. You also see the surrounding church layout as you move towards the intersection with Shallowford Road and Johnson Ferry. Again, to remind you, that church layout has changed a couple of different times to accommodate concerns and comments that have been made to make it much more visually appealing to those on Shallowford Road and the surrounding community. Again, we turn and we see that small NRC building that's there for potential commercial that's been in the future. Then we turn to the residential section of this proposal. Again, I want to point out the bright red line that you see is the proposed walking trail that goes throughout this property and also utilizes the linear park portion of this property that will be built for those purposes, not only accessible and usable by the church and the future residents, but for the surrounding community as well, which they'll have access and plenty of parking to do so and utilize that. Turning to the residential portion of this development, we have townhomes that we have placed along the Johnson Ferry frontage in lieu of having that as what was originally proposed as NRC out parcels, just like you see along the entirety of Johnson Ferry in this section. What we have done, though, is place townhomes in that section because one of the concerns that we had heard in comments was intensity, and especially as it relates to traffic trips. By having townhomes in this location as opposed to NRC commercial out parcels, the traffic trips are reduced dramatically from that, which is also a departure from Josh. Josh shows these parcels as being commercial and retail and out parcels along Johnson Ferry. We also have the proposed single-family detached homes, which are highlighted in yellow, as well as the townhomes are all adjacent to existing commercial or front on Johnson Ferry. A couple of key points to point out are the increased setbacks. All setbacks have been increased from the prior proposal, consistent with the comments and direction we received at the Planning Commission. Front setbacks are 20 feet for the detached and 20 feet rear setbacks, consistent with RA6 and even RA5 standards. Also, we have a rear setback of 40 feet along the bottom of your screen adjacent to existing single-family residential. Those are exterior lots. That has now an increased rear setback of 40 feet and a 20-foot landscape buffer, which is 2 times the amount of buffer required by those same very code sections. We also have a minimum side setback of 5 feet, which also meets those RA6 and RA5 components. Turning to another point of information for you. When you look at this screen, what I'm trying to do is give you some apples-to-apples comparison because we've been here for so long. Our initial proposal had this blue area highlighted as the initial residential portion of our project. It was proposed for RM8 for a total of 125 townhomes in that original blue section. That was a density of around 7 units per acre. Now, our proposal of that original area of residential is less than 5 units per acre. It's 4.98 units per acre in that original section. To show you how far we've come, that has 95 units in it. That's a drop of 30 units in that section, which now contains also primarily detached as opposed to 125 townhomes. Shows you how much this applicant and the church has done. Also, in speaking to what the church has done is the specific designs I want to remind you of that the church has worked very diligently with to provide for a sense of place and to provide for a sense and destination of an entire mixed-use development that shares design elements to be consistent with the surrounding area. And you see those design elements that the church has very much worked hard on to provide along Shallowford Road as well as you get to the residential. You bring those design elements into the project as well. We have the proposed townhomes, and you can see the consistency of architecture, brick, colors, and so forth that you find as you go interior to this development with the townhome designs as well. You pull back out to Johnson Ferry to see how those townhomes will interact with the street along Johnson Ferry. And instead of commercial out parcels, what we have is a beautiful townhome section of this overall mixed-use development with landscaping and walls consistent with what you would find. And to remind you again, this is what's opposite. This is on the other side of those townhomes. You'll see the Kroger Shopping Center, the Papa John's, and the shopping and retail and commercial uses that are directly across the street that should be on this side of the street if you paid attention to Josh, but we're not. We don't want to put that level of intensity here as a result of the conversations that we have had. Moving back inside again, we see the detached homes. So again, that you can see the shared architecture, the shared design that comes with this proposal. Again, this is a project that received a lot of attention. It's regrettable that we were not able to come to a full agreement with those in the community, but that's not for a lack of effort and not for lack of trying. As you can see by the detailed stipulation letter that you have received, we have covered each and every comment that we possibly can with this design, taking into account the entirety of this neighborhood, not just one aspect. And with that, we respectfully request your recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the opposition.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Michels, and I'm a longtime resident of the Marlanta subdivision and a close neighbor of the waterfront, the estates of Chimney Lakes, and Chimney Lakes subdivisions. We oppose the development proposed by North Point Ministries and again reserve our constitutional rights as property owners to challenge any approved rezoning as infringing upon our rights as property owners. This is now the 4th time we are back before you without significant changes to the proposed site plan from the July 6th meeting. During the July 6th meeting, Commissioner Waybright stated that RA5 was appropriate for this development. Despite this, the applicant chose to request, again, RA6 zoning without any real changes to the site plan. As I stated during the July 6th meeting, we want this area developed, but it needs to be the right development. What the applicant has proposed, again, is not that. I'd like to reiterate my comments from the July 6th meeting that the requested RA6 zoning is neither appropriate nor permitted for this site due to the sheer number of variances requested and the lack of any hardship or special circumstances that would permit these variances. In addition to those comments, we continue to have significant concerns about the lack of transparency in how the final decisions will be made regarding this zoning request and the proposed development. I'd like to direct your attention to the document that was sent to you yesterday about these concerns with some additional stipulations contained in that document. I have a copy of that if you need a copy, because I'm going to be speaking to some of that during the rest of my comments. As you know, this property has dramatically changed in just the past year, from having a lake, which was drained pursuant to a permit, to only a stream. Without a FEMA flood study of the floodplains and wetlands after this change, it is impossible to know the actual acreage of developable land, which raises a number of issues. What is the real net density? Whether or where will the floodplains be relocated? How are we going to determine the FEMA designated 100-year floodplain flood elevation? How will the construction of a new roadway, including a bridge or a culvert, impact the floodplains and the wetlands? Will the new roadway encroach on the 75-foot impervious buffer where it runs parallel to the stream? Without knowing the actual net density of the development, it is impossible to perform a study to assess the traffic impact, as one criterion is dependent upon the actual number of residential units, and the impact on the neighborhood schools, as the criteria for that, again, is also based upon the number of residential units. It has been stated that the FEMA studies are typically done after the site plan is approved. However, the FEMA flood study will assist in making an informed decision on how this property is best developed. This was specifically discussed at the May 4th Planning Commissioners meeting and has not yet been completed. According to FEMA's website, FEMA will normally complete its review and issue its determination within 60 days of receiving the LOMA application. With this zoning now having been submitted 9 months ago and heard by this body now for the 4th time, this could have and should have already been done. Without the FEMA flood study, it is impossible to have an accurate picture of how this property should be developed, and more importantly, how it will impact the surrounding and downstream communities in the Chattahoochee River Basin. The letter submitted by the applicant with the proposed site plan contains numerous stipulations that permit the director of the Cobb County Department of Transportation, the Community Development Agency, or the director of Cobb County Stormwater Management Division to modify or waive certain items, all without public comment or hearing. These actions are behind closed doors that could significantly impact this development without any input or involvement by the Planning Commission, the Board of Commissioners, or the public. Due to the lack of transparency already exemplified and the sheer number of already requested variances, this further adds to the concern of the community and the unpredictability of the final product. For all of these reasons, we respectfully request that application Z72-2020 as presented be recommended for denial. In the event you are inclined to approve this application, we respectfully request the inclusion of the new stipulations and deletions to Mr. Moore's letter dated July 28, 2021, as was sent to you on August 2nd, 2021, a copy of which is hereby presented for inclusion in the record. Thank you.
Are you just going to cut off that mic? I'll just use this one for my presentation.
You can go back and forth, so when you get that point, you're not gonna point first, you're gonna wait.
No, it's in the middle.
Okay, so hold on to it until you're ready. Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jill Flam, and I am East Cobb Civic Association's case manager for Z72. This case was to be heard in December of 2020, and here we are 8 months later with major issues still waiting to be addressed. The biggest issue remains the intensity of the residential portion of the development. The Planning Commission was very clear in its recommendation of the RA5 zoning category for the single-family homes last month. The applicant chose to ignore this recommendation and continues to apply for the RA6 category. Does this plan for single-family homes meet either of these zoning categories without any variances? Our answer is no. There are still no lot sizes on each lot, though we continue to request them. In my 20 years of working with ECCA, I have never had an applicant refuse to give individual lot sizes. In the current stipulation letter, the applicant finally states that the minimum lot size is 4,200 square feet. RA6 requires 6,200 square feet, RA5 requires 7,000 square feet. So yes, there will be an unknown number of variances required for either zoning category. Front widths of lots are 40 feet and 46 feet. Variances will be required on all lots for either zoning category. Side setbacks are 5 feet, 10 feet between homes. RA6 and RA5 require 15 feet between homes. The Planning Commission recommended 15 feet between homes, yet this did not change with the current plan, and variances will be required on all lots. Rear setbacks are 20 feet for all single-family homes except for the 10 against the existing waterfront circle homes. Variances are required for either zoning category for 50 out of the 58 homes. Finally, I'd like to point out on here shown in color lots 19 through 31. In yellow is the subdivision fence. Please note that the subdivision fence in some locations cuts off lots 19 and 20 from their rear setback. What is colored in blue is the impervious surface buffer. Please take a look at all these lots have their rear setback in the impervious surface buffer. And what is in pink is the 50-foot undisturbed buffer. So lots 19 through 22 have part of their rear setbacks in the undisturbed buffer. Our question is that really a rear setback when you can't reach it from those homes? Looking at the townhomes, the following variances are required for FST recommended by the Planning Commission and RA6. Side setbacks for the townhomes are 0 feet to 10 feet. Variances will be required. Rear setbacks for the townhomes have been changed to 25 feet along Johnson Ferry and 20 feet against existing businesses. But variances will be required for this reason on 53 out of 71 townhomes. And there is still more variances required no matter what zoning category it is, RA5, RA6, or FST. No height of townhomes or single-family homes are specified. Renderings show both houses and townhomes to be 3 stories tall. RA5, RA6, FST do not allow single-family homes or townhomes at all, so variances will be required. The applicant wants to increase the building footprint on every lot with these variances. It also calls into question whether this plan meets the 45% impervious surface limitation on each lot. Guest parking is located in the southern end of the development only, not evenly dispersed through the development, another variance. And finally, there are still no sidewalks in this development despite the Planning Commission request. And finally, let's talk about the pieces of the application that are still missing. For a project this large, there is no landscape plan or even landscape committee for the community input. Also missing are any specific plans for the park or the tutoring service building. And lastly, we have no true renderings for the single-family homes, just blurry watercolor drawings. As we have said before, the proposed residential development remains too intense compared to the surrounding area. In order to drive down density while still maintaining the number of homes, the applicant has increased the building footprints, causing multiple variances to be required on all lots. The applicant has not offered any explanation as to why this additional intensity is justified. Medium density in East Cobb is rare. High density and intensity without any extenuating circumstances outside a rack is unheard of. 3-story single-family homes with 10 feet between them and small backyards look nothing like what exists in this area. As we have said in the 2 months previous, ECCA recommends denial of this application due to the intensity and density of the residential portion of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
time has expired for opposition.
That would be in the discretion of the District 2 Planning Commissioner. Do you wish to make a motion or not?
If we need a...
find the microphone button. If we need a motion, I'm okay adding 2 minutes. We have 2 speakers that'll let each of them get a few points in.
I'll second that. Can we agree on that? All in favor? Okay, by a 5-0 vote, we've added 2 minutes, and we'll give another 2 minutes to the applicant as well. Please continue. 2 minutes.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Connie Ghosh, and I'm a resident of Carriage Lakes, just a mile to the east down the road on Shallowford. I'd just like to quick add 2 comments, 2 observations. Number one, the applicant mentioned that quote unquote there's already intensive business along the area that will be developed. He neglects to mention the 2 things. Yes, there are businesses along that Johnson's Ferry to Waterfront. However, those businesses are currently on wider, bigger lots, and the businesses are only 1 story tall. If his renderings are correct, we're going to be faced with a wall of townhomes along that stretch. And number 2, he uses precedent, specifically the newer townhomes with Pine Kroger. But as a resident, I have to tell you that just doesn't cut it. Yes, there's some, but why keep having more and why keep increasing the density? It's already denser than it should be. And to say that there's other places in the vicinity, to me, just doesn't cut it. Thank you.
Can I get this on the screen? Obviously, I'll try to be as brief as I can. Most of my comments have already been stated, but I have some bullet items. Obviously, there's too many variances required for this. If you numbered them up for each lot, building, and structure. Yeah, if you numbered them for each lot, building, structure, they would number in the hundreds. When a developer cannot fit what he wants into a space provided and comply with Cobb County zoning ordinances from the proposed plan, then the proposed plan and zoning district is not appropriate and must be rejected. We mentioned RA6 is not allowed. Brings an urbanized look, not compatible with Josh.
Okay. We're out of time again. Can I just get your name for the record, please?
Yes, I'm sorry. David Rumrell. I'm a resident of Chimney Lake subdivision, which is directly across Johnson Ferry.
Would you leave those comments to be passed to the District 2 Planning Commissioner, please?
Yes. I've emailed them to each planning commissioner, but I want to enter both this table of variances and my testimony there into the record.
Thank you. And can we hear now from the applicant for up to an additional 2 minutes? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for the additional time extended. I want to address 2 points. Number one, you've heard a lot of comments or concerns or criticism about the number of variances. How did we get to this point? I want to remind you, and it goes back to that the slide that I showed you. We started with 125 townhomes for RM8. I didn't have any variances. This plan that we are proposing right now under RA6, if we simply didn't have detached homes, and these were all still townhomes like were initially proposed, we wouldn't have any variances. The standards and requirements are different under these categories, RA5 or RA6, once you detach the homes. The setback requirements and the requirements for lot sizes and so forth kick in, and now you have variances as a result of our plan, which proposes now 58 detached homes as a response to concerns and comments we had received about not having so many townhomes, reduce the number down, get lower than 5 units per acre on the residential portion, and bring us some detached product. We have done that. We have provided for detached product, but once you detach it is where those variances come from under these 2 zoning categories. If we just connected these homes with a wall in the front, along the front setback, we wouldn't have variances. They would be attached. You wouldn't have the variances. We can manipulate the system however we want to if you want to just focus on variances. But if you want to focus on actually having the quality and the design of a 33-acre mixed-use development, then yes, variances are necessary once you detach these homes and provide for this type of mixed residential product, which, by the way, is entirely consistent with the mixed residential product that's adjacent to this property or adjacent to this area around Johnson Ferry and Shallerford Road. These aren't far-flung properties I'm talking about. There's a townhome community zoned RA6 just on the other side of the Kroger, adjacent to it, and there's a suburban condominium at 4.5 units per acre with no lot sizes just to the south of this project at the next light, also adjacent to this same activity center. We think this is an excellent plan and respectfully request your approval. Thank you.
I'm sorry. The public comment portion of the meeting is now closed, and we'll go to the District 2 Planning Commissioner to lead the discussion.
All right, thank you very much. First, just because I could hear some of the stuff in the audience, and let's just, preach just a little bit. Every citizen in Cobb County has a voice. And whether they live there, if you live near a project, obviously you have a bigger voice that we listen to. If you're going to be a business owner near a project, you have a voice that we listen to. If you're going to be a member in a church that's going to be there that makes you a member of that community, you also have a voice. And neighbors, please respect your other neighbors and their voices. We can discuss differences of opinions, but I thought it was rather unbecoming to hear some of the conversations and buzz from the back of the room. With that, we do have the JOSH plan. Part of the JOSH plan specifies the idea is to create a sense of place. With that, it also means kind of setting a higher bar, doing something above and beyond what's currently developed at the moment. There's been an emphasis on trying to develop the homes in a manner that is, quote, consistent or similar to the surrounding neighborhoods. While that is an element that we can consider, and we do, I would also point out that the JOSH plan specifies that this parcel, this collection of parcels, most appropriate, is intended to be a transition zone. And it's supposed to be a transition zone from the intense big box commercial developments to the lower intensity R20 homes that surround it to the west. So we have a number of things that we're trying to balance here as we review this. Real quickly, and to put this issue to rest, Carl, if you'd come up, please, Cobb County Stormwater.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Carl, until such time that zoning has been approved and a site plan has been finalized with that zoning, is it possible to properly complete your engineering studies and get all the approvals necessary from the various departments and issues such as FEMA, et cetera, et cetera?
Normally not. This is something that would come up during plan review. The FEMA study needs to be based on a final design to properly identify the limits of FEMA, future limits. So it would be something that would come up during the plan review.
Okay, and are you comfortable that the typical Cobb County zoning and development process has been followed so far, and that we'll be able to accomplish those steps you outlined after a zoning and site plan have been reviewed and agreed?
Yes, we have not asked for FEMA studies during the zoning process in the past.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Carl from the commissioners? Okay, thank you, Carl. Amy Diaz, DOT, please.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Amy, thank you. I know that we have by no means solved the traffic problems at Shallerford and Johnson Ferry, and that the community has made clear from the very beginning, and even before this zoning, that the traffic in that area is very difficult. As we went through this process, I believe there was a conceptual plan that we discussed at one point in time. Is that still in a conceptual phase, or has that moved forward at all? Dealing with I should say specifically, Shallowford and Johnson Ferry intersection.
That, that improvement is still conceptual. It does not have any programmed money associated with it.
Okay. So neighbors, community members, I would just point out that is something that's being considered by the county. DOT is working on that. As community groups, I would encourage you to stay in contact with DOT. The concept design is intended to speed the flow of traffic through the intersection, which would allow the timing of the lights to hopefully be adjusted to reduce the backups that you currently experience. But as Amy said, that is a concept. It's not anything we can solve with the zoning, but we are cognizant to it, and hopefully it can be addressed in the future. Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Okay, thank you. Mr. Moore, if you'd come back up, please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. At the last meeting, I believe my instructions, to be more precise, I asked the applicant to use the RA5 setbacks and design guidelines and the FST setback and guidelines and apply those to the towns and apply those to the detached. So it wasn't that the zoning was supposed to come back with those zoning categories. They were simply presented as a method for measuring what appropriate or reasonable setbacks might be. Mr. Moore, you mentioned the townhomes on the other side of Kroger. That was a zoning that your office also handled?
It was.
Okay, so you know the setbacks, and we have all the setbacks, and you know the stipulations applied on those townhomes?
I do.
Okay. And those stipulations and requirements were applied, and that's been a very successful townhome development.
It has been, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, and that was, as I look at it and have reviewed the record, as well, in the minutes as well as the video, part of the emphasis of doing this as townhomes was that parcel was potentially under pressure to be additional retail space, and it was found that trading townhomes for retail would help reduce traffic and be a better fit and provide a transition in that area. Is that a fair summary?
That's a very fair summary of what
Okay.
occurred.
As you noted, on the townhomes and the single-family homes, as well as the variances that we're looking at, you indicated that if this had remained 100% townhomes, that we would not have required any variances whatsoever.
Correct.
If we reduced the number of single-family home lots and made them strictly comply with RA5 guidelines, but allowed you to increase the number of townhome lots so that you maintain the same total number of lots, is that an option that your client would consider?
It would be hard to, we've considered every option and comment and direction that we've been given. So certainly we would consider that as well, certainly.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for Mr. Moore right now. Do any of the other commissioners have questions?
Make sure I push the right button. Mr. Moore, can you tell us what is the overall density calculation?
The overall density is 5.82 units per acre for the residential portion.
Okay, and that's based upon 129 units?
It's based on a total of 129 homes, correct.
In how much acreage?
On just over 22 acres. I have the exact number, but not off the top.
5.8?
5.82 units per acre, correct.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the maximum number of homes that we are proposing.
And what? So when you say
129.
the maximum number, is there an implication behind that?
Simply that, to follow up what Mr. Carver had said, when you spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars to do the FEMA floodplain study and the LOMAR study that's done as part of final engineering and determination when those are set, to the extent there's any floodplain at that point that is set, there may be zero. But to the extent that there is any, our maximum density is 5.82 units per acre, which is defined as net density in Cobb County. So to the extent that there's any floodplain established, it would simply reduce the total number of homes we would have here. So that's why I want to make sure that we have that stated so that that can be understood.
Okay, and in the event that there was a deduction due, how would a new site plan come back?
A new site plan would then, the site plan would simply have to be adjusted to accommodate that for a lesser number of units, and that would be approved through, typically in a situation like that, depending on how it was done, it would probably be approved through another business application because it would be considered a minor modification since you're reducing the number of total homes. But this presents to you a plan of what we consider to be the maximum number of homes being proposed for this project.
Go ahead. Please go ahead, the at-large commissioner.
Kevin, thank you. You, in your STIP letter, you say that the homes will have a minimum of 2,000 square feet. Do you have an average across the residential section of what the homes will be?
Across, it's going to be hard for me to give you an average. I think if you're looking at it as for informational purposes, if I can certainly answer that. You know, it's anticipated that these both the townhomes and the detached homes that would be constructed here, given current market conditions, would be well in excess of a minimum of 2,000 square feet. So you're looking at average square footages that'll probably be closer to 3 as to what would be built here, or higher. So.
Anyone else? I have a few questions, but let's start with the townhome portion. Can you give me the total number of acres in the townhomes and the total number of proposed units?
Yes. Can you, if you allow me, can we go get a board that
Certainly
has that information?
Please.
So I can give you accurate answers. Thank
Sure.
you. Yes, in response to your question, if the question is as to the townhome section, the total acreage of the townhome section would be almost 9 acres, 8.898 acres. And you have a total of 71 townhomes that would be a density of 7.98 units per acre if you just looked at the townhome section of the proposed development.
Okay, and same question for the detached.
Sure. For the
house
detached
portion.
section, that's a total of 13.259 acres for the detached section, and that density would be 4.37 units per acre, and that's a total of 58 detached homes, and also the total of townhomes proposed is 71.
You said 71.
71 townhomes are proposed and 58 single-family detached homes.
Okay, thank you. A question was raised regarding the sidewalks. Is there a reason why sidewalks couldn't be added along the main road, or are there going to be sidewalks along the main road?
We could add a sidewalk along one side. That's not a hill anybody's going to die on for us.
Okay, but within the detached home and townhome complex areas, just given the fact, I presume they're going to be driveways, and
Yes.
cars can be up to 19 and a half or so feet long, or 18 and a half feet long in the case of an SUV, or some full-length cars. Sidewalks could create an issue in terms of parking in front of garages. Is that what's going on here? Or?
No, we could accommodate a sidewalk.
Within the detached homes, what's the proposed front setback?
Front setback is 20 feet, which is the front setback under RA5 and RA6 is a minimum 20-foot front setback. So that's why we have it set at that.
Okay, those are my questions. Any further questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
Back to you.
Okay, do any of the commissioners have questions for any of the other county staff or anybody else? All right then. With that said, I'm ready to go ahead and start a motion if everyone wants to settle back and make sure the recorder's working and all that good stuff. I'd like to make a motion that we recommend approval of Z72, subject to the following. A stipulation letter dated July 28th, 2021, with the following notations. On page 7, item 15, add that there shall be a landscape committee with 3 representatives from the community that will review and establish the landscape plan before it is presented to the county arborist. Final approval by the district commissioner. On page 8 of the letter, item number 4, it says permitted uses for the NRC parcel are as follows. Under 4C, delete with drive-through. There should be no drive-through on that parcel. All right, let's take a look and add some things here. One of the items that had been discussed in the past regarding the linear park, and I know in discussions that I've had with the applicant, everyone's talked about and has mentioned that we're going to have different features included. So wanted to add a little something to that for them to work on for the next meeting. There should be at least one pavilion, minimum size 14 by 20 feet, so that it can accommodate 4 picnic tables. There should be at least one gazebo, a minimum of 12 feet in diameter, with internal benches. There should be benches along the walking trail, similar to those installed along Shallowford and Johnson Ferry. There should be streetlights along the trail, similar to the interior streets. One item that the neighborhood has always talked about, as I said, is traffic. We're cognizant of that. We're trying to look at other issues that we can add. One item is how we manage traffic on Sundays, and the applicant has a stipulation regarding that. I'm not sure that goes far enough. For those who know of me or know me, I was involved with St. Benedict's when it was started back in 2008. We have a school and a church. We have numerous stipulations on our traffic involving the carpool lines, where people can turn right, where people cannot turn right, where they can only turn left, et cetera, et cetera. All of those things are done to prevent a surge of traffic through the neighborhood during the carpool times where we have the highest traffic. So accordingly, for all exits from the church property, including the driveway where we have proposed a 3-way stop, signs shall be posted stating no right turns. on Sunday mornings from the hours of 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And when they have police officers helping to direct traffic, any public safety officers shall be advised of those restrictions so that they know where to direct the traffic and how to direct the traffic. That's the best I can do for you, I think, right now on that issue, neighbors. But if we keep everybody turning left, that means they either have to go out to Johnson Ferry to the traffic light, or they can exit onto Shallowford with the full turning movements there, and that should keep a surge of traffic going through your neighborhood potentially as church dismisses. Let's see, we've mentioned sidewalks. I think that was discussed. Stipulation, sidewalks shall be required and provided on one side of all internal roads. East Cobb Civic Association pointed out a good issue with the fence along the south side of the creek detainment area. The proposed fence shall be moved back to the 50-foot line marking the area of non-disturbance. The fence along both sides of the detainment area, all fences shall be of some wrought iron or similar metal, decorative metal fencing style. No chain link and no board fences should be used in that area. Walls and fences along Shallowford shall be brick or brick faced, similar in design to those along Johnson Ferry, or a wrought iron style or similar decorative style of metal fencing used in the stream and stormwater area. As discussed for density, the number of units shall be capped at 129 units, and the density shall be capped at 5.82 units per acre for the overall residential development. In the event that floodplain or any other areas are noted that reduce the acreage that may be counted for density, the number of units shall be reduced, and that reduction shall come from the townhome units. All right, let's talk a little bit about the individual areas of the residential. For the townhomes, and these, most of these are simply identical to what was used on Haven Ridge, which are the townhomes on the other side of the Kroger Shopping Center. Construction and use shall conform to RM6 that are not in contradiction to the following: maximum height of 35 feet, maximum of 2 stories, attic may be finished for bonus space, 26-foot minimum width of the building of units, minimum 2,000 square feet up to 3,500 square feet, and that is directly from the other zoning, just for note. Elevators shall be offered as an upgrade at a time of sale. It's just as a side note, there was a desire to try to make as much of this senior residential living if possible. We couldn't get there, but if we can add some elevators to it and make that an option, I believe that makes it a little more senior friendly, at least, and enticing to seniors to consider the area. Let's see, patios shall be allowed. No decks will be allowed, but may have a landing with steps down to the patio. 50% brick and stone facades and rears that face Johnson Ferry. Decorative walls along Johnson Ferry shall be brick or brick faced and similar in design, pictured in the presented streetscape. Single-family detached homes, construction and use conforming to RA6, not in contradiction to the following: minimum side setback 5 feet, but a minimum of 15 feet between structures. I know the applicant has asked for 10. We just can't find a situation in Cobb County where we've ever done less than 15 feet, and I think that provides for better quality development in that situation. Understanding that will potentially lead to a reduction in the number of single-family homes because we'll have to widen the lots. Minimum lot width of 45 feet on the frontage. That should accommodate the issue of expanding and creating that additional side setbacks. Minimum size of single-family detached homes will be 2,200 square feet up to 3,500 square feet. Elevators shall be offered as an upgrade at time of sale. Patios allowed, no decks, but may have a landing with steps down to the patio. Now, just for point of reference, what we're doing there, we know we have a height on the buildings, and they're slightly taller than the surrounding neighborhood that they border. It is taller than in areas, and they do come up closer to Johnson Ferry. By doing that, we will create kind of patio gardens in the back for livable space without having decks that would seem to hang out further over top and encroaching upon the street or the neighbors. All of these stipulations that I've added will take precedent over anything in the site plan or the stipulation letter. Add all staff comments, not in contradiction to these stipulations. Oh, sorry, that's one more. Let's see here. On the residential, for single-family residential, the maximum residential impervious surface should be 45% per each lot on the detached homes and 45% impervious surface for the overall residential development. And those are per RA6 guidelines, but we're stating that to be clear that those should be followed. There should be a maximum cap on rental units written into the HOA covenants, so maximum of 10% units may be rented at any one time. And that is my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm sorry. Before I get a second, there's a comment regarding the motion.
And all I want to do is just clarify what Commissioner Waybright said, because I think when he started talking about the townhomes, he said RM6, but I think he meant RA6.
RA6, excuse me.
So I just
You're
want to
correct.
clarify that's RA6.
Thank you.
With that clarification, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a second. Is there discussion? Starting with District 3 Planning Commissioner.
Mr. Waybright, because that was a very thorough motion, I have a couple of questions. On the issues of variance requirements, can you just explain how your motion addresses the concerns that were raised?
Sure. When you look at the setbacks that are applied, almost all of these setbacks would in fact be considered internal setbacks instead of external setbacks. And when viewed in that fashion, we have, in essence, very few, other than there's a variance along Shallowford where the parking garage and then the church building would encroach by a couple of feet into the 50-foot setback. There are a couple of encroachments noted for corners of townhomes that would go into the typical setback, and that's where the townhomes are situated along the curve in the roads. So they, not being able to make the townhomes curve themselves, then the corners touch into that. There are a few, there's lot variances. I think once the side setback and the frontage is amended, that's going to eliminate almost all of the lot size variances. There will still be some lot size variances, but as Mr. Moore noted, we're trying to accommodate the neighborhood's desires for as many detached homes as possible. So within that, to maximize the number of detached homes, we've got to give a little bit somewhere. The applicant's providing 2 significant green spaces that will be available for public use, not just the residential use. There's the long linear park and the park fronting on Shallowford. The applicant donated 10 feet of right-of-way along Shallowford and Johnson Ferry that was not required by DOT. It was a request or a recommendation from Josh, but again, not required. And not only have they donated the right-of-way, they have also agreed to construct the 10-foot multipurpose trails. So we've got a significant benefit to the public that shrank the buildable acreage that they could include in their lots and in the development. And in terms of accommodations to get us to what was originally the 95 units that would have been within the 5-unit medium density residential. That's sort of the, if you want to call it the accommodation, that's the benefit to the public in return for looking at those variances. We could have used several different zoning categories. We could have looked at UVC, we could have looked at PVC. We didn't want to create those precedents using those types of zonings. So it put us back into trying to find a way to make this project work, to accommodate the public request for more single-family homes while still maintaining some amount of public green space.
So as a follow-up, you mentioned that you intended that, or envisioned that setback adjustments would result in the effect on lot size variances. Would it be your intention that those adjustments be made prior to presentation of a plan to the BOC?
Which, you mean?
I think what you, if I heard you correctly, you said that with adjustments of setbacks pursuant to your motion, that you believe there would be an effect on lot size variances, and that issue of lot size variances would be ameliorated. So I was just asking if it was your intention that those adjustments be made before it was presented to the BOC.
Absolutely, yes. Those adjustments should be made and a revised site plan presented to the BOC based on those lot size requirements and frontage requirements.
Would you consider amending your motion to add that requirement?
Motion so amended to state that a revised site plan relative to lot size and frontage of each lot be submitted with the BOC, or be submitted prior to the BOC hearing, subject to our normal zoning rules and timelines.
That was all?
For the moment, yes.
For the moment, yes. Either of the other planning commissioners have comments or questions at this time? Okay, then I'll go ahead with mine then. Just my quick calculations, and please correct them if I've got them wrong, but it seems like there was a request from the neighbors to limit this to 5 or fewer units per acre, which would result, by my math, assuming no floodplain in the residential area, in approximately 111 units. Is that about right?
That's probably about right, but I think if we went back to the slide that Mr. Moore showed, there was a point where the residential units, the townhomes and the single-family detached, were less than 5 units per acre. The reason that we've stepped over that is because we replaced almost all of the NRC that was along Johnson Ferry with townhomes. So we have about, we had almost not quite 4 acres of whatever was replaced there with about 30 townhomes. So we came in higher, and when you add those townhomes to the original 95 units, that's what puts us back to the 129. So it's that if we replace and consider that replacing retail with townhomes is a benefit for traffic, then that's what takes us over 5 and requires that we then look at using the RA6 category.
And if my math is anywhere near correct, or what I've heard today is there are 129 units, up to 129 units proposed, correct?
Correct.
Simple math, I think you gave us 40-foot minimum width. Is it 40-foot minimum width on the lots in the detached housing?
That's on the application, but my motion was to
45?
move that to 45.
Okay, so 45, and there were supposed to be 10-foot, what was proposed was 10-foot setbacks, is that correct?
It's going to be 10 feet, but it's 5-foot setbacks.
Okay.
Which is the normal interior setback for RA5 or RA6.
Okay,
But both of those require 15 feet between buildings. So for instance, you might, if one home is 5 feet from the line, the other one near it would have to be 10 feet from the line to maintain 15 feet. So my stipulations say they should have 15 feet so that it conforms with the RA5 and RA6 zoning categories.
you anticipate that would end up costing the developer a few units?
It will cost them a few of their single-family units. There's no way around that if they widen the lots and increase the distance between buildings.
So you anticipate that something in the nature of 122, 123 would be the true cap on the number of units under your proposal?
I think that's what the maximum would come out with. They would have to figure that in their site plan. But looking at the rows of single-family homes that they have, then yes, that would probably delete somewhere 6, 7, or 8 of the lots would likely be lost in that change. So it could be 120, 121 might turn out to be the number.
Okay. And what are the setbacks on the detached homes from the road?
The front setbacks are 20 feet, and that's according to our RA6 and RA5 on internal setbacks.
Okay, so same question. My concern there would be external parking of cars in those front setback areas would effectively block sidewalks on whatever side of the street they're on, unless those sidewalks are completely in the right-of-way. So I'm just checking on that.
It's possible that they're going to have to make some adjustments on how the homes are sited. And they've also talked about, especially in those areas, that the parking garage portion of the home can be inset so that the parking garage, the garage portion of the home would set back further from the street than, for instance, where the front door is, so that it's going to create a little stagger to the front of the facade. But that way the driveway could be sufficiently long enough, but the front of the home itself, the living space, may still only be 20 feet is on 20-foot setback.
Does anyone else have any questions at this time? All right, I just want to make just a very brief comment. First, I appreciate all your hard work on this, and I appreciate the additions you've made to foster a sense of place out there. It seems like we've run into this a lot here, where churches come in here and they ask for things that, in a sense, use some political leverage to ask for things that other folks might not be able to get. And, I do note, as somebody who's attended from time to time Christian churches, that we talk a lot about how we're supposed to treat our neighbors. I appreciate the things that have been done here that can be good for a neighborhood. But yet at the same time, what I note is what we're talking about is a differential here and something that would seemingly upset a lot of neighbors and please a lot of neighbors is a total of about 12 units in the whole project. If it were up to me, I would probably be inclined to restrict the overall residential density to something like 4.99 units per acre as an overall cap, notwithstanding the perceived benefits. But I would also note at this time, residential construction is certainly a lot hotter than commercial construction. So I'm not sure enough has been gained in the trade-off. Although I like the look of the townhomes much better, I think from the schematics and pictures, the townhomes are much better looking than what's directly across the street from them. I would have been inclined to require that the density be something less than 5 units per acre for the project. Are there any other comments?
I would make a follow-up comment. With respect to density, I mean, I believe that I am troubled and continue to be troubled. I am a little troubled by our discussions of what a hardship is, because I don't appreciate that trade-off is necessarily a hardship under the code. So I believe that your motion, however, does address some opportunity to reduce density further by making restrictions on setbacks and then asking for those changes to be made. I would ask you one other question with respect to the recommendations for stipulations that were presented on this matter. This last section that talks about the authority of individuals within the departments to make changes. Did you have any thoughts on that, or were you willing to entertain any of those stipulations?
I don't know if, John, did you receive that, Mr. Peterson, did you receive that email with the, with those notations? Yes, it may even have been sent, Ruth, just raise your hand if that was sent yesterday? It was. Okay, so it was sent yesterday?
Yeah, and I've not reviewed that.
Is it okay for me to take it over? Yeah. I'll just ask you if that looks normal. So looking at, Mr. Peterson, looking at those items, and then we've got to go back and look at the stipulation letter itself. Did you see anything in the stipulation letter that looked like an approval different or set apart from what we normally do in our zoning and plan review process?
Well, the first thing that Ms. Michaels has on this list is regarding lighting. And I think the way she has that worded is fine to include as a stipulation in the zoning.
Well, okay, so that's the one. What you have is the neighbor's letter,
Yes.
and you think so. Do you have another copy of her? Let's see. Sorry, everything we have is electronic now in terms of our copies, so paper copies have to be rationed here. Okay, next.
All the other things seem to deal with the directors of the specific departments in Cobb County, transportation, stormwater management.
But I mean, but any meetings or such that stormwater and those entities would have, those would be on public record and would be available for the public?
Well, plan review is not a public meeting. It's open to the public, but it's not a meeting where they can make comments
Right, okay.
and be heard and things like that. You know, when it comes to stipulations, like, for instance, on page 4, stipulation number 8, it gives the Department of Transportation or Community Development Agency their authority to waive certain things. We normally don't allow staff to waive BOC zoning stipulations. So, you know, you would need to be really careful with approving something like that.
Okay. Okay, stormwater development, are they allowed to,
You know, and that's the same kind of a situation, Mr. Waybright. You know, we normally don't allow county staff to amend stipulations that the Board of Commissioners imposes on properties. Typically, if a condition needs to be changed down the road, we bring it back to the board as an other business item. So it has a full public hearing.
Okay. Well, with the lighting district, let's look at that one first. So I would amend my motion as follows. Does that follow process, or do I have, okay? Amend my motion as follows. On page 3 of the stipulation letter, stipulation, it says add a stipulation, let's see. So this is page 3 of the stipulation. Item number 3, add the following. Exterior lighting within the project shall be determined by the development of a photometric plan coordinated with Cobb County staff. North Point Ministries shall work with staff and a representative of adjacent properties to develop a lighting plan to minimize the spillage of excess light onto adjacent residential properties. It's usually the process that's followed on the lighting plans, but it's fine to specify that. Continue. The lighting plan shall include the use of the following devices: timers on non-essential security lights to turn off at 10 p.m. and baffles on security lights. No floodlights shall be installed, and all exterior lights shall be on timers. I would note that decorative wash lights that shine on the building facade would not be considered a floodlight. And then all right, so John, I'm looking at these other stipulations. And when you look at it in the letter, for instance, the first one says applicant agrees to comply with all Cobb County development standards and ordinances relating to project improvements, except as approved by the Board of Commissioners or by the Department of Transportation or Community Development Agency as their authority may allow. So I'll put this one to Brian. We've heard that we normally don't have the staff departments approve changes. Would their authority allow them to make those changes once we put a zoning that says site plan specific with the other stipulations that all these modifications have to come back to the district commissioner?
I believe the different directors are allowed certain administrative changes to be made. But I think for the purpose of this, I would recommend we bring it back here if necessary, or in some sort of public format for any subsequent changes.
All right, then let's just make a global, I'll add another amendment. No, let's see here. Noted on page 8 of the stipulation letter, stipulations for overall development. Number 1, minor modifications to the within stipulations, the referenced revised zoning plan, lighting, landscaping, architecture, site features, signage, and the like may be approved by the district commissioner as needed or necessary, or returned to the Board of Commissioners for an other business item as necessary. That stipulation in the letter shall apply. Any other stipulation in contradiction, how should we word that, Brian, to say that that takes precedent over anything in contradiction? Does that cover?
Could you reread that again, please?
Sure. So page 8 of the stipulation letter says, minor modifications to the within stipulations, the referenced revised zoning plan, lighting, landscaping, architecture, site features, signage, and the like may be approved by the district commissioner as needed or necessary, except for, and then there's a list of items that says that if it's in contradiction, if they change the density, et cetera, et cetera. And we'll simply say that this stipulation, what's the best way to phrase it, to state that that stipulation takes precedent over other stipulations regarding changes to those items. Just to be clear, I mean, that's.
Perhaps language that says that this stipulation is deemed to take priority over any other language or stipulations as it relates to changes.
Got it. Got that? So moved as amendment, as Mr. Johnson just stated.
Okay, does the second concur with the offered amendments? Does the second still apply?
Kudos to the clerks, because I'm trying to write all these. Yes, my second will apply to the stipulations and the amendments to the stipulations.
Okay. At this time, I want to go ahead and offer an amendment to the motion to restrict the overall density to a total not to exceed 5 units per acre, including the townhome area. And that would be exclusive of any floodplain or of any stream buffers as may be determined by the Corps. That would be my proposed amendment, so I can support this project.
Second. Second to his amendment. That opens it up for discussion.
Any other discussion on just the amendment at this time? Or the larger question? I'm opening up the floor for that.
I mean, we could make that amendment, or we could break the project down into segments again and show the area, the original residential area that does conform to 5 units per acre, and the section of townhomes that were added, and we can make that FST to show that. But again, I just, the trade-off of 30 townhomes for what could have been 2, 3 retail lots. We typically trade a little higher density in replacement for retail.
I appreciate your point. Yes, sir.
No, I was just going to support Commissioner Waybright's point. I think the work that has been done to get us to this point, and given the stipulations that you put in that will impact density already in the original motion, suffice on my end.
Okay, what do we do here? Do we call the question first on the amendment?
That is the motion that's on the table right now.
Okay, let me go ahead and call the question on the amendment. So the question, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead. Yes, sir.
The amendment being your amendment that you
Yes.
just offered
Yes.
up. Okay.
So we're voting on whether or not to amend the motion with the proposed amendment that I offered just a moment ago. Call the question. So that proposed amendment fails by a vote of 3-2. And now, is there any further discussion before we call the question on the motion as amended by the District 2 Planning Commissioner? Seeing no one wanting to make any further comments, then let's call the question on his motion. And I apologize. I've just made an error. Would you please reflect my vote as a no on that? Thank you. Okay, the motion passes by a vote of 4-1. And let's go ahead and take a
If you
break.
could, Mr. Chairman, for the record, state the commissioner in opposition. It's like, for example, 4-1 with Commissioner Bowen or myself being in opposition, if you can state it for the record.
Okay, so the motion passed 4-1 with Commissioner Bloin in opposition and all other commissioners in support on the overall motion. The proposed amendment failed by a vote of 3-2, with Commissioner Dance and I being the 2 votes for the amendment. Okay, we're through with Z72. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break so we can clear the room. Okay, welcome back, everybody. John, do you have our next case?
Yes, sir. And if it's okay with the board, we're going to take one case out of order here because I think it's going to be a pretty short one. The applicant for Z25 had asked for a continuance at the beginning, and the opposition wanted to make a few comments. So right now, what I'm going to do is call case Z25, have the applicant come up, make a few comments, and then have the opposition come up and make a few comments. I think the board can dispose of this one pretty quickly.
Thank you.
So rezoning case Z25, the Furniture and Mattress Warehouse LP requests rezoning from GC to NRC for retail and office in land lot 642 of the 16th district. The property is located on the south side of Piedmont Road and on the east side of Bells Ferry Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z25? There's one person here. Would the applicant and opposition please come forward to be sworn in?
Okay, please come on up. Start with your name.
Good morning. I'm Evan DeYoung, and I'm speaking on behalf of local residents. We ask that you would approve the continuation for this case. Additionally, these residents request that if this case is not prepared to be heard in the September 2021 session, the applicant be encouraged to withdraw the application and/or the Planning Commission recommend denial at that time. Thank you.
That was it?
That's it.
That's very efficient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to be heard on Z25 at this time? Yes. You've got a very high bar in terms of efficiency.
With the applicant, I'll see if I can beat that. We agree. There you go. So, yes, we asked for continuance, and we'll definitely have resolution by the next hearing.
Okay, thank you. And this goes to the District 3 Planning Commissioner.
Move to continue.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Second. We have a second by Commissioner Hughes. Call the question. Okay, that matter is continued by a vote of 5-0. And we, for the record, we've become much more efficient up here. Now we'll move on to our third case of the day.
Mr. Chairman, Board, during the break, it came to my attention that the person who was opposed to consent case Z50 is no longer opposed to it. So if it's okay with the board, I'm going to read that back in the record and have the board add that to consent.
Okay, why don't you go ahead and do so, then we'll make a motion. And after doing so, if we could just call again to make sure that
Okay.
there's no one remaining in opposition.
Okay, rezoning case Z50, Howard Young requests a rezoning from GC to R20 for a single-family residence in land lot 865 of the 19th district, located on the west side of Cedar Drive, south of Powder Springs Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Number one, variance for the existing conditions only, as mentioned in the zoning comments. Number two, Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And number three, Department of Transportation comments and recommendations. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z50?
So there's been a request to amend the consent agenda or treat this as a consent case at this time. Is there any motion or opposition?
Move to, are we adding this back to the consent agenda, or are we approving it?
We've already approved the consent agenda, so I think we're...
But we just approve it and then add it to consent.
There you go. That would be the motion.
Okay. Move to approve zoning case Z50-2021.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay. Call the question. Okay. By a vote of 5-0, the motion has passed, and that matter is approved and added to the consent agenda.
Okay, got it. All right. Next case is rezoning case Z23 of 2021, 5912 Mableton Parkway LLC. Request rezoning from NS and CRC to CRC for commercial retail in land lot 78 of the 18th district. The property is located on the west side of Mableton Parkway, the north side of Old Powder Springs Road, and south of Old Alabama Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z23? One. Let the record show there's one person opposed. Two? Okay. Let the record show there's two people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in. Okay, so we just have one opposed? Okay, one opposed for the record. Would you please come forward to be sworn in?
Okay, council, we're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Good morning, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams, and I am with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff and represent the applicant, which is also the property owner concerning this application for rezoning. I don't think I'm going to be able to attain the perfection of the last presentation, nor will I be able to approach the scintillating preview of Robert's Rules of Orders that were exhibited in the first one, but I'll do my best to keep your attention here. I do represent the applicant, which goes by the name of 5912 Mapleton Parkway LLC, but it's easier just to call him Larry Norwood. That's the principle of that. So Larry is here with me today, and both he and I will have some time to respond to any questions that you may have at the appropriate juncture. If you look at the map that's being shown right now, this is a zoning map that's overlaid with land use as well. The subject property is wrapped around kind of in horseshoe fashion, as you can see on the western side of Mapleton Parkway. In the middle there is the Hispanic church that is there. This property is zoned, or was rezoned, from PSC and O&I to CRC. And this was done back in 2019. It was Z82. And it was specifically and exclusively for purposes of an assembly hall. It was IGBO, which is an acronym for a group that emanates out of Northern Africa, and they wanted a place to have an assembly hall, a place to instruct their, not constituents, but congregation on their culture, and it was also for entertainment purposes as well. So we went through just an incredible exercise with the fire department and with other county departments to make sure we could have enough people in the building to be able to ensure that the assembly hall could be pulled off. The problem is that because of a combination of things, COVID, a hand in glove with the economy and the lack of stability there, at least in some respects, the deal just never came to fruition. In hindsight, we should have had a reverter clause on this, so it reverted, even if it was to PSC, that it reverted or became something other than a piece of property that is absolutely worthless and meaningless right now from a zoning standpoint. There's no present entitlement to utilize this unless you utilized it for the assembly hall and the related purposes. So with there being no ability to utilize the property, it forced us to come back into the zoning. A few months after the property was rezoned back in 2018, the future land use map was changed from CAC down to NAC. As you can see, our property is zoned CRC. Staff recommends approval. At NRC, we acquiesce to that. We're not fighting for CRC. It doesn't fit, obviously, within the confines of a community activity center, and the uses we see and the uses, frankly, that were approved before would have been allowed in any event. We're just desirous to remove the strictures that were placed on this property back in 2018. Now, let me tell you something that I've learned, and this is something that I learned over the weekend. If you can you get to my site plan, Cornelius, the second page? There you go. This is the site plan. It's a revised site plan, and we revised it in order to be able to depict the appropriate amount of parking for the site. The northernmost part of the site is a 15,000 square foot building. That was the epicenter, even though it's not in the center, but the epicenter really of what was happening with IGBO Assembly Hall. The properties that surround it were all owned by IGBO. Mr. Norwood had the security interest in the totality of the properties that you see. What I learned, actually it was over the weekend, it wasn't yesterday, it was over the weekend, is that the 3 parcels that are front on Old Powder Springs Road had been sold to the Hispanic Church, which sits smack dab in the middle of the property. That doesn't do anything to our application except perhaps simplify it. You can either extract those from your consideration, but they've been properly advertised and IGBO realizes that we're here, or you can remove the strictures of the Assembly Hall and zone it NRCs we've requested, or you can simply leave it alone and ask that those 3 parcels come back to the Board of Commissioners, which I think they'd have to do anyway, as another business agenda item or perhaps even a rezoning. What the church, the smack dab in the middle church plans to do with it, I'm not conversant with that. I suspect they are looking to expand, and I suspect they're also looking for additional properties to develop as a part of that expansion. You should be in receipt of my 3rd revised stipulation letter. We submitted it recently. I think it was on the 26th. We are, as I said, amenable to the NRC designation for this. We've eliminated about 16 or 17 onerous uses under the NRC classification because there's things you don't want the building, this 15,000 square foot building to become. Right now, Mr. Norwood is speaking with the furniture company. He's speaking with other retailers. Upon a redevelopment of this property, obviously, some things will have to be changed, both aesthetically, architecturally, as well. But right now, we're simply asking that you approve it to NRC so he can be able to market it subject to the preclusions or the conditional prohibited uses to which we've agreed. If you look at the last page of my handout, and it's not meant to be impressive, but that's the building. It's 15,000 square feet. It needs more than paint. It doesn't need any structural work. It's got excellent bones to it. That's the reason it passed all the fire codes and the instructions and the fly specking that was done when the zoning was approved back in 2018. I'm sorry, I keep saying it, 2019. But it's a good building, and he wants to utilize it and certainly make it look significantly more attractive than it is right now. So we've agreed any new construction will comply with the guidelines that have been set for the Mableton Parkway corridor. The hours of operation for this will be from 7 until 9. We have reached parking ratio requirements where we exceed parking ratios. I submitted with my stipulation letter a reciprocal easement agreement that's been in effect for years and years. It gives us not only the required parking we need, but let's say the church went away on the piece next door. Any piece that comes in is subject to an overall declaration of covenants, conditions, and reciprocity with respect to access, both pedestrian and vehicular connectivity as well. As a carryover from 2019, we wanted to include that once this is, when it is landscaped and when the building is built, that we'll have a landscape oversight committee consisting of a member of the Mableton Improvement Coalition, Mr. Norwood, Community Development Agency, and of course the district commissioner having the final decision-making process. Any signage on the property will be ground-based monument style. There's a hideous-looking structure on the property right now that is all metal, and it was where a sign was. We're going to do our best to make that comply with the sign ordinance. If it doesn't comply with the sign ordinance, then we'll bring it down. And when I say hideous, I just mean it's rusted and it just looks. But you hear the word good bones, it's just as solid as a rock. So we're going to give it a shot, but it's got to comply with the sign ordinance in terms of height, square footage as to the message that's on the board. Of course, it's not going to be illuminated interiorly or even floodlit. It'll just be for identification purposes only. Any additional lighting for the parking area will be low-intensity environmental type lighting. We're not making right now any changes to the site, so the Stormwater Management Division is not requiring any additional water quality or detention. Upon a redevelopment of this, we will have, of course, the other departmental comments that includes the deceleration lane with the taper, the voluntary and donation of right-of-way on, well, certainly on Mableton Parkway. I don't know if it's needed on Old Powder Springs Road as well. We've included in here the stipulations that you're used to seeing in terms of minor modifications coming back to the district commissioner. As I stated from the beginning, there is absolutely no present entitlement to utilize this building unless IGBO or some entity of that fashion comes back to use it for an assembly hall, and we simply don't see that in the offings. So with all that being said, and with me having 18 seconds left, and not trying to spread it out to complete the totality of 18 seconds, now 13, but we do respectfully request that you follow your staff's recommendation for approval, and that you as a planning commission recommend to the Board of Commissioners that this application be approved as presented to you today, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Now we're
sir.
ready to hear from the opposition.
Good morning. My name is Robin Meyer, and I chair the Zoning Committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. And I'm here today to ask you to deny this application. I understand the point Mr. Sams makes, but, and I'm trying to think about the information that I just learned, as you just learned, about the new ownership for the southern part of this property. But I think as we look at this property from the community standpoint, you'll see the problems that we see. First of all, as will become the center point of the discussion here, this property, this zoning application, is for property that's owned by two different entities. The current zoning assumes one entity. The current zoning from the 2019 approved site plan has parking that handles that 15,000 square foot building. This new application splits the building from its parking and attempts to replace it with parking around the 15,000 square foot building and the parking easement with the church. So we got here, much as Mr. Sams described, with a zoning for the EBO Union in 2018. It was a zoning that we worked on for quite some time and that we finally got comfortable with because of the parking provided by the property, the southern part of the property. And you'll see a very detailed site plan for that parking lot here. That very detailed site plan provides a buffer to the adjacent residential properties. And even though you see on the future land use map, on the GIS map, a lot of commercial activity to the west of this property, the two adjacent properties are residentially used. They may have other zoning, but families live there. There is a daycare center one parcel away, a very small daycare center. So essentially, this property backs up to residential uses, and that buffer is very important. The application that you have before you does not require the southern property to remain available for parking. It could be anything. It assumes that it will be developed commercially within the NRC zoning category for a wide range of uses. The 55 parking spaces that are required are not available for this building. There are 51 shown on the site plan, but we do not believe that they're actually feasible. The ones along Mableton Parkway are likely to be displaced eventually by a wider trail. The westernmost spaces should have a buffer to the residential use, should be where the buffer is for the residential uses. There are an unknown number of spaces that are infeasible because this property has loading docks. We don't know exactly where they are. We don't have access to the property, but they were very much a topic in the 2018 zoning application. There needs to be a dumpster here. There's no dumpster on this site plan. There's no dumpster enclosure on this site plan. More parking spaces will be lost to that. And the parallel parking spaces along the sides of the building seem especially infeasible, given that truck traffic will need to circulate this building. This is a 15,000 square foot building. It may be a furniture store, but furniture is not delivered in small UPS trucks. This will have potentially 18-wheeler truck traffic. The parking easement that is in place for this property actually hurts both properties. It means that neither property can claim the right to use its own parking all the time. So long as the property next door remains a church, and so long as they operate only on Saturday nights, then it's not quite so bad, except unless the retail also operates on Saturday nights. If the church grows, and it sounds as if they must be planning to do so, then perhaps they'll also have weddings on Saturday afternoons or funerals on Friday morning, prime retail hours. The reality is that parking is at the center of this application. We had this slide represents the residential uses adjacent to this property, and is the basis for our request that the property along Powder Springs Road, Old Powder Springs Road, be rezoned to a residential category because it's essentially part of the neighborhood. There were houses on this property when it was rezoned in 2018. They were demolished because the Ebo Union had let them deteriorate during their ownership, and because it was eventually going to become a parking lot. It's now, given this information about the change in ownership of the property, a little confusing as to how to think about this property. However, given the fact that the church and 5912 Mapleton Parkway have a relationship through the parking easement that exists, I understand from speaking with Mr. Sams previously that the church bought its property from the owner of 5912 Mapleton Parkway, then perhaps with this new transfer to the church, there can be something worked out for parking for 5912 Mapleton Parkway. That was our immediate ask when we saw this application is, can't you buy a little bit of this property from the Ebo Union to provide the parking that's needed for 5912? The answer was no, that's not feasible, but perhaps now there is a solution available for the parking. We don't know. This is all brand new information. I want to focus on what we've lost if this 2018 application is approved. We've lost the promise of renovation of this very unattractive building. Even that rusted out pole sign, which the community has been looking at for at least 4 years, will remain. The buffers for the residential homes, for the single-family homes behind this property will be lost. The parking that was to be attached to this 15,000 square foot building will be lost. And some very unattractive uses will be available here. Although the applicant included some prohibited uses in their stipulation letter, they did not prohibit dollar stores, auto-related uses, and thrift stores. 3 things that we have more than plenty of in Mapleton. So for these reasons, I came today to ask you to recommend denial of this application. I leave it to you whether a denial is the best approach, whether there is a path to the southern portion of this property being site planned to provide some parking for the 5912 building. But at any rate, the bottom line here is that 15,000 square feet of commercial space needs more than 24 parking spaces, which is as little as could be left once reality strikes on that, as far as those parking spaces that are drawn in on the application. So with that, I thank you for your time, and thank you for your serious consideration.
Thank you very much, and that closes the public comment portion of the meeting. And now to lead the board's deliberation, the District 4 Planning Commissioner.
Thank you. Good. Helps if I would turn on my microphone. Thank you, Chairman Boulogne. I guess I want to start with a couple of questions of staff. I know we got the applicants, or the representative of the applicants' stipulation letter, I think July 26th. I'm just curious if staff has had an opportunity to review the stipulation letter. Does it change your initial recommendation with respect to what's been presented today? That was a question.
Commissioner Hughes, the stipulation letter that Mr. Sam submitted on July 26th does not change our recommendation. It's still a recommendation to delete it to NRC.
Okay. And then if we could put back, I think there was a exhibit that showed parking. The opposition had one that highlighted some of the questionable parking areas. I wonder if we could put that back up. Go back, yeah. Keep going. There, that one. So, question, I think for Amy Diaz, just with respect to one of the things that was highlighted, and in particular, the parking spaces that are showing on Mableton Parkway. And
Amy Diaz, DOT.
thank you. I think one of the comments alluded to whether or not those were really actual parking spaces, given, I guess, plans for a 10-foot multi-purpose trail along Mableton Parkway. Can you speak to that? Is that a funded project? Is that moving forward?
That is a funded project. That's actually currently something that they have to coordinate with as part of this application.
So it's possible that those lots could be, what's showing as parking could be impacted by that?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Just overall, just the circulation, vehicular circulation around the building there, it looks like a challenge just based on what's.
Yes, I agree with the Mableton Improvement Coalition that those parallel spaces next to the truck access lane are going to be challenging. It's all internal, so it's not a DOT issue, but I do agree.
Okay, all right, thank you, appreciate it. John, the other question, I'm sorry to be jumping around, the lots that are showing on the west side of this property, is there a buffer requirement? Would there be a buffer requirement for, landscape buffer requirement for those?
Let me pull up my GIS map real quick. Okay, the lots to the west, there's one lot zoned R20, and the other lot is zoned planned shopping center. So there would be a landscape buffer adjacent to the R20 zone property.
Is that a 10-foot, 20-foot buffer?
For NRC, it's a 20-foot.
Okay. So there's a potential for losing spaces there as well?
Correct.
Okay. And have y'all determined what the minimum number of parking spaces are?
I believe it's 40.
40. Okay. And it's already been noted that the site plan is not showing where the dumpster would be located either, with likely resulting in another space or two being lost.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Those are all the questions I have at the moment.
Any other planning commissioners have any questions of anyone? Okay. The commissioner at large.
Let me ask this question of the applicant. Garvin, if you could come up. In the stipulation letter, number 4, you guys listed just about everything that it wouldn't be, and so thank you for giving us that overview of what wouldn't be allowed there. But we heard from the opposition around auto stores and auto parts stores, and that has come up before this body a few times as we've debated auto parts stores in this area. Was that considered as something that could be added to the stipulation letter? It was not in there, but was that omitted on purpose, or what are your thoughts there from an applicant standpoint?
No, it wasn't omitted on purpose. It was given some thought and consideration. If you want to do away with auto repair facilities, then we're fine with that. A convenience store with gas sales is just not a big enough tract to have that. You need an acre and a half for that. If it came down to an auto zone, it's not big enough for that, or a Valvoline or a Pep Boys. It doesn't lend itself to that. So we can delete. I mean, assuming it's going in the direction of approval, then we can delete it. Otherwise, we'd like to keep that latitude. I mean, Mr. Norwood's done a great job beating the bushes to find someone that wants to use that. We think it's a furniture company, but we can add that to the disallowed list.
Well, sorry, I'll turn my mic on. Well, that was just one question, so I
Yes, sir.
think you answered it, and thanks
Yes,
for
sir.
that. If it is indeed leaning towards a furniture store, it begs the question, also brought up by opposition, around delivery of said furniture to that store, and have we thought about how that would work, given the structure and given what you've outlined as parking?
Well, the good thing about this, and I don't want to take issue with Ms. Robin Meyer, because she's going to be hopefully assisting me on the next one, but the fact of the matter is, the declaration of covenants, the reciprocal easement agreement was done in anticipation of the total utilization of these properties and their interplay in terms of interior maneuverability. So notwithstanding what we show as parallel parking, we can do away with that and still have, under that 2009 agreement, still have more than sufficient parking. Right now, we are showing, just as marked spaces, 42. We're required to have 40. We've got the requisite amount of handicaps, but we can shift those around. And looking at the zoning, Mark, I don't want to, not Mark, that'd been 10 years ago. John, I don't want to take issue with you either, but it looks like the properties to the west are zone PSC. Do you have them as R20?
There's a little corner of R20.
Is there? Okay, okay. Well, so I think we can be creative enough not to lose the parking in the back. If we lost it on the side, maneuverability wouldn't be a problem, in that we've got total ability. And I attached that REA to the stip letter. Not that you want to read an 18-page REA, but it gives us full latitude. Mr. Norwood, in anticipation of he's buying properties, he's giving people security interest. The last thing he wants to do is kill his ability to be able to take these and utilize them under a situation where the original owners just simply hadn't been able to perform. So we have enough, and we can tweak, revise, modify the parking between now and the BOC to eliminate the 3 or 4 questionable parking spaces that are there. But the parking, the RA does not state what Ms. Meyer stated it does. It gives Mr. Norwood full authority to move things around as he wishes, notwithstanding the comings and goings of tenants. And yes, that church is a Saturday night church. That's part of their protocol.
Yeah, thank you. One follow-up question. Could you just further explain, I saw this in the stip letter as well as in the presentation, but could you just clarify, as far as the EBO union and their vested interest and still in the property?
Yes, sir. They own, the top piece you see with the building on it is owned by Mr. Norwood, the corporation with a bunch of numbers in it. The balance of the tracks on the west and then sliding back down towards Middleton Parkway are owned by IGBO. My understanding from talking with Mr. Norwood, and I haven't seen deeds, I haven't looked in the deed records, is that those 3 parcels have now been sold to the church. And so I don't know what their plans are for them. With the building they've got, they don't need parking, but I'm assuming, this is speculative because I don't know, that they plan to expand.
And that it expand, you think, by building or by parking spaces?
I think by building. I think they've got more than sufficient parking commensurate with their congregation, so it would have to be something that was along the same lines of the actual buildings that they had.
Okay, but just speculative at this point?
From my part, it is, yes, sir.
Yep, got it. All right, those are my questions.
Anyone else with questions for the applicant?
I'm just trying to understand how the sale of these properties impacts us. So if there's an agreement with the church for parking, right?
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that going to travel with the land? Or is that specific only an agreement between this owner and the church property owner?
It travels with the land, and it, believe me, was drafted, as you've got it in front of you, to Mr. Norwood's benefit as a continuing property owner.
Anything else? Okay, a couple more and follow up. You were indicating that you didn't have a problem restricting this so it couldn't be an auto parts store or an auto type of store of any respect. The other 2 things specifically mentioned were dollar stores and thrift stores. Any problems there?
if that includes goodwill and things that really give back to the community and are nicely run shops, yeah, it kind of is offensive to not allow, to me it is, to not allow that type of store within this area. It's within every other jurisdiction. If you mean thrift stores or flea markets, nobody wants to see that. And if you could get more specific, I guess you can't get more specific than Dollar General stores or Dollar Trees. So, yeah, we'll do away with those, but if it's a Goodwill or something substantive like that, we'd sure like the ability to.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your exploring those further limitations. And you mentioned restrictions we previously imposed upon you, or the Board of Commissioners did. Which particular restrictions are problematic or most problematic at this point?
The totality of the property has to be utilized specifically for the use of IGBO and for the purposes of an assembly hall, specifically tied to the 15,000 square foot building, and specifically tied to a whole set of fire prevention, life safety criteria in terms of sprinkling, the number and positioning of tables, the instruction rooms, the offices, the total breakdown, the floor plan that the fire department looked at. And I won't say it was a hard task, because it's certainly, that impugns fire, and I don't mean to do that, but it's complicated when you're trying to fix a building to accommodate a heck of a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we were doing, and that's what we got approved. And I think it made it all the way through plan review. They just never broke ground.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you. Go ahead.
So for this particular zoning then, are we including, so using the diagram on the screen at the moment, are we including parcels 2, 3, and 4, or are they deleted from the zoning?
I gave you not that I can give or take anything away. I'm providing you with the choice of extracting those 3 pieces from the totality of this application, or approving them and zoning them residential as Ms. Meyer wants, or zoning them NRC with them to come back to the Board of Commissioners. Obviously, you don't want to zone it if it doesn't have a plan.
Right, but, I mean, you've said that Mr. Norwood no longer owns them.
IGB owns the 3 parcels. That's correct. But we have the obviously the signature of the property owner when we file the application, so we still have their continued cooperation. I've been given that alternative.
You have the signatures of who for this zoning application?
I'm sorry.
You just mentioned something about you have the signatures.
Sure. When we filed the application, IGBO and Mr. Norwood signed it because they're the property owners.
Okay, but they don't, but the 3 lots aren't owned by them now, right?
I thought you said, yeah, the church bought the...
I know, they don't now, but they did when it was filed. So this action's at play, and they've made no attempt to try to extricate those 3 parcels. I'm happy to take it out.
Okay.
Just seems like it's to the church's advantage to leave it in, but it's properly advertised.
I guess I would have a question now. Is the application valid if it's not now owned by the party that actually submitted the original rezoning application?
Well, I would say it is, but I don't want to supplant I don't want to supplant the decision.
We'll take your written indemnity and opinion. Do you have a position?
You have a position,
Counsel?
Not without some further research. I mean, you know, we often have applicants who are prospective purchasers of properties. I don't think that precludes it, but to have a change of ownership during a application period could warrant some additional questions or notification.
Yeah, I think the code's pretty clear that the applicant need not be the existing fee simple owner or an existing leasehold interest either, although the former county attorney may have some thoughts on that. It's back to you, Commissioner.
Thank you. That's a question I think I'd like to have some more research done on before I feel comfortable being in a position to make a recommendation to this body and then ultimately move it on to the Board of Commissioners. In addition, I'm still not quite clear on the parking situation and would like to better understand I think I counted up at least 16 spaces that are potentially impacted by the 10-foot multi-purpose trail along the front of the property. And the other property on the west side, we know now that there's a landscape buffer requirement there, so we're potentially losing 16 spaces there. And just the overall circulation, if we're talking delivery trucks, how that's actually going to work. So with that, my recommendation to this board would be that we continue this, or hold. Yes. Hold this for another 30 days and give staff an opportunity to conduct the research with respect to the change in ownership during this period.
Okay, we have a motion. Any second?
Second.
Any comment or discussion? Okay, call the question. Okay, the motion is it continue or hold, council?
Motion to hold.
Motion to hold is approved by a vote of 5-0. We'll hear it again next month, and in the meantime, it sounds like we've provided more work to the county attorney's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone need a break? Next. That was a local question. Okay, call the next case.
Rezoning case Z27 of 2021, KCG Development LLC, request rezoning from R20 to RM12 for a residential multifamily in land lot 54 in the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of Smyrna Powder Springs Road, west of Harris Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z27? Please raise your hands. Let the record show there's 31 people here in opposition to rezoning case Z27. All those folks wanting to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Okay, council, we're ready.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commission members. My name is Ellen Smith. I'm with Parker Poe. I have the pleasure of representing KCG Development today. Joining me today is Mo McCrae. She's the development manager for KCG, and we appreciate your time. I won't be as efficient as some, but hopefully at least as efficient as Mr. Sams just was. So that's my goal. And for the benefit of those of you who were not here on June 1st when this was first heard, Mr. Hughes and Mr. Wainwright, just a little bit of background regarding this property. What you see on the map above is the tax parcel map. The property is highlighted. This property is at 675 Smyrna Powder Springs Road. It is immediately adjacent to Burnby Elementary School to the west, and then to Milford Park. And so as you move from Hicks Road and the intersection of Smyrna Powder Springs east, you have the park, you have the elementary school, and then you have this approximately 10-acre parcel. It is currently zoned R20. And just to give you an idea of the site plan, the applicant has requested rezoning to RM12 for 119 multifamily residential flats. And this is the site plan. It has not changed since early or late May, early June. The only change that was made was to ensure that there were 2 access points that are shown on the site plan. So there are 6 buildings. Just to give you a little bit more background and idea, as you move from the right-of-way of Smyrna Powder Springs Road south, the topo changes drastically on this property. You also have a stream that is on the eastern side of the property that you can see. To the immediate east is a subdivision that is, I think, R15, and you can see that the stream buffer is providing pretty significant buffering between the single-family residence to the east and this proposed property. I will highlight, only because you heard a ton of variances in your first case, this application has no variances. So this proposed project is being presented to you for rezoning, fully compliant with the RM12 zoning. Just to give you a little more detail, again, the site's almost 10 acres. There's a typo on my slide because I can't read late at night. And instead of 118 units, it's proposed to be 119 units. Four-sided exterior veneer with a minimum of 30% stone or brick veneer on all sides. That gives you a price point and a breakdown of the multifamily bedroom units and a list of community amenities. And just so you see it, this was the initial proposed elevation. Again, as I mentioned, as you move from the right-of-way to the south of the site, the topo drops off significantly. So from the street view, your elevation, while these buildings are proposed to be 3 stories, the view that you will have is really a 2-story product. These are also set back a fair distance from the right-of-way. When this came before you last, there were 3 primary objections from the residents. Those were to the use, right, rental, and that was going to impact property values, crime, and traffic. And I'm going to try to address those for you in terms of your zoning ordinance and comp plan and the criteria that you have to consider and the board has to consider. An analysis of all those reflects that you should approve this application, and I will do my best to overcome those objections. I'm not going to read to you all of your comp plan land use zones goals, but there are sufficient goals and policies in the county's comp plan that support this multifamily project, including compatible distribution of land uses, preserving established suburban residences and communities, which this does. And you can see a couple of the goals, including protecting natural resources, allowing for growth and development. There is going to be significant green space maintained in this plan, including walking trails, including maintaining all stream buffers, including meeting not just the state 25-foot stream buffer setback, but the county's 75-foot, using existing elevation changes to maximize those buffers and provide for a transition. Sorry, there are also land use policies under each of those goals, and I just want to give you a couple of highlights. One of them is to promote a mix of housing design and materials in new residential areas through the rezoning process. This project and why in this location is to provide a transition between the park and the school institutional uses to the west as you travel down the road to this property, then providing a significant buffer on the eastern side of the property line before you reach single family. So it is an appropriate transition. One of the objections that we heard was to property values. And with respect, what I would say to you is that the key components of property values are attractive design, including material, including the aesthetic, high quality construction, and property management. KCG has a proven track record, not only in the state of Georgia, but throughout the Southeast. They provide a stabilizing effect on neighborhoods where they promote multifamily. They're a longtime developer and holder. They are not a flipper of property. And with respect, their presented aesthetic is high quality and would maintain property values. And I'm sure you're going to hear more about that. But just to also give you this bit, our neighbors quoted us the last time that they don't need any more rental housing in the area, that there's 48 or 58% of rental housing in this zip code. And with all due respect to them, I don't know where those numbers came from. This gives you from not only USPS, but also CoStar, that of this zip code, it's between 16% and 34% of this zip code is rental. I also would just urge you, especially in light of what the Board of Commissioners has heard over the past couple of weeks, and in fact year, that housing needs are substantial in the county. And they are substantial for not just a range of rental versus ownership. They are substantial in terms of what those rental rates are. We are proposing this to be workforce housing, meaning that of the applications that have come before you in the last 90 days, that will come before you immediately after lunch, and immediately after this application is another application in the same district for RM12, and it is for rent rates that are going skyrocketing, that are going nuts. The proposed rent rates for this project will meet the missing middle class. It will provide housing for these kinds of workers. They have to meet a 60% AMI, which is one person living here in this project has to have a median income of $51,000. Teachers, electricians, you can see the list, the number of folks that need housing in our community at these rent rates. And the Board of Commissioners just last week heard from a number of residents with respect to the moratorium, eviction moratorium that is lifting, right? That housing is a significant need. And with respect, I would also say to you that workforce housing results not in a decrease of property value, but an increase of property value. There are any number of studies that show where there is a mix of income earners in an area and in a community, your property values increase. And I'm happy to give you more of that analysis, but not to give you analysis paralysis, to give you this idea. This is a picture of the house that is currently on the property. And with respect, I would tell you that it is dilapidated and that the goal should be to provide safe housing, to provide residents with an opportunity to live in healthy housing that has convenient access to jobs, goods, and services to meet daily needs. That's in your comprehensive plan, and this project does just that. Resident selection criteria include a criminal background check. It includes at least one member, has to be employed for at least 12 months with verifiable income. Those are resident selection plans that KCG mandates, but also that DCA mandates. KCG has been under contract to buy this property since 2019. They are invested in this area, and they are looking to provide workforce housing for folks in this area. Just quickly, because I'm going to run out of time, not Mr. Sams with 13 seconds left, but with 30, to give you an idea that turning this current piece of property, which has dilapidated housing on it, which is more of a crime risk than having a vibrant community on it, provides an investment in the community. And just to give you an idea of the economic impact, it's more than $30 million over a 10-year period. That includes tax revenue increase for the county of $2.1 million. All of that to say, I respectfully request your approval of this application. Happy to answer any questions you may have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. For the opposition, please.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Dillman, a 17-year resident of the Flowery Branch neighborhood. I'm speaking today on behalf of Smyrna Powder Springs Road Neighbors, a group of neighborhood and homeowners that live in the neighborhoods within half-a-mile radius of the proposed apartment complex. As of this morning, more than 137 of these neighbors have signed a petition in opposition to Z27 that has been provided to the clerk. Z27 is attempting to get Cobb County to approve putting high-density rental housing in the middle of a stable, desirable, low-density residential community. This community has a very high percentage of owner-occupied homes. In fact, Flowery Branch prohibits any rental properties in our neighborhood. Z27 would set a precedent for redevelopment all along Smyrna Powder Springs Road and beyond to high-density residential. Z27 would destabilize the existing low-density residential land use. It would destabilize our community, and it would hurt our property values. Staff recommends denial. Staff clearly states that Z27 proposes a use that is not appropriate in the area where the consistent land use is low-density residential. Staff says that the proposed land use would adversely impact the existing use of nearby properties, and that the proposed use is out of character with the nearby low-density residential uses. Staff also states that Z27, quote, is not in conformity with the policies and intent of the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan, unquote. Let me repeat that. Staff states that Z27 is not in conformity with the policies and intent of the Cobb County Comprehensive Plan. The applicant suggests that all types of housing should be allowed in every low-density residential community throughout Cobb County. That is not what the land use plan says. The land use plan says that within Cobb County as a whole, there needs to be separate and appropriate places for each housing type. The land use plan does not support spot zoning high-density residential housing into low-density single-family communities. Furthermore, the land use plan clearly calls for protecting and maintaining the character of existing residential neighborhoods. It recommends against allowing incompatible uses to encroach into existing neighborhoods. Based on the guidance of the land use plan, staff correctly states that Z27 proposes an incompatible use that would adversely impact our low-density community. The applicant claims that Z27 would be a transition between a public institutional use and our low-density residential neighborhoods. The applicant makes Bernie Elementary School sound like a maximum security federal prison. Bernie Elementary School is a neighborhood school. Neighborhood schools are recognized as an appropriate, desirable, compatible use within the local neighborhoods they serve. We do not need an incompatible, damaging transition from a use that is already a compatible and desirable part of our community. We also object to the applicant's mischaracterization in their last presentation of Christ Angelica Church as, quote, a commercial warehouse building that may be used as a church, unquote. This newly built church, with an appraised value of $850,000, is another compatible and desirable member of our community. Another concern is the applicant's traffic study that says that Z27 will add 647 car trips per day to Smyrna Powder Springs Road. At some intersections, the traffic study shows that Z27 would make LOS levels worse. Existing operations at several intersections have ratings of LOS-F, meaning that traffic at those intersections already exceeds capacity. Any additional traffic added to those intersections will significantly increase traffic delays in our area. Furthermore, there are 8 endangered species that inhabit this property. Any development of this property should be environmentally sensitive to try to protect these endangered species. Our community consists of R20 and R15 neighborhoods. Our community is not blighted nor deteriorating. We have attractive, quiet, stable neighborhoods that have been appreciating in value. Since we have a lot of R15 in the area, we have no objection to this property being developed as R15. Furthermore, because of the endangered species, it would be appropriate for development to be at an overall compatible density with our homes, but developed as OSC to maximize green space and preserve a habitat for the endangered species. The applicant talks about highest and best use. Unfortunately, Z27 proposes highest and worst use. Furthermore, the state of Georgia does not require highest use. Instead, the state of Georgia requires reasonable use. R15 would clearly be a reasonable use. Therefore, rather than ask for denial, we ask Cobb County to delete this property to R15 OSC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else for the opposition? Yes.
I work with children, so if you're okay, I'm going to keep my mask on, just with the Delta variant. I want to make sure I keep my students safe. My name is Amy Campos. I'm an 18-year resident of Favor Pines Court, and this woods is my backyard. My husband and I bought our house 18 years ago, And from talking to our other residents as well as myself, there are at least 8 endangered species, as well as many protected species that live on this land. One is the bog turtle, and it is critically endangered. Another is the red cockeyed woodpecker, and it is a keystone species. Any development on this land must adhere to state and federal ESA and WSA laws and obtain the necessary permits. I am reinforcing the request for Cobb County to delete this property to R15 OSC. And I will add, as working for Cobb County Schools for more than a decade, we had teachers on that list. Well, there's 2 teachers and 1 Department of Transportation that live on my street. One of them, and obviously I'm away from my students to be here because this was postponed. The other 2, they're with their students, and that's why they're not here today. And I do think that their voices should be heard and counted.
Thank you. Anyone else for the opposition?
I believe it's still morning time. Good morning. Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as a result in the impact on enrollment of schools already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for the opposition?
My name is Alan Rohde. I'm a 6-year member of the Osborne-Milford Stakeholders Group, and also a member of the Osborne-Milford Civic Association that we're newly starting up in the community. This is a 2017 ULI study that was done for the area. It shows that in the purple area that we have 39% ownership properties in this community. And the recommendation of the 2017 ULI study, in order to stabilize our community, we need more ownership housing. And it will help with the transient population. As you are probably aware, Osborne High School came very close to losing its status and almost got taken over by the state. We've since rebuilt it. Adjacent to Osborne High School, we have 65 acres of garden-style apartments that were built in 1972 approximately. Those contribute to gangs in the area and graffiti signs on the markings. I personally clean off the graffiti signs. My neighbor, John Williams, worked with Dr. Mileto at the school prior to Josh Morial to get rid of gangs in the community. The high amount of renter property in single-family homes and the high amount of garden-style apartments is a problem for our area. It influences crime. We regularly have gentlemen, young adults riding down the road, wheeling on motorcycles without proper tags, riding four-wheelers. On June 4th, in the neighborhood behind this proposed development, we had a drive-by shooting, bang, bang, bang. It was caught on a ring directly behind there. We had the state record meth bust on Church Road. We are not a stable community. We are a community that is coming out and is transitioning into a stable community. The 65 acres of garden-style apartments, if you look at the recent sale price, the land to redevelop that would be $1.3 million an acre. The land that is offered for this development was offered at $125,000 an acre. As a real estate broker, garden-style apartment buyers will pay $400,000 to $500,000 an acre. If this project is approved, we will never get rid of crime in our community. It will destabilize our schools, it will influence more gangs, and will cause problems in our community. I recommend that you deny it.
Thank you. All right, that closes the public comment portion of our meeting, and it's back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
They went over about 30 seconds opposition if the applicant.
I'm sorry, certainly. The applicant, you have 30 seconds if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just quickly, because I didn't get to it in my 10 minutes, with respect to the traffic study, with all due respect, I think that was mischaracterized, and Ms. Diaz is certainly here, and so is Mr. Amir, who prepared the traffic study. But the purpose of the traffic study and the results were that this project would result in no change to service levels on any roadways. It would have an insignificant impact on traffic operations at neighboring intersections, and there are still recommended traffic improvements that the applicant agrees to with respect to that. So no negative, but a positive in terms of mitigating the impact by virtue of traffic improvements. Just to give you an idea, AM peak entry is 11 cars. Exit is 30 cars. For school peak exit, because we are next to elementary school, 19 in to the project and 16 out. And PM peak is 32 in or returning home and 20 out. So those experts are here, happy to give you that report, and appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to the District 4 Planning Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I certainly appreciate the opportunity. Met with the applicant through a Zoom call and spent some time with them just going over their proposal. I've also obviously looked at staff's recommendation and note several of the things that the opposition brought up with respect to the area. The site being surrounded by low-density single-family residential uses, staff indicating they're concerned about the density of the proposed multifamily would be out of character with the area, and then the development would exceed the maximum density that's allowed, currently allowed at 2.5. It was interesting characterization of this as a transitional project to the single-family. But when I look at the net density, it's almost 12 units to the acre. I'm not sure I would characterize that as a transition to the single family. I'm sensitive to the rental and housing needs of this community. I'm just wondering if this is the right location to address that. So workforce housing is extremely important to me. And again, I just question whether this is the appropriate location. With that, I'm going to yield and let other commissioners who have comments do that, and I'll be back.
Any other comments before a motion here? No? No? I just want to say I concur in everything I just heard from Commissioner Hughes, and I've looked at this plan, and I really appreciate the plan. I think this developer is interested in providing a lot of things in that complex that could help make it a success, but again, perhaps in a different location. And it certainly sounds like there are perhaps some sites available, and maybe it's something our county should look into. It's beyond the purview of this group. It's something our county should look into, is helping to facilitate transitioning some of those sites and making them available for redevelopment. But with that, I turn it back to you.
Thank you. With that, I am recommending or putting in form of a motion that we deny Z27 2021 as submitted.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second by Commissioner Waybright. Call the question. The motion for denial of Z27 has passed by a vote of 5-0. Thank you. Please call the next case. Why don't we try to dispose of one more beforehand?
Rezoning case Z28 of 2021, Prestwick Development Company, LLC, request a rezoning from R20 and NRC to RM12 for multifamily residential with retail in land lots 31 and 32.
Mr. Chairman, would you ask for decorum for everyone to be quiet, please?
If folks would please make their way out quietly and start their discussions in the hallway rather than here. Folks? I'm not sure that worked, but we tried. All right. Next case.
Rezoning case at Z28 of 2021, Prestwick Development Company LLC, request rezoning from R20 and NRC to RM12 for multifamily residential with retail in land lots 31 and 32 of the 17th district. The property is located on the south side of White Boulevard, on the west side of Floyd Road, at the terminus of Nickajack Road, and at the terminus of Green Valley Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z28? One person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
You get two. Okay, counsel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Garva Sands. I represent Prestwick Development Company concerning this application for rezoning. We have with us today Mr. Chuck Young, who's the head of Prestwick. We also have Mr. Abdul Amir, who is our traffic and transportation engineering expert and has done both the preliminary and the final TIS, traffic impact study for this as well. And in an unusual turn, but in notwithstanding its uniqueness, one that's very appreciated, I'd like to tell you that, first of all, this was heard and held by you last month to give us some instructions to meet with more specificity with members of the Planning Commission and to help your Planning Commission understand better why this is a good development and why the positioning of this is good. So with that being said, I'd like to introduce Robin Meyer. She is the chairman of the Mapleton Improvement Coalition Zoning Committee, and the Mapleton Improvement Coalition are in favor of this, and I'd like to ask Ms. Meyer to speak first, if she will, after the things I said about her time before last.
Good afternoon, despite the fact that we haven't had lunch yet. But my name is Robin Meyer. I'm the chairman of the Mapleton Improvement Coalition Zoning Committee, and it is a very unusual turn for me to find myself in this part of a zoning hearing. But I'm very happy to be here because I think, along with the board of the Mapleton Improvement Coalition and the preponderance of our community, that we believe that this is the right project, the right time, and the right place. And we very much encourage you to approve this application. We concede that it doesn't meet the future land use map the way the map is presently laid out. But the comp plan really just doesn't address the needs of Mapleton's commercial strips like Floyd Road. There isn't really a way under our current future land use map to envision and create a project like this and still meet the map. But it doesn't mean that that's a bad thing. It doesn't mean that that the plan is necessarily wrong or that the project is the wrong project. It just means that our imagination might not have been quite big enough. The FLUM does have this kind of density just a quarter mile away in the Mapleton Town Center, where the form-based code would allow this without us even being here. So I ask you to envision the kind of community that Mapleton wants to be in the future, that we sat ourselves down to imagine 10 years ago with the future land use map and realized that we were just 2 blocks too far south. We need housing like this for all kinds of people, for young professionals, for the new teacher at Floyd Middle School, for the kid that's just graduated from coding school and has got some job I don't understand at a high-tech industry, who wants to be able to walk to a grocery store, walk to takeout, and hop on his bicycle and get to the Silver Comet Trail. We need it for a new medical resident at Cobb Wellstar. We need it for older residents like me who want to downsize and we're ready to ditch the house. We don't really even want to have to own a house. We'd just like to live someplace that we can enjoy ourselves and be able to be in a walkable community. We need this kind of housing so that we can keep this talent in Mableton and bring this talent to Mableton. Right now, if that's the kind of community that you want to live in, you need to move to Smyrna, you need to move to Vinings, you need to move to Atlanta, you need to move here to Marietta, but you can't live in Mableton. That brain drain hurts our community, and this housing would address that. We need consumers for our businesses. We can't count on attracting consumers from a large area. That's called traffic. Nobody's really in favor of that. So let's bring the consumers to the businesses that we already have. The Cumberland area figured that out a while back, and look at the boom that has been created. This plan will have less impact on adjacent single-family homes than the current NRC zoning with its unknown uses. The R20 portion will finally get some buffers, and we think that outweighs the impact of the density. So we appreciate the cooperation with Prestwick, and we encourage you to recommend approval of this application. Thank you.
If I was making closing arguments in court, I would rest on that without saying anything further. But what I'd prefer is that you hear from the head of Prestwick, Mr. Young. So if you could come forward at this time, Chuck, and you've been sworn? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I appreciate you allowing us to speak for a moment here, and really appreciate the collaboration we've had with Mick and with Robin and her group. It's been great, and really appreciate them showing up today in support. Don't want to repeat a lot of the things that we talked about last month. Just want to highlight a couple of quick things and reiterate them a little bit. I do live in the community. I live a couple miles from this site. We did develop Riverview Landing, that's 6 miles away from the site. We know the type of housing, the kind of needs that Robin described. We saw those are the kind of folks that have moved into Riverview Landing. Because it's 6 miles away, it is a different submarket. There's a lot of people in this immediate community that can use the housing. Density is appropriate, in my opinion, in this location. While look, the surrounding commercial development, it does fit really nicely and is consistent with other 3- and 4-story multifamily developments that have been done throughout Metro Atlanta. We talked about the small retail space last time. I just want to reiterate there's a really good opportunity to do some really great, interesting community retail, community-owned retail, businesses owned by local folks in the community that can have a good, affordable place to rent and start their dream of a cool restaurant, sandwich shop, coffee shop, whatever it may be. Question to come up last time about our distance and kind of the buffer between properties. There is 150 feet between our building and the row of single-family homes to the west at the rear of the property. And I believe there's some stipulation about us having a landscape committee with the community, and we're all for that. And that's about it. Happy to answer any questions about the plan more specifically, but just wanted to hit the highlights there. Thank you.
The totality of this project began 4 years ago. This is the conclusion of it with the mixed-use component of what is a mixed-use development. Along the frontage of the property is a bank and a Wendy's. There is a climate-controlled self-service storage facility with some inline retail components to it. So it started out as a mixed-use development. This caps it, this completes it. It has every component for work, live, and play. And with respect specifically to this application, Mr. Young, prior to engaging my services, met with the Mableton Improvement Coalition with the district commissioner, and we've now completed that cycle with meetings with the district planning commissioner, who is now on board as well. We've submitted stipulations and conditions regarding the architectural style and composition of this. We have an RM12 that's immediately to our south. It's a rather old vintage, but nevertheless, it shows some compatibility in terms of transitioning. And I'm not sure how that was ever zone since that piece of property was LDR. But right now, what you're seeing is the totality of it's within a neighborhood activity center. So the discussions that Chuck talks about have continued even after me getting involved with, or especially after me getting involved with it, to bring in the district commissioner. And I know you don't want to hear me throw the district commissioner's name around, but she has an inherent respect for the needs of her communities. And rooftops is one of them. And these aren't high-end, priced out of the market rents. These are very doable rents, and you are losing out, or at least this component, this section, the sub-area of Cobb County, is losing out to Vinings and Smyrna, the Powers Ferry, Terrell Mill core, Cumberland core. And I'm not saying that these are appropriate everywhere, but to complete this, we think from a land use planning perspective, it's entirely appropriate. And I understand classes or staff's position that they have to take to follow the strictures of the future land use map. I get it. I understand it. But sometimes, you know, I guess when it's convenient, or y'all perceive when it's convenient for me to do so, it's a guide. And then other times that I want you to stick and adhere to it blindly. But in this particular case, there are overriding circumstances. And there's a darn good reason why there's nobody here in opposition to this today. Because before this application was filed, or maybe immediately upon it being filed, we submitted, the district commissioner set up a town hall meeting on a Zoom platform that was participated by a lot of folks. And so at the very beginning, before those signs went up on the property, we were able to get the word out. Our stipulations and conditions are very precise, very well crafted in terms of this development. So we do ask that you follow Ms. Meyer's recommendation, and that you, as a planning commission, recommend this application be approved as presented to you today.
Thank you. So I show we went 21 seconds over. So the opposition can have 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Somehow I don't think it might take that.
Before he gets up here, these are all 1 and 2 bedrooms. All right, come on up.
It must have been in opposition.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as a result of an impact on enrollment of one school already over capacity. Thank you.
Thank you. No one else in opposition then? Okay, well, guess what? We're back to District 4. Look forward to Commissioner Hughes leading us.
Thank you, Chairman. I live not very far from this location, so it's been interesting over the years to watch this area grow. In particular, you know, we've got new projects that are coming online in various phases of development. We have Willow Crest Phase 1, Willow Crest Phase 2. I think we have Peacock Park. These are all projects that are in some form of development now at this point. And then just looking at the issue of density, obviously dealing with that with respect to this project, we're talking about 196 units added to that mix. I think for me, what I'd like to hear from Amy Diaz from DOT in terms of when I think density, I think obviously traffic congestion and what types of improvements DOT has planned in the area that will help to mitigate or ameliorate some of those impacts. And so,
Amy Diaz, DOT.
so thank you. So if you could just kind of generally describe some of the planned and perhaps funded transportation projects that are in the immediate vicinity of this site.
Certainly. So there was a 2005 SPLOST project along Floyd Road that did a lot of improvement. There is no current programmed and funded project along Floyd Road at this time.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have at this moment. I'll defer to the other commissioners for comment.
Anyone else with questions of Amy? I do. Stay tuned. In your staff comments, I seem to note that you were concerned about this creating a lot of traffic for some existing streets and some residential areas nearby.
And well, the staff comments about the impact on adjacent streets comes from community development. So we reviewed the traffic study, and there were no improvements required by the traffic study that we identified.
Okay, let me just, so community development are the ones that had the comments about a connection onto Green Valley Road would encourage excess traffic onto surrounding neighborhood streets. The issue would only be exacerbated by the density, which is incongruent with surrounding development. Those aren't your comments?
I don't believe so. There's a section that's DOT comments, and we list them one by one.
Yeah, that's under staff analysis Z28, comment C. But
Yeah, that's.
your traffic study indicates what in regard to the concern about Green Valley Road, if anything?
Our traffic study indicates that most of the traffic will go to Floyd Road, and so we did not identify a concern on Green Valley. The one thing that we did note is the driveway alignment on White Boulevard. Because of the placement of the building, it can't be lined up exactly with the development driveway across the street, but we checked with traffic operations, and because of the type of offset, they're okay with this particular case.
That's all I have of Amy. Anybody else with questions for her? Okay. Michael?
I understand staff's position, obviously, in terms of what's proposed being inconsistent with the county's comprehensive plan. However, I think as I look at this area and look at investments that have taken place with respect to widening Floyd Road, the presence of the 10-foot multi-use trail on the west side of the road, Maple House Amphitheater, the Floyd Road trailhead, I feel this is an opportunity to perhaps revisit or complement what the transition that's occurring in this area. And I'm going to recommend that we approve, or like to recommend or move that we approve the Z28 as submitted.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
And let me just add to that, subject to the zoning stipulation letter dated June 24th, 2021.
Anything about staff comments?
And that all staff comments would apply as well.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Is there any discussion? Yes.
How do we deal with 24 units in a zoning category that says it's a maximum of 12? And what that would do to other potential density in other RM12 districts?
I think, again, going back to the presence of unique features in this area, again, going back to a trailhead, Silver Comet Trail, Maple House Amphitheater, a 10-foot wide multi-use trail in existence, I think distinguish that from other areas of that might be RM12. For me, at least.
Okay.
Any other questions? Or
Is there, and I don't know what was specified, if anything significantly changed for the buffering between the project and the single-family homes to the west? What did they finally land on for a landscape buffer? And
I know the building itself is 150 feet away from the landscape line. I have to pull the site plan back up to take a look at what the buffer was there. I think it was 20 feet, 25 feet. Thank you. 25 feet.
Okay. Yeah, I guess the last point, just, as we look at it.
Thank you.
Amy mentioned that the traffic study says very little traffic would potentially be exiting on the Green Valley. We seem to have two different, already have multiple access points. Unless Green Valley is needed for fire safety, to avoid a situation where we create a precedent of putting denser traffic exiting through low-density neighborhoods, is there potential to at least close the entrance on Green Valley so that we're not exiting? Yeah, I understand that the says we're not going to use very little traffic, but just so we don't create that appearance or precedent for other projects.
If I may respond, Commissioner Wainwright, it was there at the behest of fire prevention, life safety, and DOT, but we can easily make it just an emergency exit or simply do without it. We don't need it for our circulation, both exterior or internally.
Yeah, if we could make that amendment, make that change.
That's fine.
I think that would be a good improvement to the plan.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So let's, Mr. Sams, you said that fire safety did mention that would be a benefit for their access, or?
They like to be able to fight fires from every angle that they can fight it, so they would prefer to be able to get in that way. I can't remember if it was part of the captain's comments or not. He might be better to speak with that, but the overall impression I got at the original applicants meeting was that both DOT and life safety, that is the fire marshal, would like to see it. But if it's an emergency access, they got the Knox box code, they got it anyway.
Then I would say if we just leave it as a emergency access point only, would work then.
I have some questions for the applicant, if I could. Can you just explain to me how it is that folks are going to be deterred from going down this Green Valley Road?
Sure, there'll be if Mr. Wainwright's amendment to the motion is accepted, then they'll be deterred by virtue of the fact that they won't have the code, the universal Knox box code that public safety and fire marshals have, and I don't know if postal has that as well. I don't think so.
Okay, so there'll be a gate there or something?
Be a gate.
Okay. Now, I was reading this morning about things that tend to make higher-rise apartment projects more successful than others. Outdoor spaces for children to play, would that be present in this?
No, sir.
No? Is this adult only, or would you remind me?
I'm sorry, what?
Was this an adult-only project, or?
I'm sorry.
Is this a 55 and over
No, sir.
project?
No, sir. It is not age restricted.
So children could live here, right?
Sure. Yes.
But there's no place to play in the plan, right?
No, there's required open space. This is a Class A highly amenitized, but is there a tot lot? Are there activities that are geared towards children? No, there's not, and that's the reason there's not just a paucity of 3 bedrooms. There are no 3 bedrooms. These are studios, 1s and 2s, targeting that specific demographic that Mr. Hughes, Ms. Meyer, and others says we may be losing.
Okay. Are there any adult exterior play spaces or sports spaces at all?
Oh, sure. There's a pool in the clubhouse.
Clubhouse?
Yes, sir.
What else, if anything?
Yes, sir. The pool, the clubhouse. Chuck, you want to just let the owner know?
Yeah, dog park.
Respond to a little more specificity. Thank you.
Sure, so we have, not technically exterior, but we do have the retail, which will be a main gathering point. We have the clubhouse, we have a fitness center, we have a pool, we have a dog park, which is, and a dog wash station, interior condition, full amenities to groom your dog and everything. So that, a lot of the projects we worked on recently, those are the main amenities where people gather and how that kind of community's put together. And the whole thing's walkable too, so there's plenty of just social interaction is going to take place. Bike racks, benches, all that kind of stuff is all throughout the community.
Any workout room?
Yes.
Indoor. What's the size?
I believe it is 1,800 square feet.
Okay. So in addition to that, what other, if any, indoor community spaces are there?
There's a leasing office, there is one club room that overlooks the pool, also roughly 1,800 square feet. The fitness center, and everything else is just internal circulation and units inside the buildings.
Those are all the questions I had of the applicant.
Thank you.
We do have a motion already on the floor. We had a request for an amendment, which
Was
It was
accepted.
indicated was accepted. The second still apply? Does the second still apply? Whoever had the second? Who had the second? Deborah. Okay, is there any other discussion at this time at all? Go ahead and call the question. Okay, that matter passes by a vote of, the motion passes by a vote of 4-1 for approval of the rezoning request.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For a recommendation for approval of the rezoning request. I keep acting like we're a board, the Board of Commissioners, we're not. All right. With that, should we adjourn for lunch at this time? Notwithstanding the fact we asked somebody to be here
1 o'clock.
all morning. Entertain discussion, thoughts of my fellow board members as to what we should do here.
If someone has sat here all
Okay.
morning, I think we should hear them.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and call the case up, and if maybe somebody could contact our eatery and make sure they don't lock us out. Thanks.
Okay, rezoning case Z38 of 2021, Windsong Properties, request rezoning from R30 to RSL for residential senior living, which is non-supportive residential, and then lots 179 and 180 of the 20th District. Property is located on the south side of Ellis Road, on the east side of Mac Dobbs Road, southeast of the intersection of Ellis Road and Mac Dobbs Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z38? 3. Okay, let the record show there's 3 people here in opposition to rezoning case Z38. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Get some weight on this one.
Thank you.
Okay, for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff here in Marietta. I have with me today, and I'm lucky to, unfortunately, be representing Windsong Properties concerning this application for rezoning. Mr. Mark Caruth, well, he was here. He had a doctor's appointment. This particular doctor is kind of hard to get in to see, so he's not here. But he promised he'd be watching it on YouTube, and if I make a mistake, he'll let me know it immediately. My phone's turned off, however, for that reason. We also have today Mr. Abdul Amir, who seems to be the engineer of the moment, but certainly the best in the business, and he is our traffic and transportation expert, who not only has looked at this particular set of circumstances regarding trip generations, levels of service, but we've also gone back after you've gone through the scoping phase and the other iterations of the traffic analysis on this to look at 2 other subdivisions south of this that Windsong also did. They're located on Stylesboro Road, one, of course, being Encore and the other one being Serenade, just to get an idea and to have a cross-check or a safeguard, if you will, in terms of the data that was achieved by virtue of the counts and the other analysis which he and his staff accomplished. This proposal is to rezone the property that you're seeing here. We've got a black and white, a technical plan that's also a part of your handout. As you can see, the color one has a little more eyewash and might be easier to differentiate. But this is for the construction and development, and this is age-restricted, single-family, detached residential community consisting of a total number of 82 homes at 2.49 units per acre, consistent with your staff's recommendation. We start out with more homes, and a mistake in the calculation of density, but now the density is where staff wants it, or certainly at it. The densities have been calculated in accordance with the procedures set forth in the ordinance as well. This is consistent with your future land use map. It's consistent with your comprehensive land use plan. But let me tell you, since this is a whole case, what we've done since we were here last, because that's really what I'm restricted to, and I know you'd like to all get to lunch. But a few of the things we've done, we filed our second revised stipulation letter on July the 26th, which was the Monday of your Planning Commission work session, and certainly 3 days before the deadline is due. So we've got a revised stip letter. We've revised the site plan to ensure appropriate site distance on both McDobbs and on Ellis Road. Could we go back to the color one again? And we've got those. I mean, you might look at it and just say from a layman's perspective, how could you not? But there are dips in the road. There's topo contour changes, but we do have site distance on both. Also, you can see we've eliminated the emergency access where the cul-de-sac is at the southernmost point of our property on McDobbs Road, and we've cul-de-sac that in response to requests from staff, DOT, and others that we put in a right-in, right-out point of ingress and egress on Ellis Road, which you can see there. It is not gated. It's a full access except for the turning movements related to that. Also, we submitted, and this was a specific request, and I'm not sure which planning commissioner it came from, but there was a request, Mr. Chairman, I think it may have been you, that we go ahead and do a grading plan, which typically is a function of plan review, and you do that after the entitlement is secure. But we have submitted a grading plan. It's a part of the package that I've handed out and distributed to you, and it shows the grading, the contours, the potential construction of walls in certain areas, and other developmental issues that we've encountered and which have arisen during the course of this application. We've also increased open space. This is a 37.3 acre tract. Open space has been increased by an additional acre to 17.6 acres of open space. And as I mentioned to you, we've done that comparative analysis and traffic generation between Encore and Serenade. As of this past weekend, we provided you with landscaping profiles, not just of the subdivision itself, but also the contours with respect to berming and specificity regarding landscaping along both of our frontages, because one of the things that a couple of you have commented on were the way that the subdivisions that others that Windsong have done, particularly Serenade, have just a distinctive feature about the manner in which they're not hidden, but they're complemented aesthetically with indigenous and appropriate landscaping. And of course, we're happy for that landscape plan to come back to the district commissioner for review and approval. This was originally scheduled to be heard in June, but we weren't finished, Mr. Amir, and not because of his lack of diligence, but we weren't finished with the traffic report, and so we asked that it be continued at that time. We were, of course, heard, considered, and held by you last month. The density is concurrent or coexists with other rezoning classifications in the area. There's districts of R20, there's R15, there's R30, there's a PRD. A preponderance of them are low-density residential. Future land use map is 1 to 2.5 units per acre. Our latest site plan, as I mentioned, is July the 26th. But I've told you what we've done in reliance upon that in terms of the fact that the homes haven't changed, still the same price point, still the same size. We meet the impervious surface, or we do not exceed the 55% impervious surface. We're creating a mandatory HOA to be responsible for the upkeep and maintenance of all roads, rights of way. Of course, as you can see, we have a clubhouse and a pool right there, or clubhouse and recreation area right there by the pond, the lake. It's a beautiful piece of property. We're utilizing that jewel right in the northern central portion of the property, partly for aesthetics. There'll be a walking trail around it, of course, not encroaching in the 25-foot state-mandated undisturbed buffer. And certainly, it's not going to be impervious type situation. But nevertheless, in addition to the aesthetic purposes of the pond, we're able to utilize it for purposes of water quality or certainly detention. And as you can see by this site plan, we've got a number of detention areas. It sits prominently on a hill, or certainly seems to have some prominence in certain places in terms of contours. So you can see throughout the plan, or the site plan, the revised site plan, we have strategically positioned points of detention and water quality. You may or may not know this, and I suspect you do, but state law went into effect on January 1 that says we can't just release water from this property over a longer period of time and less concentrated flows. We actually have to reduce the runoff. It's a new law. So in addition to controlling the periods of time within which water is released from the property and the multiplicity of detention ponds and water quality areas to control that, we will be eliminating a good bit of the water, or reducing a good bit of the water that naturally flows from the site now. You've got a handout that is probably, and maybe unfortunately, a little more prolific than it should be, but I wanted to make sure you got all the berming and landscaping sections in there, as well as the other information in terms of the absolutely stunning architecture, both inside and out. And Windsong is noted for that, and is consistent from development to development, from community to community. We've already got, and I know I don't mean to sound like I'm counting my chickens before they hatch, but we've got a waiting list already for this, as most Windsong properties ends up having. There is a need for senior-related housing, and that's something I'm going to be able to say in just about every submarket in Cobb County, at least for the next 10 years, to accommodate the people my age and even younger and older. We've agreed to all of the mandates set forth by the Stormwater Management Division. We have, as I mentioned, Abdul Amir here. He can talk about traffic considerations, because we studied or looked at studying 7 or 8 different nearby intersections, and then we we asked Amy and her staff what needs most to be concentrated on, and so that's what Mr. Amir did. And the only other thing I can think of that the site plan doesn't show, and maybe should, is a 10-foot no access easement around the perimeter of the property, except with respect to our proposed points of ingress and egress. We're not asking for any variances, and Mr. Waybright was entirely correct. There's very few examples you can see where you have less than 15 feet between homes, and what that does, that gives us an ability to create more open space, which we have done. We've agreed to construction hours, the fire department comments and recommendations, and maybe a forgotten component, and I don't want her to be forgotten, and that's Sherry George with the Georgia Native Plant Society. She looks at all these zonings throughout the county, throughout all the cities in the county, and in Cherokee County and through all its cities, and what they're trying to do is a plant rescue at some point, as long as it doesn't interfere with the development of the property. It's a beautiful piece of property. We're happy to give her that opportunity. So with staff's recommendation, with comp plan recommendation, and your future land use map, we do ask that you follow your staff's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. For the opposition, please.
Thank you again for your time today. My name is Sharon Cobb, and my family and I have resided in the Butler Creek subdivision on McDobbs Road since 1993. I continue to represent my family as residents impacted within 1,000 feet of the proposed Windsong development, the Butler Creek homeowners in the capacity of president of our HOA, single-family homeowners on Ellis and McDobbs, and subdivision residents in Kenyon Farms, Tamarack Falls, Signal Point, Chandler Ridge, and Kings Row. All are located with homes less than 0.2 miles from the proposed development. The early head count in opposition to the proposed development taken prior to this meeting was 30, and there are 3 currently in attendance which are opposed to the development. Many of the concerned homeowners could not attend today due to the time of day of this meeting, and they've been emailing Mr. Beloin and Ms. Gambrill their concerns in opposition to the current revised proposal. In addition, petitions have been provided with over 200 signatures to Mr. Beloin and Ms. Gambrill. We are unclear who Windsong and/or their representatives have communicated with over the last 2 months. Windsong initially reached out to me the week of June 28th prior to the long July 4th holiday weekend. When I suggested they delay their presentation on July 6th and meet with concerned homeowners, Windsong indicated those type of large meetings were not productive and they could not delay their presentation. Windsong then indicated they would reach out to me sometime in the 2 weeks between the July 6th planning meeting and the July 20th board meeting. This did not happen. We are curious and would like to know with whom Windsong has communicated in order to be attentive and sensitive to area homeowners' concerns. I have found no homeowners that have been contacted by Windsong during the last 2 months and will be concerned if conversations have taken place that did not include us. Are there any Planning Commission members aware of whom Windsong has spoken with? While the proposed density factor of 2.49 included Windsong's latest revised stipulation letter may be technically correct per code, that's the 37.3 acres less the 4.4 floodplains and wetlands acres, in order to be truly transparent, I feel it's very important to calculate what I will refer to as the projected visual density, using the 37.3 acres less the revised 17.6 open space acres. This calculation shows the projected visual density has increased to 4.16 homes per actual buildable acre. In addition, one could ask if the 17.6 acres less the lake acreage is a true preservation of green space, or is it an indication of acres that cannot be developed due to the existing and documented floodplains, wetlands, springs, and stormwater runoff that must be managed? There are still significant concerns about the impact of this development on these existing drainage issues. Our concerns over the proposed development continue to be related to the safety and welfare, as well as continued disregard of the character of the Mulkey property and the immediate surrounding homes and developments. From a safety and welfare perspective, traffic studies indicate the proposed 82 homes will result in roughly 500 additional round trips per day on McDobbs, a corridor that has been documented as not adequate. Even with the proposed left turn lane, this is still a significant increase in the traffic, and the turn lane will further complicate visibility and increase the danger to the intersection at Ellis and McDobbs and on McDobbs. The Encore and Serenade developments that were referenced earlier are developments that are between 35 and 45 homes each. Half, less than half, more than half. I can't do math right now, than what they're proposing here at 82. With the addition of the right-in, right-out entrance and exit on Ellis, there is an additional concern about safety on an already dangerous road, as well as a newly added negative impact to the Ellis-Pine Mountain intersection. Turning either right or left onto Pine Mountain from Ellis is just as problematic with the lack of clear visibility of traffic coming from the left as turning either way off of Ellis onto McDobbs. The threat to the safety and welfare of proposed Windsong residents has now shifted to include a second intersection. Regardless of the proposed setbacks and the additional turn lane on McDobbs, there continues to be grave concern by homeowners regarding the continued danger at the intersection of McDobbs and Ellis, and now Ellis and Pine Mountain. As it relates to the character of the area, the proposed development spans 2 parcels. The first parcel, which borders Ellis, contains the lake, an open field in front of the lake, the current homestead, and undevelopable woods behind the homestead. The second parcel, which borders the back of Signal Point subdivision, is densely wooded acreage. This second parcel will be clear-cut and leveled to build over 50% of the proposed 82 homes. The remainder of the homes will be placed in the open field in front of the lake and where the current homestead is located. We oppose the obliteration of the wooded acreage and the field in front of the lake. We would prefer to see an overall development with lower density that blends the new homes into the wooded acreage and the open field and includes standard distances between homes and standard setbacks rather than the requested variance, which are evident in actually adjacent and surrounding R30 and R20 zoning. This would not be a hardship to accommodate these requests. The projected visual density of 4.16 homes per actual buildable acre is inconsistent with any actual density adjacent to the Mulkey property. The surrounding properties are zoned R30 and R20 with lot sizes averaging 30,000 and 20,000 square feet respectively. The proposed Windsong development lot sizes appear to be 6,000 square feet or so, which is significantly smaller. Over 3 homes per lot versus 1 home per lot if you were using an R20 zoning as a comparison. Regardless of how large the buffers are and how extensive the landscaping is, the site of 82 homes on roughly 19.7 acres will be visible from McDobbs and Ellis. There will be home after home after home and rooftop after rooftop after rooftop visible at all times. This proposed view is incredibly inconsistent with the adjacent properties and surrounding developments, and it resembles an infill development, or it's an example of spot zoning, a high-density development in the middle of a low-density area. I'm hopeful that each of you have visited the proposed development property firsthand and have driven the McDobbs and Ellis corridors in order to see the real safety and welfare issues and the inconsistency in the proposed high-density development of approximately 6,000 square foot lots compared to the character and the reality of the adjacent and surrounding developments. I was asked by Mr. Boulogne at the last meeting which was more objectionable, the request for the RSL zoning or the high density. The proposal of residential senior living is not the primary issue. What is the issue is the size of the lots, roughly 6,000 square feet or less, when compared to the current R30 zoning of 30,000 square foot lots, or possibly an alternative R20 zoning of 20,000 square foot lots. The projected visual density is entirely inconsistent with adjacent or surrounding property within 1,000 feet, and there is no adjacent PRD zoning. Why not create a development with larger lot size similar to what's being done in Cherokee County? Envision a development using 15,000 square foot lots rather than the current 6,000 square foot lots. Please oppose the latest revised stipulation for Windsong's Z38 proposal and request a delay to their presentation to the board on the 24th until further work can be done. Work that actually includes dialogue with concerned and impacted homeowners, work to create a more thoughtful, more consistent, and lower density proposal that blends with the beauty of the Mulkey property without obliterating it. A reduced density proposal that addresses the safety concerns associated with increased traffic and issues related to the entrance and exit on Ellis. Work that increases the lot size with appropriate distances between homes and setbacks from the current 6,000 or so to a development that is actually compatible to the adjacent residential properties as stated by Cobb County's land use plan. Thank you very much.
Anyone else for the opposition?
Thank you, and thank you for your service. My name is Don Bergwall. I live in the Summerbrook subdivision off of McDobbs. I've been on Planning Commission in Ohio and serve on a Planning Commission in Georgia. And this issue before us today is on zoning. And you've been through the same kind of training that I've gone through as a planning commissioner. And you get one chance in about 50 years to rezone a piece of property, and it sticks with that property for that length of time. This is a classic case of spot zoning. And that is, you know, in my training and what's come before me in Ohio and here in Kennesaw is we try to avoid that in any case we can. This property is surrounded by people that have invested in R20, R30, R15 type housing. That area has more of a rural feel. This is counter to that condition. And we just can't let one property owner benefit greatly at the expense of everybody that surrounds that or travels that road. And I would just urge you to deny this request on the basis of incompatible zoning. This is a spot zoning situation and shouldn't be allowed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. And I note the applicant went 30 seconds over. I'm sorry, the opposition went 30 seconds over. Mr. Sams, where are you hiding? There you are. Would you like your 30 seconds? Okay, come on back up anyway. I'll start with questions for you. So our public meeting portion is closed.
Giving up offered time and letting private citizens and lay people take my space at the podium, those are both unusual and, as far as I know, first time that's happened, but I'm ready for any questions.
You still got in your quota of 4-syllable or greater words. You're fine. You indicated you wouldn't have a problem with a 10-foot no access easement around the perimeter. That's correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated as an exception to that, that would be with the exception of designated roads and entries.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me about the berms around this property that you're proposing. I've looked at this. I've seen where you're showing stuff 4 feet high. Is that? Can you tell us where that would be? Would that be uniform all around?
Yeah, I'll be happy to, and perhaps if Cornelius can pull those up. Beginning with Section A. So what you're looking at here, this is the berm on Section A, which is at the entry point, if you can remember where that is in the northwestern quadrant of the property. So what you're looking at is an average 4-foot berm here. It varies with 15-foot average in width. The entry feature includes signage and seasonal color, as you might expect in an entry point like this. It'll vary in terms of the transition zone from the street to the buffer, anywhere between 15 and 30 feet. And then the rear and side yard going from this to the home will vary between 8 and 14 feet. So you can see the berm, the buffer in juxtaposition to both the street side and the house side. Going on to berm section B1, this is also a part of the Ellis Road tract and its frontage lots. These include a fencing component, very similarly constructed as the last one, but also contains a fence. Again, an average of a 4-foot berm with an average width of 18 feet. The rear yard will be anywhere from 15 to 20 feet from the toe of the slope back to the home itself. And the foundation, the average foundation of the homes will be about 2 to 4 feet below road grades. Going on to berm section 2, this also includes a fencing component to the vegetation as well, and with similar features. This particular section is 8 feet below road grade, as a good portion of this property is, with the same type transition from the street to the berm, the fence, and the toe of the slope back to the home, and then finally the berm section C. What you see here is the same type, but the varied width of this berm is anywhere between 15 and 30 feet in width, and the transition zone will be to preserved woods and/or to the cul-de-sac. And if you take everything that I've just looked at and you go back to the original overall landscape plan that preceded this, it'd be the exhibit right before these individual exhibits. Yes, sir, that one. And of course, I didn't put it in landscape or portrait, whichever one I'm not supposed to put it in, I didn't. So if everyone will cock your head sideways, then and use the and I apologize for that, but you get an idea where the courthouse just was. Now you get an idea of how these slopes and berms and also the fencing will be implemented. And I'm sorry, I don't have a more particular point of reference, but every exhibit that you saw comports with what you're seeing on that plan. The properties to the south, the depth of the lots and the change in contours and topo don't necessitate that. But remember, the totality of the perimeter buffer, we have doubled that from what is required to what we now show. So I hope that answers your questions.
Mostly, are you still including rear setbacks within the landscape buffer?
Yes, sir.
So my observation over the years has been that folks like to use their backyards and their area within their buffer, and that could end up creating a problem.
Can I tell you how we're solving that?
Yes, let's hear.
First of all, there was a movement afoot several years ago to put those type of buffers in ownership of the HOA, but lenders had difficulty being able to work with that, and many times it created a non-conforming lot. So what we're going to do is, it's not ground-based, but, well, it's ground-based. Monumentation at the back of each home, clearly delineating that that's the beginning of the buffer. We've done that in several subdivisions in West Cobb, and it's literally about that high off the ground. It's monumentation put on either side of the back property lines where the buffer begins and terminates. And we found that to be very effective. Plus, we will have that not only in the contractual documents for the sale of the property, but also in the deeds of conveyance that will recite that buffer exists as described and as consistent with that monumentation.
On Windsong, which I've indicated there are a lot of things I like about, there you have, if I understand it right, a 45-foot landscape buffer. Is that correct?
You said Windsong, which?
Serenade.
Yes, sir.
Is that about right, about 45
I think so.
feet? Yeah, and that's landscaped and fenced, and there's a raised, I think it's more than 4 feet. Do you know about how high that one is?
I don't, and I apologize. One of my law partners handled that, so I'm not totally conversant with.
I climbed it, and I'm pretty confident it's a lot more than 4 feet, but.
Well, when you were out there, what did it look like to you about
Good.
that?
It looked good.
Okay.
I appreciate it, actually. My understanding is that is maintained, though, by the HOA out there. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not saying the HOA won't maintain it. They're just not going to own it.
And most of it is actually on the far side of the fence. So you have a fence up, and then you have the property owner on the inside of the fence, right?
Yes, sir.
So in this case, you're saying most of what would be the setback area would actually be outside that fence line. Is that right? So.
It would vary from, to answer your question generally, yes, but it would vary from lot to lot.
And that would end up, in all likelihood, just moving a lot of rooftops close to the exterior property owners, would be my concern in that regard.
Well, that's the reason for the berms, the buffers, and the fencing is so that those rooftops would not be readily visible.
Okay. Would you be willing in the next 30 days to have a meeting with a couple of folks who are here objecting? Is that something we could arrange?
Yeah, and you know, and we always do. And I'll leave it at this. Ms. Cobb's characterizations about us not meeting with people are just simply incorrect. But of course, we'd be happy to do that. We'd prefer to do it the next 2 weeks, but certainly we'll do it whenever you instruct.
Okay, and so as not to waste anybody's time, would Windsong still be interested in the project if this group, if this board were to require, and the Board of Commissioners, far more importantly, were to require a distinct and separate tree buffer, berm, in addition to the setbacks that would start at the fence line? Would that be something that Windsong would still be interested in proceeding with, much as they did over at Serenade?
Yes, except to the extent that I say that with a caveat that my engineer, my civil engineer, Daryl Cook, is not here at the moment. But yes, we're willing to do that.
Okay, what's the width of your average housing product?
think it's 50 feet, but I'm not certain.
Okay,
I
so
apologize. Maybe I've got the dimensions on the elevations.
I'll let you check. It's only fair. I keep asking questions. It's,
Well,
The structure?
yes, the structure.
yes, sir, the lot width is 55, so we're taking the feet on either side, it's approximately 45.
Okay, yeah, because you have about 10 feet between on your structure. Now, if I understand correctly, R20 would have 10-foot side setbacks, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm hearing a comparison by the objectors to R20. So if we went that far, and I think code talks about using 15, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But more often than not, most developers are looking to get 10 feet between homes or 5 from home to lot, but it was clear the district commissioner was not enamored with that prospect, has made that clear.
Okay.
Plus, it provides us with more open space, quite candidly.
Right. And what I noted also in Serenade, a number of your structures were 15 feet apart anyway, which.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the play area, the compromise area would be somewhere in the 20 to 15 range. Is that still something that Windsong will be interested in pursuing?
Interested in looking at, yes, sir.
Okay. Now the exterior lots, can you tell me roughly the lots adjoining Ellis Road? Or not adjoining per se, but near Ellis Road, what would the width of those lots be as presently envisioned?
55
Okay.
feet.
So we'd already be going to at least 60 or 65. And the same along, I'm sorry. Where it says Ellis Road tract, can you tell me, is the width of those currently at 55 or are those wider as shown here?
No, they're 55.
Okay. So if we were to require that they be at least 10 feet wider, is that still something that your developer's interested in pursuing?
My developer's interested in pursuing it under any set of circumstances that our engineers can make it work. And I don't mean that to sound flip, but I mean, it's something that it's not within a discipline with which I'm readily able to give an answer, but certainly, of course, we'll look at it.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, consistency is what, the reason we have a waiting list on this, quite candidly, between products that Windsong has out there. So.
No, and I met with a number of your clientele or successor clientele out there at Serenade and interviewed them, and a number of them were very pleased. I think the 45-foot buffer against and the height of that buffer and the height of that berm there is part of the reason why they're pleased. I think it does a good job of cutting down our road noise. And
oh, so you were the guy that was.
I don't know. I don't know if you heard about it. Now somebody complained that they were only allowed by the HOA there to have 3 plants on their front porch, and they wanted 4. But the things you learn is just absolutely amazing.
That's an internal document I'm not aware of.
Okay. With that, I'm ready to go ahead and just make a motion. Are the 2 objectors, are you willing to meet over the next 30 days with the applicant and try to address some of these concerns with hopefully some of those comments helped? I already wrote some proposed steps, but I'll spare everybody because my colleagues here want to go to lunch. But I would appreciate it if y'all would meet over the next 30 days. I think that would be great. I tried to facilitate that, and Ms. Cobb was out of town last week, if I remember correctly. So that'd be great. You can have a seat. I'll go ahead.
Oh, yes, sir.
With that, I'll make my motion to continue it 1 more month with a request or plea to the applicant and the objectors to meet and try to work through some of these issues in a fashion where if this product is capable of being built with some modifications to the plan, that the folks can work together to make it as good a win-win as possible. But my motion would be that we hold this till the September now calendar.
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Okay, that motion to hold it to the September calendar prevails by 5-0. With that, we'll go ahead and take a lunch break. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Our division manager, Mr. Peterson, has an announcement. Welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, Board, the applicant for Z57 of 2021, Stacy Bagwell, did submit a letter to continue their case till September to work on some development issues. So at this point, I would ask the board to continue rezoning case Z57 until your September hearing date.
That's in District 4, the District 4 Commissioner.
Move to continue Z57.
Is there a second? Okay, second. Call the question. Okay, that matters continue by a vote of 5-0 to the next calendar.
Okay, thank you. And if it's okay with the board, Mr. Huff has some business to take care of in another county. So if it's okay with the board, we're going to move his 2 remaining cases forward on the agenda.
Yeah, the board has conferred, and we're fine with that by consent. The only reason we're doing this is because we aren't having to hear from Mr. Huff again today on V57. I mean, I'm sorry, Mr.
Sams.
Sams, thank you.
Yeah, that was part of the bargain. I had to tell him, you got to continue yours.
All right. Rezoning case Z43 of 2021, Del Lago Ventures Incorporated requests a rezoning from NS and R30 to NRC for commercial and interparcel access and land lots 40, 41, and 75 of the 20th District. The property is located on the east side of Dallas Ackworth Highway, south of Cobb Parkway. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z43? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with the law firm of Sams, Larkin & Huff, and I represent Del Lago in relation to this rezoning application. This was a hold case, so you've already had a presentation on it. Last time we didn't have any public opposition. We've had some community engagement with reaching out to the Lake Altoona folks that are involved in zonings in this area, very familiar with the zoning. It is just to refresh your recollection, this is to allow interconnectivity, interparcel access that gets to a median break that's being built on Highway 92 as part of a state Georgia DOT project. And this will allow interparcel access. The property is currently split zone with commercial and residential, but your code does not allow access to commercial properties except through commercially zoned properties. So we couldn't put the driveway in for the interparcel access unless we had the entire parcel rezoned. As I stated before, the entire parcel, the parcel is all within the neighborhood activity center, so it is expected to be zoned to a commercial category. We've submitted a letter of stipulations limiting some of the uses, and it will just allow what the county should and does encourage in their code, interparcel access, so that the entire corner will be developed together and accessed together, so you don't have the conflicts that result from this. So I don't, without any public involvement, I'll be glad to answer any questions that you have. Mr. Boulogne, you and I have had some discussions. One of the things that you asked is, can we create a 3-foot planting buffer along the southern property line, and we'd be glad to do that.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation, subject to questioning?
Yeah, I mean, again, I made a full presentation last time, and given the appreciation y'all moved me up, I don't see repeating that out. Y'all were able to hear it before. And
we appreciate that.
I think the discussion points between are resolving your questions and concerns.
So we talked a little bit yesterday about the fact that we really don't know ultimately what's going to go on this property, but we're being asked to rezone this to NRC. And the reason why is because you need, it's kind of a chicken and egg thing going on here. You need it to be NRC to go to the state DOT and get your approval, to try to get your approval? Okay.
And we also want to be able to buy this property incorporated with the other parcel. And we can't buy it unless we can use it for the purpose of access.
Okay. And then you're going to do some engineering after you incorporate it with the other parcel?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have questions for the applicant?
Never really a question. You may have answered it. So in the STIP letter, you gave some things that it wouldn't be or what would be prohibited. Do you have any proposed uses? I know you haven't settled on one, but does the applicant have a proposed use for the site?
Yeah, I mean, until, this area is going to change when you have that road project completed. So you'll see some changes in the area. Currently, there's a flea market across the street. It's hopefully that'll get redeveloped in the near future. But I would anticipate this property to be something along the lines, maybe even a small strip retail with maybe like a Subway and maybe a hair cuttery kind of place, that kind of thing. Maybe a fast food restaurant, something like that. That would be the type of uses that I would anticipate. Uses that are consistent with neighborhood retail, commercial uses you'd expect to see at the signalized intersection of State Route 40, US 41 and Highway 92. So those are the uses that I would anticipate.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Waybright.
So you mentioned like fast food. I mean, that would add a significant amount of traffic onto the site and that exit entrance that's already obviously anticipated to get heavy use from the QT. And
Excuse
or
me,
was it
racetrack.
Racetrack, sorry about that. Got to get my colors straight. And then we know, for instance, that there's another parcel to be developed right next to it, fronting on 41, and we have no idea what that's going to be. That's a lot of extra traffic to be guessing about. I mean, I'm fine with the road. I think the road and the access is great, but
Keep in mind, I mean, this is two arterial roads. It has a lot of traffic on it. The uses that will go on it will be serving the traffic that's there. It's not really designed to bring people to it. I mean, this is two arterial roads, and we're connecting, and we're utilizing the median break that GDOT is putting in at a strategic location, and so that's what you do with good traffic planning. Unlike Sprayberry Crossing, where you didn't anticipate where the median break would be and coordinate your access to that median break and interparcel access to it.
okay, I guess it's a lot of speculation about what the traffic would be if we could narrow down the uses to reduce the potential traffic on the site. I think that would be prudent, but those are my comments and thoughts.
Anyone else here have any questions or comments at this time? Okay, just another quick question. As I look at the proposed roadway that you've drawn on this document that's in front of us, part of the roadway is actually on one or two different parcels. Is that correct?
No, there is a notch in that parcel that's already there.
Okay, I may just misconstrue.
Yeah, that is all on our parcel. There's what I was referencing to you is there's going to be a little bit of grading on the adjacent parcel to tie grades in, potentially, but
I don't see it connecting up as all being part of this parcel. It looks like it becomes a through road going out to the other side, more or less.
no, what other parcel? Yeah, there are two parcels here.
Okay, and I'm sorry, if I had one of those red pointers, if we could go back to the prior, I'll try to find something to define it by. There's some little teeny tiny words right in the area I'm talking about, but I can't make them out due to my aging eyesight. Yeah, they're getting bigger, or they're going away. Yeah, I don't know if you can make those out, but where the two-word sentence is on a line right there.
Are we talking on the 41 side?
No, we're talking about the road going through mostly the parcel that's before us, as I understand it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it starts on the parcel that we already own, and then it traverses around the back of the other parcel and goes out to Highway 92.
Right, but my point is part of the road in question actually lies on other parcels of land that technically aren't before us right now. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. That parcel, as you would have in interparcel access, we're connecting the property that is going to have the racetrack on it to 92, and that as it goes through there, yeah, it is designed to split between the existing racetrack parcel and the parcel that is under consideration today.
Okay. Anyone else have any other comments or questions? Otherwise, okay. You can have a seat.
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, while he's up there, Brian. So as we look at this, as Chairman Boulogne just pointed out, if the road is going, I mean, is the racetrack parcel divided, or how is this done? Because we're kind of, the road is actually being built on an existing parcel that's not technically before us, I don't believe, for the rezoning.
I'm not sure I understand the question being asked. Is it whether or not the road is there? I mean, the parcel's subject to the rezoning, or?
Right, so if a parcel's not subject to the rezoning, but it's impacted by the construction and the rezoning that would take place, how do we address that, or can we address it, or what do we do?
The request, the primary request of this, from what I have seen in the application, is some point of ingress, egress, something to connect the gas station back to 92. And so in order to have that, they're having to traverse this parcel, which technically is not here for consideration, from what I understand. And so the question before this planning commission is whether or not they receive a recommendation for that access to occur, in very simplistic terms.
Okay, so we would approve it, but we're approving an item, a road that lies partially upon a parcel not in front of us. Now, in this case, it's the same owner, so we assume that they don't object to.
Well, I don't think a site plan for this second adjoining parcel is up for consideration. I don't think there is a site plan to consider, so there's nothing to weigh in on other than that road. Did I say that?
Okay. I mean, what would happen if it was a different owner? I mean, I said, I'm just, it's a little issue, it's a little strip, but from the principal standpoint, can we actually decide on a road if it's not lined entirely within the parcel that's in front of us? I mean, we don't have, we're adding to the site plan to the other parcel. So I don't even know, was the other parcel, for instance, site plan specific? So that adding a road to it would have to amend that other site plan.
I believe it's already been amended. Is that correct, Parks, like
Yeah,
3 months ago?
It's already been amended. The other business item already amended that site plan, and, I mean, this,
So there was another business item
On the corner
for the corner,
yeah.
amending it
And
to
it
add the
showed
road.
It showed interparcel access, it showed stubbing out to this piece, because again, the goal has always been in every rezoning is to have interparcel access whenever you can achieve it.
I agree, it's what we want to achieve. I just want to make sure that we can decide what's in front of us. But if there was another business item? Okay. So that, okay. Then, I mean, if there was another business item, then what we're doing doesn't affect the existing parcel.
That's correct.
And the other
Well, if it
business
doesn't
item
open that back up, then that's fine, okay.
And the other business item actually included this site, because I wanted to show the whole context, it actually showed this entire site plan, which showed the other parcel.
Okay, as long as we're not opening up another can of worms or opening up another parcel that we have to do something, then that's fine.
Anyone else have any comments before I try to make a motion? Then we may have more discussion. We'll see. Okay, so in this request, we have a request to rezone this property to a commercial classification as is necessitated and wanted by the applicant. There's been no opposition here. There's also been no specific site plan shown for the parcel in question. There's been no landscaping plan per se, but a statement has been made of willingness to provide a 3-foot landscape buffer at least. We have, the reason this is wanted is for ingress and egress to a state road without knowing whether or not that can or will exist or precisely where, though it's apparently conceived that it will be where shown here, although certain state issues have to be resolved. So my motion would be to recommend to the Board of Commissioners a rezoning to the NRC designation with no ingress or egress by the state road until such time as a specific site plan is brought in that regard and a specific site plan for this parcel is presented, at which time we can entertain a rezoning application so that we'll have an opportunity to fully review the proposal and the any issues that may be created for the use of that road. And in the interim time, since the request is made, or since the request has been made for NRC and I'm making a motion to recommend NRC, I think it's important to have a use that's authorized under NRC. So my proposed use would be a produce stand not to exceed 10 feet by 20 feet on the site. And that would be subject to having again, to the applicant being required to construct a 3-foot landscape or environmental buffer on the western boundary of this property. So that's my motion at this time.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Or we have the second. Any discussion?
Has the applicant indicated, so help me with the produce stand, like did the applicant indicate that that's what they?
No, I'm just not authorizing any other uses at that time, but I figured that.
That would give you something to give it to NRC.
Exactly, it's just something to put in NRC. It's the lowest, I thought it was the lowest intensity use I could come up with.
Okay.
Just to move it to NRC to let them move forward with the state.
Okay. It was just a point of clarity for me.
Yeah, that's, yeah, no, I think it's fine. It was like the same thing, and then it dawned on me, that gives them a use
That they can do.
that then they come back for other business for anything that's more intense.
Right.
So I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, better motions? Okay. Call the question. Okay, that motion carries 5-0. Next matter.
Rezoning case Z59, Pickett's Mill LLC, request rezoning from NRC to LI for office and specialized van storage. In land lot 299 of the 17th District, the property is located on the west side of Old Concord Road and on the southeastern side of Clay Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z59? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Parks Huff with Sam's Larkin and Huff, and I represent the applicant in relation to this rezoning application. I will be brief. We have not had any public concern about the application, and I think when I show you what the property, you'll understand why and that the proposal is appropriate. This is the property that is in question. It sits on a secondary road that's parallel basically to South Cobb Drive, Old Concord Road. It has some various uses, some kind of industrial uses and commercial uses. This is a perfect property for entrepreneurship and for employment. This is been used as a contractor's office, but it was very limited in how it was originally zoned for a contractor's office. And one thing that I always like to point out in these is that as a contractor's office, not only does it provide employment, it also provides services to people in Cobb County. In this case, my client is a zero-res business, which provides carpet cleaning. Their offices and their dispatches out of Gwinnett County now. So this will bring employment and service for this business in Cobb County. And we need to make sure we provide places that are appropriate for this. And this is exactly what we have in this situation. Property is currently zoned NRC. I asked for LI because, quite frankly, I think light industrial is an appropriate category. I wish you had a category that didn't have industrial in it that provided for this type business, because to Mr. Waybright's comment before, this would not be a good fast food restaurant, which is NRC. You know, you have a lot more activity 24/7 potentially, or at least late in the night, weekends. Businesses there, you know, Monday through Friday, normal business hours. It is set up perfectly for my client's use. This gives you an idea too that our property is owned NRC. To the south is LI with a business that is a contracting business. To the north is general commercial, and you can see from the aerial photograph that is pretty intensive. The entire area that our property is in a community activity center, but to the south is in fact an industrial compatible area. So you do have a couple of different uses. This gives you an idea too. This is some historic GIS images showing the property's been used this way for a very long period of time. And what my client plans to actually do is make an improvement to it by removing the L-shaped building that's behind that's older, and quite frankly using it for parking of vans that service for the zero-res business, and use it for dispatch and use the building interior for storage of materials, and also for being able to pull the vans in and clean them and things like that. So we have a letter of agreeable stipulation stated July 28th, which details the conditions that my client's agreeing to. The one condition that I do want to point out that's slightly different is number 4. The staff has a 35-foot buffer, but NRC has a 20-foot buffer. I think that was just looking at the industrial category, which has a slightly bigger buffer. But the 20-foot buffer, quite frankly, right now the gravel goes up to the property line. We've agreed to come in with double rows staggered evergreen plantings along that western boundary line. So it will be an established boundary right now. It is gravel pretty much up to the property line. So we'll be establishing that. But this is a situation where we don't have any public involvement because the use is appropriate. It has been used for a similar type business for many years, and so you can see the intensity that it is, and also point to the property to the north and the intensity that use is put to also. So I ask that you recommend approval as subject to my letter dated July 28th.
Nothing further at this time? Subject to questioning? Okay. No, there was no opposition here, is that correct? Okay, then it goes to our District 3 Planning Commissioner.
We have had discussions about this, and I would like just to move forward with a motion. Motion to approve based upon the provisions of the developer stipulation letter of July 28, 2021, with the following amendments. Item number 1, I want to delete the content there and substitute the following language. The property will be deleted to NRC with specialty contractor as an additional use, period. Other uses will be subject to the approval of the district commissioner, period. And then the stipulations will remain through number 7. adding a number 8, which states the applicant will further comply with all capital F final, capital Z zoning, capital S staff, capital R recommendations, comma, with the exception of item 7, period. As to item 7, comma, the word striped, S-T-R-I-P-E-D, shall be stricken. That's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second.
Need
I'm
a
sorry,
comment.
there's a comment. Point of order, clarity?
No, we're just going
He's asking for the,
Oh.
right? Is that your question? Would you want it on the consent agenda at the Board of Commissioners meeting?
Oh, at the BOC. Okay.
Recommended for such?
Yes.
Okay. And you're fine with that as well? Okay.
If I
Commissioner
have a-
Hughes' recommendation, second still applies?
Just a point of clarification, if I can, before the vote. The buffer, is it as stated in my, or the staff?
There was a 20 versus 35-foot buffer question?
And 20 is code for,
20.
okay, just want to clarify.
There you go. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Call the question. Motion to approve carries 5-0. Next matter.
Okay, presenting case Z39 of 2021, Chuck Owuzu requests a rezoning from R30 to R15 for a single-family residential subdivision in land lots 276 and 277 of the 19th District. The property is located on the west side of Friendship Church Road and on the south side of Friendship Church Lane. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z39? Well, you have one person? Let the record show there's one person here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Can't wait till January. Welcome back.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's good to be back. It's going to be very brief. I made a decision to withdraw this application. We are going to develop as currently zoned R30.
Is there any chance you want to come in within the next year with another application for the same, to develop the same property?
There's no likelihood.
Okay. Well, all right. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us at this time?
Oh, no, that's it. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay. Well, all right. You can have a seat. Would the opposition still like to be heard? You sure? You can talk us back in, maybe into the. I had a judge say that to me once or twice. Okay. My motion will be that we allow the withdrawal of zoning application Z39 without prejudice. That'll be my motion, such that if you do change your mind and want to bring this back and continue to purchase the land, that we'll consider your application. That's my motion.
Second.
There's a
Thank you,
second.
sir.
Any discussion? Call the question. Thank you for your brevity, and we'll see you shortly. The motion to allow the withdrawal of this application without prejudice carried by a vote of 5-0. Next case.
Mr. Chairman of the Board, the next case also has a companion special land use permit case. Would it be the board's desire to hear both these cases together and to make separate motions on them?
Yes. That's fine.
Okay.
I've been told yes by everyone else up here.
Rezoning case Z48 of 2021, Ray Murphy requests rezoning from GC to LI for a towing and automotive wrecker service in land lots 154 and 155 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northwest side of Austell Road at the terminus of Austell Circle. In addition, it has a companion special land use permit, number 3 of 2021. Ray Murphy requests a special land use permit for a towing and automotive wrecker service in land lots 154 and 155 of the 17th District. Property is located on the northwest side of Austell Road at the terminus of Austell Circle. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to these two cases? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
I'm going to lighten the mood. My name's Vicki Murphy Norris.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to lighten the mood a little bit. My name's Vicki Murphy Norris.
Okay,
I represent my dad's property. Ray Murphy is his name.
right.
I was so frazzled this morning, I grabbed my shoes. I have 2 left shoes, so I can't wear my shoes. Okay?
We don't mind.
Okay, so anyway, I have a pretty complicated application.
Okay.
Very complicated application, I should say.
Well, I have 4 people here to work through that for me, so we're good.
And I'm here without an attorney representing me, which is a little bit intimidating, but I can do it. I have a few things that I'm just going to read so I don't get frazzled and not say what I need to say. The applications are a result of many code violations and the loss of a grandfather clause. And so it has spiraled into rezoning of a record towing service, and many code violations that need to be resolved. The special land use permit, I believe, is allowing us to utilize the land with the business that we have presently there. I don't know a lot about all the terminology. I have watched almost every single meeting online since May, trying to figure out the lingo and how to present this without an attorney with me. I'm here today to present a plan of action for the application approvals. However, I'm not real sure how to prioritize the necessary things actually for each application. I have spent many hours researching online just to get my basis of information that I need to move forward. And the detailed information and communication that I need is utilizing you and the staff at the county, code violation and planning at the county, to give me direction, detailed direction on exactly how things need to proceed. As I'm looking through my application, I'm researching certain things. I had no idea there was a future land use project or future land use coding or zoning. So my application is actually presented as LI, from general commercial to LI. However, I don't believe that is in the future land use provisions. And if I had maybe a little bit more information on that future land use, maybe I would have applied for something different, more compatible to that. Of course, the LI was declined because it's not in the future land use plan, and it would not allow for the business to do what I need to do to proceed and resolve the violations and get my applications approved for the special land use and for the rezoning. I have researched so many things. I am actually looking at a property that backs up to my neighborhood, and it's a townhome coming into Hurt Road. This has no relation to my cases. However, with this coming into the back of my residential property, I have learned so much of the process just by watching them go through the steps. I know a little bit about buffers, setbacks, variance, And some of those small things, just by watching townhomes come into my community, which I'm very excited about. I'm glad they did that because it helped me and helped my community. What I was thinking about last night is, as I was watching meetings, and we had several meetings, I think it was in front of the Board of Commissioners, where we had families that were worried about being evicted. And I know that, I think Ms. Cupid had special meetings called to help those people who are in need. And she was gathering information from different places to utilize what we had already been given, I think, from the federal government, and they were in different plans. She was bringing those together to help those in need. And I was thinking to myself, well, they need, you know, they do need the assistance, and we do need those programs. And I'm thinking, I don't really own, or my dad does not really own his property in Cobb County. I feel like we are leasing our property from Cobb County by paying property taxes and abiding by code enforcement and zoning issues. Now, if we do not pay our taxes, and if we do not commit to keeping the code violations and all the zoning up to standard and up to par, the county takes our property. So we don't own our property. If the county takes our property or our assets or things that we have, some of our livelihood, then we may, in essence, as business owners, need help with those certain things as well, with being evicted from our property and our tenant being evicted from, you know, his business would be closed. So I was just thinking about that last night, and I know that we all join together as a community to help each other, no matter if it's eviction, no matter if it's the zoning, the coding. I don't want to repeat myself over and over, except that I need guidance, just specific details with whomever I can communicate with. I did talk to Ms. Gambrill. Jeannie Payton has helped me with a tremendous amount of information, with getting my details, my plan of action, moving forward, how we are going to improve the property. And I have really learned a lot. I have given guidance, and I appreciate all of the guidance that I've given. However, I feel like I am at a disadvantage just now because I don't have an attorney. I really and truly don't want to utilize an attorney. I want to be able to have a win-win solution for this with me and Cobb County Board, the zoning commissioners or the zoning board, and code enforcement. I want a win-win solution to this with us working together. I do not want to utilize an attorney. I want to be the strong one that understands details and get them done on a personal level with our county. I don't want to waste any more time. That's just, I'm letting you know that there's certain things that I have, I'm probably out of time, certain things that I have looked into. You'll be proud of me for this. The septic tank issue, I have called Cobb County Health Department. They gave me a list of people who are with Cobb County and for certified septic. Most of these people do not come to Cobb County. I'm having trouble finding someone to come and inspect the field lines. I have to have my field lines located. I have researched certain things. Economic development I didn't know existed, but there are certain areas that are in my area that have had access to the redevelopment inventory. I have also looked into different areas that were on my application that were recommended for denial with facade improvements. Maybe my company, I don't know if we are in an area of this, but maybe my business could qualify for some sort of assistance with facade improvements, things that I know the community have now just by researching hours and hours of different things on the website, hoping that I can have access to something that will help me. You'd be proud of me on this one. I gathered all of the different zoning. It's a zoning map with what's around me, where I am, and what we are up against as far as what we're around us and what we can kind of look in and utilize. However, I don't have the future land use zoning on here. I have to search for that. I've also researched non-conforming land use. I'm searching into the definitions of that. I'm searching into the definitions of variance for certain things. I don't even know if I need variance for certain things. I know I need guidance, just individual guidance on where to move forward because it's so complicated and it's two different, applications.
Okay.
And with that, I appreciate you listening to me because I don't know what I don't have an attorney, so.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here in opposition today? All right, well, you can just stay right there. That closes the official public comment portion of the meeting. And my research has indicated to me, or somebody indicated to me, this used to be in District 4, so I'm trying to find a way to reassign this case to the District 4 commissioner. But he's indicating he doesn't like that idea, so I'll move forward with it as best I can. First, I want to say I appreciate your interest in trying to do the right thing and come into compliance. That's obvious. You've shown that. So let's see. Let me let you sit down for just a second. Let me get your last name. Murphy was kind of your middle name, and your last name is?
Norris.
Morris.
Norris.
Norris with an N.
Chuck
Okay,
Norris.
I'm sorry. Like Chuck Norris, like the kickbox guy. Okay, got it. All right, well, let me let you sit down for a second, and I'll call on Ms. Payton to maybe give us some thoughts on what we might be able to do to avoid shutting down a business while still cleaning this up and helping the neighborhood.
And John won't even look at it.
Jeannie Payton.
Yes, thank you. So give us an idea, just give us a quick rundown on the code compliance issues out here, if you would.
We do have code enforcement here if you need a more in-depth description, but
No.
there are issues that we could not allow a business license to be issued. Their grandfathered status had been lost on this property, and they needed to rezone and get the special land use permit to allow it to move forward.
Okay. And your recommendation on that is? Staff's recommendation?
Staff's recommendation was for denial because the light industrial use that's needed for the site does not conform with the future land use.
So we have a land use that's been used here for how long that we're,
I'm not sure the length of time, but quite a long time.
any idea approximately how long?
Since 1986.
All right. So somebody's had the same land use since 1986, but because they failed to timely apply for a business license, we're essentially shutting down the business? Is that the essence of
I
it?
think it's a little more complicated than that. I think the use has morphed over time, and uses spun off from the specific use that had been previously allowed there.
All right. So I see some O&I property here adjoining, correct?
Yes.
All right. And just, can you give us the rundown on everything that adjoins this so we can know what the issues are, so we can try to protect those people and be fair to everybody who's a neighbor here?
It's mainly has developed over that time as residential, multifamily residential to the north and the west, a one parcel of R20, and then across the street R20 with very little commercial. I believe the O&I housing as well, but I'd have to look. Second.
So you believe what's shown here as O&I is also being used as some form of relatively high-density housing?
Yeah, I'm not, oh, it's a daycare.
Daycare,
I'm sorry.
okay. Daycare, all right. And then we have 12 units per acre housing surrounding this, right?
Yes,
and it looks like we have a lot of old cars on the lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's your understanding of the fundamental nature of the business that's there?
It's my understanding that the business that's desired moving forward, aside from what the violations were in the past, is to run it as a towing business. So they would confiscate cars and hold them there through a process to either return them to their owners or dispose of them in the proper way. It's a process, and she's presented a plan to do so.
All right, tell us about that plan.
The plan is to cycle them out. There's a contact period for the owner, a period of time that's offered to allow that owner to regain ownership of the car, control of the car, or then if they are left with the car, and I'm not sure of the exact time period, they then have to go through a process before they can auction it off. And it's my understanding that the intent is to auction the cars off and cycle them out, and there will be no sales, repair, or anything on the site.
All right, so let's say that there's an ability to execute on that within some period of time, say 90 days. We would theoretically have nothing but recently towed cars on that site?
That is
Within
my
90
understanding
days?
of the use that's been described to me.
And then how long would those recently towed cars be left on the site so we don't just repeat the condition?
I do not know that total time period. I would need to ask the applicant
Okay.
or refer to that plan that I don't have in front of me.
So the proposal would be for this to be L&I with a special use permit to allow towing of vehicles here and temporary storage of vehicles, but not long-term vehicles. That would be the request, right?
Yes, I believe the desire is, if approved, to create a situation where it's a manageable use, given the history of the site and what is being requested, and not allow for the undesirable parts that could spin back out, any auto repair or sales, and ultimately a cleanup of the site.
You know, it looks like there are over 130 cars here right now. I'm not good at counting jelly beans in a jar, but I mean,
There have been multiple violations, and I think code enforcement reports attest to that, that go beyond what's being asked for.
what's the condition of the physical structures on the property?
I believe they are temporary in nature for the most part.
Okay. All right. Anyone else have questions of Jeannie before I go to the applicant? All right. Let me bring Ms. Norris back up. Okay. So tell us, how long have you been involved with this business?
My dad has had the business since 1986. I've been involved past 2 years. He's not in good health and almost 82 years old. So I now have the projects to complete, previous code violations. That is one reason that we have to rezone and do the special land use permit. The tenant has not had, as far as I understand, regular auctions. There's a plan of record towing service, if you'll see, where there's a specific time frame where they have to notify the police and run the vehicle in a paper showing it's an abandoned vehicle. They run paperwork through the state, and then they have an auction. Any abandoned vehicles, to my understanding, must be auctioned. That gets them off the property. I do not believe there have been auctions And that's the reason I believe all those vehicles are there. I'm
Right.
not positive how the tenant did operate as far as no auction or yes, an auction. But I understand there should not be that many vehicles there on that lot.
So this was something of a shared business location where you folk, your dad's company just towed the vehicles here and left them there, and somebody else was supposed to deal with them from there. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that, no.
Well,
He had-
you talked about the tenant that's supposed to do this.
He had two tenants. The first tenant was Quality Towing. The leasee, the man leasing the business filled the lot, okay. Did not have his regular auctions. He died of a brain aneurysm, so the business was unattended. We lost our grandfather clause. We had another tenant come in. He is in the process now of the last 4 to 5 years trying to establish business license, clean up the property, and proceed with a code enforced, straightened up code enforcement, clean up the lot, and run the record service as it is supposed to be run, and make sure all the violations are taken care of.
What's your understanding as to how long all those vehicles have been out there? Or when were there first 100 vehicles sitting out there?
I would have no idea. I would have to ask the tenant that's there now.
If we were to give you more time, can you give us any assurances that within any number of days, most of these vehicles would be gone?
If I can communicate with the tenant that is there presently, yes, I can give you an accurate number. I don't really know exactly how many are there. How current is that picture? I mean, over a year old. So it may be less than that now. I would have to go and look at the property. I can meet with him as soon as you'd like for me to meet with him and get more information in regards to that and give you a time frame on exactly when
Well,
the
so
property.
you've indicated the willingness to try to work with us, and what I'm trying to do, and by the way, I'm just one person sitting up here out of 5, and all we do is make recommendations, so
I
this may
understand.
not get you very far. But,
understand.
my thought is, what's constructive for all concerned in the short run is to get this thing cleaned up as quickly as possible.
Exactly.
And that's why I was asking the questions. If we held this for 90 days, for example, would most to all of these cars be gone within 90 days?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Anyone else have any questions for the applicant?
Well, I'd like to know, you just answered him that it could be gone within 90 days. You've just presented us with a list that says you got to run a title, you got to notify people, et cetera, et cetera. Do you really have any idea how long it will take to clear this lot?
All of these vehicles have already been run through the state. That's why they've been there for so long. They've all been cleared by the state as abandoned vehicles. So they should have been auctioned off before now, but for some reason, I do not believe the tenant was having the auctions. So they just got stored there.
So when you say that you need a plan, and you're talking about 90 days, what would your plan be to execute clearing this lot within 90 days?
Working with the tenant on moving the vehicles to probably a crusher. If they are abandoned and if they've been there for more than, I'm just going to say 6 or 8 months, they're useless. No one will have any use for them. You cannot sell parts off of anything like that. That is a chop shop, and people do understand. Wrecker services and towing businesses do not do that. They have to get rid of the car in the entirety, which would be auction it. And in this case, if they're so old and abandoned for so long, they need to go to a crusher.
Do you have any idea what the process is for that? How much it would cost? Who's responsible, you or the tenant?
The tenant would tow the vehicle to the crusher.
Do you have an agreement from the tenant already as to that?
I will advise him to do that, or he won't be a tenant any longer.
And if
He
he
has
was-
to help clean this property up.
Okay, if he was no longer a tenant, then it'd be your responsibility, right?
Exactly, yes, ma'am. I would
Okay.
take that responsibility.
And you have the resources to do that?
Yes, ma'am, I have a son who has a wrecker.
Okay,
30
so do you think that 90 days is a fair amount of time, or is the 90 days a fair amount of time for you to report back as to how much you've accomplished within that period of time?
That would be, yes, that would be more feasible for me to
I
accomplish
mean,
without.
can you report
stri-
back every 15 days, 30 days as
Yes,
to
ma'am.
what your progress is?
I sure can. I sure will.
It's a lot, it's a lot.
I understand it is, and
Okay. Anyone else have questions or comments? No. So let me just be clear, too, so no one accuses me of having misled you down the road. In order for us, or in order for me to be interested in making any kind of motion to try to allow any continuing business operation here, at a minimum, there would have to be significant landscape buffers.
yes, sir.
And there would have to be an agreement not to store any cars for any period of time within a certain distance of these residential areas, probably a certain setbacks established, so that wasn't done at all. Just for the interest of protecting these residential areas, giving them a view shed protection. That would be a minimum. All right. You can have a seat. Mr. Peterson?
I have one question. I'm sorry.
Well, this, we don't really move that way, but let me hear from Mr. Peterson first before we have a discussion up here about what we're going to do. You can have a seat. Thanks. Your floor. Help us. So
Okay.
as between shutting down a business immediately and giving them a chance to try to clean this up and operate in a manner which would not harm their neighbors potentially. Do you have any
Well,
thoughts?
It sounds like the applicant truly wants to clean this up and fix up the property. So I think the way you're heading is the correct way. You know, if we hold it for 90 days, the next hearing will be on November the 2nd. So hopefully within 90 days, they can get rid of all these cars, clean up the property, establish some buffer areas. And if there's any other junk on the property, get rid of it. If there's any businesses currently on the property operating, probably get those licensed properly. And then we can start talking about what kind of category the board would feel comfortable putting it into. Because there's other categories besides light industrial that this can go into that might be easier to put in here with some stipulations regarding the use. And her action plan is a big step forward, I think, in identifying how to get rid of the cars in a more timely fashion.
Okay. You heard Commissioner Dance's questions regarding requiring some sort of progress reports.
Yeah, and what we could do is give the applicant direction to call or meet with Jeannie Payton once every 2 weeks to give her a status of, you know, how they're moving forward, how many cars on the property, how many did they get rid of that week or in the last 2 weeks, what their plans for the buffers are, for the buildings, the signage, things like that.
Okay. Any other members of this group have any comments, questions? Yes.
So question on this. So do you understand that is it a problem with the tenant having a business license that keeps these things from moving along, or is it the property owner? I mean, technically, the property owner, I guess, wouldn't need a business license if they're just leasing the property.
The property owner does not need a license to conduct this business unless that's what they're doing. You know, her son has a tow truck, so he's in the business somehow. But, you know, the property owner should be checking to make sure his tenants are following the law, getting the licenses when they're required to get the license. And it is my understanding that they're in here now because they failed to get a business license for years, and they lost their grandfathering use of the property.
Okay. So I guess I have Ms. Norris. Ms. Chairman, sorry. If you'll come back up just for a moment, please. So if I understand at the moment, your tenant that's there does not have a business license, is that correct?
I believe he does have a business
He
license.
does have a business
Yes.
license.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound right, Ms. Payton? Does the tenant have a business license?
I don't believe the tenant was issued the latest business license that was requested due to it losing its grandfather.
Because we didn't have a proper zoning for that business.
I have, it's in my packet that I sent.
Oh, okay.
The very two,
I'm sorry, hold on just a second. All right, so,
I have it.
I'm sorry, so Cornelius is pointing out that, so I was asking a question to Ms. Payton, and she was trying to respond regarding the business license. If you could come up just for a moment so we can get you on the mic also.
If I can find.
The business license that was produced is for the state. It's a Cobb County business license that we're discussing, and it is not my understanding at this moment that one has been issued there recently. I believe the necessity of the zoning to be correct is what prompted this action forward at this point.
Okay, so is there a step that we need to take today so that the tenant can get a business license in order to assist in towing these vehicles and disposing of them that we know of? I mean, that,
Well, the tenant needs a license to operate the towing business. If they're towing cars out of here to a crusher, then I don't think they need a business license for that part of the business.
okay, all right then. As long as, I just want to make sure we didn't have a chicken or egg thing, that we needed to do something for the tenant to have a license so that the tenant could help solve the problem. But if removing the cars does not require a license, then I think we're fine just to continue as you're talking about. I'm good with that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would like to.
Yes, sir.
To just remind this planning commission that what's presented here for recommendation is a rezoning and a special land use permit, and to be focused on that rather than some of these other, how they do this issues with other, certainly providing 90 days or something is permissible, but just to keep focus onto the rezoning aspects of the questions at hand.
I understand. I think the concern was just that we didn't spin our wheels or waste our time in giving 90 days that couldn't possibly do any good, but I think we have an understanding. All right, so my motion, you can have a seat, please. Thank you. My motion will be that we hold this matter for up to 90 days with direction to the applicant to, or these matters, plural, for up to 90 days, with direction to the applicant to get as many cars as possible off this yard within 90 days or less, and to report every 15 days to community development on the status of actions taken and improvements made to clean up this yard. If there is no improvement and if there's a failure to give notice, or if there is no improvement for ComDev to move this case back on an earlier calendar rather than wait a full 90 days. So if nothing's getting done, let's not wait 90 days to take action. But if progress is being made, assess that 30 days out from today, and if progress is being made, then we'll give the full 90 days to hopefully have progress here. Is there anything else we need to include with this motion, or any other? Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dance. Any other comments or discussion? Call the question. Okay, so the motion passes 5-0. Next case.
Okay, rezoning case Z51 of 2021, Quick Trip Corporation, Michael S. Burke, request rezoning from TS and R20 to NRC for convenience store fuel sales and retail sales in land lots 754 and 759 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southwest side of South Cobb Drive, on the northwest side of Riverview Road, and on the north side of Manor Road. The applicant is present. Earlier For the early head count, Mr. Chairman of the Board, there was 25 people here in opposition. It's my understanding that 3 more people have come in, so we're going to raise the number of opposition to 28 people. So all those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Richard Calhoun. I'm here to represent Quick Trip Corporation. Also, do you want to swear Mr. Burke in? Yes, I have Michael Burke here with me. He's a project manager, and he can answer, I hope, any questions that I can't. Ready to go? All right.
I'm sorry, I need to learn to press my microphone button. Yes, sir.
All right. We're asking for a recommendation of approval in accordance with the staff recommendation of approval and our stipulation letter of July 28th, 2021. This is a Quick Trip store. It's like the normal, the ones of the Generation 3 models that they're building. They're bigger, but this is actually a smaller version. This is a 4,900 square foot model. The other ones that have been built by Quick Trip more recently have been about 1,000 feet larger. So this one's a little bit smaller. The site history of this property is the main area is a 1.5 acre parcel. It's an old gas station built in 1970, zoned tourist services, still zoned that. It's about a 0.7 acre parcel. And then there are 2 smaller parcels on the, and this is all in the handout that I passed out a little while ago. There are 2 smaller parcels on the corner of Riverview Road and South Cobb Drive. Those are about 0.4 acres each. Those are, according to today's zoning, those are non-conforming lots because they're under 20,000 square feet. Those things have been there for a long time. Forest Acres were actually Forest Acres subdivision lots, and I provided a copy of a plat in there in the handout. Those were, I think they're both at slightly under 20,000 square feet now. All of this is in a community activity center area under the land use plan, and the community activity center is at the intersection of South Cobb Drive, which is a 5-lane state highway. It's an arterial road. And the intersecting road is Riverview Road. It's a major collector from a historically industrial area. In fact, the Forest Acres subdivision and the nearby townhome development, I think it's Riverview at Vinings, those are kind of a residential island in a huge area of industrial development. That's just the history of it. To the north of this property is a Motel 6. It's Zone GC. To the east is South Cobb Drive, and then many warehouses across the street from that. To the south is light industrial. It's a paint manufacturing facility. Also to the southwest is the Riverview at Vinings townhome development, and then there in the comp plan there was a small area guideline that was very confusing the way it was worded. We didn't figure this out until recently that Manor Road had actually changed names. It's now Riverview Road. And so if you read that comp plan amendment that was passed 20 years ago in 2001, it recommended that whole area. It was already that intersection as a community activity center, but it recommended the 3 parcels on the south side of Riverview Road, which at that time was called Manor Road. And if you read that, and we found an old plat in there, 1956, that shows that the 3 parcels they were talking about in 2001, when they added those parcels to the community activity center, those were they said that was frontage on Manor Road. It's very confusing unless you know that Manor Road used to be, or Riverview at that area, was actually at one time Manor Road, and apparently in 2001 it was still Manor Road. But at any rate, the point of all that is those 3 parcels on the south side of Manor Road, at that time, now it's Riverview Road, were recommended for LRO only in a community activity center. The idea being, I think, I'm sure a lot of y'all know this, to give somewhat of a buffer for the Forest Acres people against the community activity center, which was in place at the intersection of South Cobb and Riverview Road. So that's kind of the history of it. Now, part of the rest of the history is Forest Acres has done really pretty well. Some of the houses in there are selling in the 300s. Their property values, if you look on the tax assessor's website, you'll see that their lot values have gone up over the years. The records don't go back that far, obviously, but their lot values have increased a whole lot more than the two lots that are zoned residential that we are seeking to have rezoned to neighborhood retail commercial. So their values have actually done pretty well, and they're selling. Houses have been, obviously they've been renovated and that sort of thing, but their values are doing very well in Forest Acres. And so what we're asking for here is to place a Quick Trip store on that corner there, which was, again, the tourist services portion of it was an old gas station. It's now an automobile garage with several variances. And the variances we've set out in our application because of the way the code is written, our front is actually on Riverview instead of South Cobb Drive, because that's our shortest frontage. So just by dint of the way the code was written, we ended up with needing a variance from 50 feet on that side down to 20 feet, and that shows in our plan. And again, because of the size of the site, it's a 1.55 acres, I believe. We need an impervious surface variance from basically 8%, from 70% to 78%. And you'll see in the site plan that we have, all of our detention is underground. It's under the concrete, and we've made provisions for that. And then finally, there's a landscape strip variance. We think that is going to work out in view of the way that we're dealing with the right in, right out on Riverview. And then we have 7 sign variances, and there's just a lot of detail to those. And I think the staff has just said let the district commissioner deal with the sign variances, and that's fine with us. The two issues I think we have here are the right in, right out on Riverview. That's obviously was of concern to the folks in the Riverview at Vinings townhome development. That was a townhome development that was built in 2004. I think there are about 114 townhomes in there. They obviously don't want any problems with the traffic on Riverview Road, because that's the road that they use. The Forest Acres folks, I don't believe, use it because they don't come out on there. They come out on South Cobb Drive. So we have worked with the DOT, and the DOT has said, fine, make that a right in, right out, and we'll be okay with that. We'll put a concrete median in there to keep people from making illegal left turns, and that will be okay on Riverview. And then the other subject which came up at a community meeting about a month ago with Commissioner Sheffield was security. What are you going to do about security? I've included in your packet there our security plan. It has, I think, 16 cameras, and those things are monitored in a central location in Tulsa. And I mean, there's a lot of security around a Quick Trip. There's really nothing else that we can see that Quick Trip has any control over on this site in order to put a store here. The variances, if you look at the criteria for granting a variance, it's an unusual or peculiar property condition due to size, okay, 1.5 acres, shape, this is a very unusual shaped piece of property, topography, it slopes 10 feet in the north toward Riverview Road in the south, and We also have to deal with Colonial Pipeline. It has a 30-foot wide easement across the northeast portion of the property. So we've got I think quite an assortment of reasons there for the variances that we're asking for. And again, it's a former gas station. It's on a 5-lane state highway. Where would you put a convenience store but on a state highway? That's a pretty good location. It's recommended for commercial use. The staff has made a recommendation for it. They've recommended approval. And there is in the comp plan built-in protection for forest acres in the form of that LRO stipulation in the comp plan for the first 3 lots on the far side of Riverview Road. So I don't have anything else. If the commission has any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or Mr. Burke can answer maybe the detailed ones.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll hear from the opposition now. Good afternoon.
Am I okay having my water up here? Okay. Is it possible to use? Yes, I have an updated one on here. Is it possible it's the only file on? Sorry, thanks.
You can start with your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Caitlin DeRuyter. I am a resident of the Forest Acres neighborhood. Forest Acres is a neighborhood of 82 single-family homes. The neighborhood was established in the 1950s. We have a wide mix of residents. We have some residents that have been there since the 1950s, and all the way up to some of the residents that just moved in are not only new to Cobb County, but new to the state of Georgia. Thank you. Let's see if I can make this tech work. Excellent. So you can see Forest Acres here. It's highlighted in yellow. The parcels highlighted in red are the at-issue parcels. Forest Acres is far from the only community that's going to be affected by Z51. There's the Riverview at Vinings townhomes. There's the Riverview, or the Carriage Hill townhomes, Wellington Point apartment homes, Palladian Manor townhomes, and the Town Manor townhomes. So although Forest Acres has been in this community for a very long time, this has been a huge expansion since the LOR restriction was first implemented. All of these communities have an ingress and egress within a half mile of the Z51 affected parcels. Our community is very opposed to this Z51 application. We have secured signature on petitions from over 84% of the homes in our community. That's reflected in over now 104 petition signatures across those homes. We have verbal representation and email representation of opposition from several other homes. So we're now pushing a 90% opposition rate in the Forest Acres community. In addition, after one afternoon of canvassing in some of the surrounding communities, we got 27 signatures. I think everyone here probably knows how difficult canvassing is and getting people to come to the door. So I think 24 signatures for one afternoon of work really speaks volumes. What we have up here in an updated map right in front of me is the Forest Acres neighborhood. Every parcel that has an X through it is a parcel that is opposed to Z51. As you can see, it's just an overwhelming majority. One of the prevailing concerns for our community and from my conversations with citizens in the other community, they're very, very concerned with traffic. This is a overburdened intersection. I have a zoom in of a bird's eye view of our intersection here. You can see Riverview Road to the west of South Cobb Drive, Manor Road to the east. The parcels would be right where South Cobb Drive and Riverview Road meet. The way it is now, traffic routinely expands well over half a mile in each direction on those single road lanes. Applicant states in their application that South Cobb Drive has been widened enough that we shouldn't be concerned with traffic. The issue is not South Cobb Drive. The issue is Riverview Road and Manor Road being so narrow, there's no place for all the vehicles to go now, let alone adding additional vehicles to the mix. With the right-in, right-out on South Cobb Drive, the Forest Acres community is also concerned that to get back to 285, most people are not going to want to go out Manor Road out the backside of the Z51 parcels to take a left on Riverview Road, to take a left on South Cobb Drive, to then get to 285. Atlanta drivers aren't that patient. They're going to probably take a right on South Cobb Drive, and they're going to do a U-turn south of that Riverview Road, South Cobb Drive intersection, right in front of the ingress-egress to our neighborhood. There's nothing to stop U-turns there. It's perfectly legal, but it is dangerous, and it's the only way to get in and out of our community. We're also concerned about the stormwater. Per the staff comments, the stormwater from this site will discharge through the Forest Acres community. We already have existing stormwater issues. The county's been out doing some construction this year. The issues are not completely addressed yet. We simply cannot support the additional stormwater runoff that would come from this site. The way the properties are being used now, it's mostly pervious surface. The applicant's seeking to have up to 78% of impervious surface. Other concerns are the 24-hour nature of the business, both the alcohol sales and just the people and the noise and the light. Lighting is a very important part of safety plans. Unfortunately, light pollutes everything around it. I understand the applicant's lights face down. That doesn't mean it's not going to intrude into the surrounding areas and into the surrounding neighborhoods. We're very concerned with the 24/7 alcohol sales next to the existing Motel 6. We think that's going to further, we're going to make some of the criminal element that unfortunately is present at the Motel 6 even worse. We're concerned about potential increase in crime. We're concerned that the area is overserved with gas stations. Our communities are going to bear all of the negatives of this gas station, and there's nothing positive being given back to our community from this. There's over 5 in just a mile radius. We're concerned about a decrease in property values. We have been blessed with our property values in the area have increased a lot in the last decade, but we don't want to live next to a gas station, and we don't think potential buyers will either. We're concerned with the environmental pollution, both water and air, and the health complications that follow environmental pollution, especially our area is not far away from the Sterigenics plant, which is a known source of carcinogens. We really don't want any additional sources of environmental pollution in our community. I want to talk a little bit about the Steinberg criteria, which I'm sure this committee is very well aware of. It is our contention that a full analysis of these criteria show that this application should be denied, and this board should vote to recommend that denial. Z1 would permit a use that is not suitable in view of the surrounding residential communities, especially the 24-hour business. This is not, as you can see from the first map we had up, this is not a residential island. This is a little commercial space that has existed despite the fact it's the island. You know, it's surrounded now by our residential communities, and 24-hour operation is simply not suitable or appropriate in a residential area. Number 2, Z51 will adversely impact the surrounding residential properties. All the concerns I've just gone through, noise, light, traffic, congestion, the increased risk of traffic accidents that follow congestion are going to negatively impact the use and property values of all of these homes. The at-issue parcels do have reasonable economic uses as currently zoned. That particularly the T6 zone parcel is a very popular and well-regarded auto repair shop. And there are 2 rental homes directly across Riverview Road from the 2 R20 lots that are currently rented out, which would say that there could be single-family homes built on those R20 lots and successfully rented out as well. Z51 is not in conformity with the doesn't conform with the policy and intent of the land use plan. There is the LR restriction. I know the applicant went through. It is our contention that we should take a plain reading. This is the text that was put in the 2001 comprehensive plan. It's the exact same as what we have now, which is found in the small area policy guide, CAC P16, which is Appendix 4 of our 2040 land use plan. Plain reading of the text says that the community activity center within the land lots 754 and 759 should be restricted to LRO only businesses. all of these lots are within those land districts. LRO would be a much more suitable use of this property. It would not have nearly as much impact on the surrounding communities. Examples would be banks, funeral and daycare centers, all things that give back to the community can use, and it's not a gas station. I'm now going to pass over to Robin Meyer with the Mableton Improvement Coalition.
Thank you very much. The Mableton Improvement Coalition, my name is Robin Meyer. I'm the chairman of the zoning committee for the Mableton Improvement Coalition. And yes, indeed, this is in 30126, our northernmost part. It's true that variances are acceptable when there's a hardship, but that should be a hardship that is not of the applicant's own making. In this case, the hardship is that this application is simply for a use that's too small for this property. And in candor, given the future land use map and text amendment, not in keeping with this application, with the future land use map. Caitlin is exactly right. The predominant feel of the community south of South Cobb Drive is residential. This is Riverview Road, where the Riverview Landing has taken off. This is a residential, low-key, quiet area. This is not the 24/7 interstate access kind of neighborhood that you find, or community that you find outside the perimeter. So we would recommend that you recommend denial of this application and protect the neighbors in this part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin. And we are back in District 4, and I happily look forward to the leadership of the District 4 Planning Commissioner.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate that. Thank you for the comments from the applicant, his representative, as well as the opposition. I've had an opportunity to review the case, and certainly have some concerns, at least as it relates to the number of variances that are being requested with respect to the application. There are 9 that I count that are included in the stipulation letter, and I understand the necessity for some of those. I do want to take a moment, if I could, to have planning staff come up. I want to be sure I understand the nature of the specific area study and what was adopted by the Board of Commissioners back in 2001 with respect to LRO uses and where that actually applies in this area, if you're able to clarify that for us.
All right, good afternoon. Jason Gaines, Cobb Community Development. So the area in that entire quadrant or block, if you will, southwest, I believe that's the southwest corner at Riverview and South Cobb Drive. That's shown, if you look at the map, I don't know if Tim can pull it up, but if you look at that, that's the northwest quadrant, pardon me. But if you look at that whole area, that whole little block, if you will, is shown as, that's the zoning, I think. That's future land, okay, that's future land use as well, thanks. It's shown as a community activity center. And it referenced particular land lots. I don't know if we could put the land lots up on here. I think it says 754 and 759. But that area, as verbally described there, or described in writing there, is what is being referred to as far as limiting to low-rise office uses. Now, I will say, and as it was noted, that dates back to 2001. And of course, I wasn't here at that time. But during the time that I've been associated with Cobb County Planning and Zoning, we have not used language that forceful when it comes to descriptions for the future land use plan or the comprehensive plan, because it is intended as a policy guide. It is not a regulatory document like a zoning ordinance. So for it to say the only LRO uses the Board of Commissioners will only consider LRO uses, I think, is a bit too strong considering the type of document that the future land use plan and comprehensive plan is. And that was a different Board of Commissioners at that time as well. So, I just say that to say that it's a bit forceful to use that specific language. However, I think that the points that have been raised by both the proponents and the opponents of the case are valid. So, I would just look at the language in reference to low-rise office uses with some discretion and not, treat it as if it is the letter of the law, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, unless you guys have any questions of Jason. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Carl, you got.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Just looking at comments from Stormwater, in particular, I think it's item 3 here, it says potential or known drainage problems exist for developments downstream from the site, limited downstream infrastructure capacity. Could you?
I don't know of anything in particular. That's a standard comment we have on a lot of projects that we put on so that they do a sufficient downstream study when they come in for their plan review. The state requires them to study down to a 10% point of the basin. We require to look in between that point at particular crossings or neighborhoods or backyards or whatever might be in between that point.
Okay, all right. Are there any stormwater projects planned in this immediate area?
I'm not familiar with the stormwater projects. That's a different kind of group, and so I'm not aware of any right off personally.
Okay, all right, thank you. You guys have any other questions of? Okay. All right, and then Amy Diaz.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Amy, I think y'all's recommendations call for a ride-in and ride-out on South Cobb Drive as well as Riverview Road?
Correct. They already had shown a right-in, right-out on South Cobb, but they would need one at both locations.
Okay. Is there any concern with respect to the distance of the access on Riverview Road and the closeness to the intersection of South Cobb?
There is some concern. I had to take that by traffic operations and signals because of the proximity. Even for a right-in, right-out, it's closer than 100 feet, which is closer than our standard. But given that it was a right-in, right-out at that situation, they gave their approval, which was correctly reported by the applicant. Okay. The one issue that we're still working out has to do with the uninterrupted access distance within their development. It may require them losing a couple of parking spaces to meet our standards.
Okay. Any other questions?
So when they were referencing the right-in, right-out, they mentioned, and I didn't see it in your comments, that DOT was recommending a median revision, and if that was true, who would be responsible for that cost?
I believe the comment reads that it would have some physical guidance, which could include a median. I'm not certain there's enough room in that area. Until we get a better survey, we wouldn't be able to decide whether they could put one in. A median is the best way to prevent left turns. But when we can't put one in, we have one of those guidance islands that we call a pork chop that everybody likes to joke about. So that might be what ends up happening in plan review, but some physical guidance would have to be put into place, and it would be on the developer's expense.
Other questions for Amy? Commissioner Waybright?
Amy, one of the community members mentioned that access, in other words, everyone can turn right in, but the only way to go back to get, as much as it sounds crazy to say going north on South Cobb Drive, would require going out onto Manor and then turning left on Riverview Road and then making a left at the light. Would that be the only?
I believe the concern from the citizen, if I understood it, is that people would come out of the right-in, right-out on South Cobb Drive and then make their first available U-turn on South Cobb Drive back toward the interstate. But that ended up in front of their development as far as where the U-turn would happen on South Cobb Drive.
Right, because she felt that would be most likely rather than going out on the Manor. So okay,
Correct.
we're
Yeah, 'cause
agreed.
You'd
And-
actually, you have to go back on Riverview, I mean, if you came out, if you wanted to go around the way, you'd have to come out Riverview and go around.
And in the traffic, did they have a traffic study on this yet?
They did not. It was under our threshold as far as
Under
what we
threshold,
require for a
okay.
traffic study.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question for you, please. You heard a suggestion that even with the establishment of these right turn only limitations, that people would be taking a lot of U-turns in this area. Can you just educate me, assuming everybody else already knows, what kind of realistic risk and concerns that raises?
So U-turns are legal in any place that they're not prohibited, which actually the opposition mentioned. So they are allowed, I believe, at all the intersections along this period. Where there is a signal and a protected left movement, they're much safer, because basically if that left turn can go, then a U-turn doesn't have any conflicting traffic either. If they're happening at a unsignalized intersection, you don't have that particular control, but generally speaking, they're still making a movement that they can wait until they get a sufficient gap.
Well, people forced to take a right turn on Riverview, where are they most likely to turn around if they don't make a U-turn?
It depends on where they're going. Are you saying people that are going back to the interstate?
Yes.
If they come out on Riverview?
Yes.
You can take Riverview down and kind of go through the Riverview all the way down to, I believe it connects to Veterans Memorial eventually.
That's way out your way.
But that's way down. I mean, it depends on where you're going on the interstate. If you're going to go to the interstate going south, you might go that way.
Or if there's a wreck on the interstate, you
Or
might
if
want
there's
to
a
be
wreck.
going that way.
If there's a wreck on the interstate. But
I've done that.
But I believe that is correct, that most people that want to go back to the interstate are going to turn out onto South Cobb and then find their U-turn from there.
Okay, but most folks trying to get right back to 285, they're probably going to take the right out onto South Cobb and then what are they most likely to do? U-turn, right there?
Yeah, so we wouldn't recommend the U-turn there because of the spacing. I don't know that they're going to be able to get over except during periods of light traffic. I mean, there's just not enough room. So they will actually have to come down another intersection unless they can get over.
Is there a signal or not to this, on this roadway coming into Riverview, just a little bit south of?
Manor,
Yeah.
Manor and Riverview? No, that's
No,
not
no signal
not
right
to
now?
the south.
It's not signalized.
Riverview at South Cobb is signalized, but the other one is not.
And Maynard, that really wouldn't be a candidate for signalizing there, would it, at Riverview?
On Riverview, not that I know of.
Yeah,
I don't believe it's been studied.
okay, thank you. Yeah.
Well, thank you for your feedback again. I appreciate that. I have some concerns about, again, the number of variances that are indicated. I feel as though the site's just a bit small for what they're trying to do there, quite honestly. I understand we're talking about right in and right outs on South Cobb and Riverview Road, but knowing the nature of folks, and if they want to go back north across South Cobb Drive, they're going to find a way. And I've seen a number of people. I'm very familiar with this interchange. I live but 2 miles away from it, so I know it very well. But the human nature of drivers, they're going to find a way to get in and out of here, and I'm concerned about potential conflicts, quite honestly. There are at least 4 gas stations I can think of that are within a mile of this, well, actually less than a mile, probably a quarter of a mile of this interchange. I think based on that, the number of variances that are required to move this forward, I'm going to recommend, we recommend a denial of Z51 as submitted.
We have a motion, is there a second? Second. Okay, a second from Commissioner Dance. Is there any further discussion? Okay, call the question. The motion for denial carries 5-0. Why don't we take a 5-minute break at this time before we hear our last couple of cases. Okay, welcome back to what we hope is the last session of the August meeting of the Cobb Planning Commission. And before we call our next case, I just, in case he decides that he is no longer completely enthralled with his work here, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank Tony Waybright for his outstanding stewardship and leadership and constructive ideas in all respects. And I hope I can continue. I hope you'll still answer the phone when I call. I really appreciate everything you've done. All right, John.
Rezoning case Z52, Glenn Robinson Construction. Request rezoning from R20 TS NS and LI to TS for baseball and softball related retail sales, warehousing and light manufacturing in land lots 221 and 284 of the 17th district. The property is located on the north side of Caruth Drive and on the east side of South Cobb Drive. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z52? Let the record show there's 11 people here opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Me too.
Not in District 1. Hallelujah. Please. Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name's Sterling Pace. I'm with Better Baseball and Glenn Robinson Construction for this application for rezoning. Glenn Robinson Construction is the owner of the property. I am also here with our architect, Pete Bilson, and Glenn Robinson, who, along with myself, are both available for questions. We are requesting rezoning of 4 lots encompassing 1.82 acres located at the intersection of South Cobb Drive and Caruth Drive to tourist services. Wow, a little hard to see there, but if you see the black area, to give you a little orientation of just exactly where it is, we have the zoning map for you. The area outlined is a location for the rezoning application. As you can see, if you move north up State Highway, you'll see a mix of GC and LI at similar lot sizes and depth east. If you move south down the State Highway, you'll also see a mix of GC and LI at similar lot sizes and depth east. As you continue to move east towards Atlanta Road, you're going to see mostly R20 homes, and then as you get closer to Atlanta Road, you'll see a mix of LI and GC. Take a little closer look there. That's a little better. But that's the site. Those are the 4 lots that are in question today. And I'm just going to run through a couple of quick slides to show you a few of the structures that are on the premises right now. 2 storage sheds. This is one of the homes. The roof is in bad shape. It's coming in, and 2 more storage sheds. Again, not all the structures, but a few of them. So let's move to the site plan. Although we're only here to discuss the specifics in regard to Z52, we recognize that the county and the community is very concerned about our holistic plan with what we're going to do with the current building and the proposed building. So I just want to take a second and make that real clear. So what we're proposing is a 17,000 square foot building, 15,000 square foot footprint, physical building with a 2,000 foot mezzanine, but 8,500 square feet of warehouse and storage, and 8,500 square feet of office and retail. The new building will have offices for Better Baseball support staff. Think about marketing, accounting, HR, such as that. It also will have a very large warehouse to support our business-to-consumer online sales. It's a big part of our business right now. And then a new and improved, baseball and retail store. So back to the existing location. Thinking about the existing location as a domestic fabrication, more of a bulk item, support high schools, middle schools, parks and rec, things like that. But again, I want to frame it one more way because again, it's made very clear to us from the county and the community that you're going to have a real clear idea of what we're planning to do with the space. So Proposed building, offices for staff, large warehouse, B2C retail store will only sell bats, balls, gloves, traditional retail products for baseball and softball. Existing building, fabrication center, area for bulk storage, institutional items, chalkers, field liners, maintenance, supplies like that. So got some elevations as well for the commission. As you can see, we're going to match the existing brick and block on the current building. No fences, open field. Obviously, we'll abide by any county landscaping recommendations. But before I go to this next slide, I would like to state for the record that although this is our first time in front of the commission, we have been doing a lot of work with the county and with the residents, and the residents specifically within that 1,000-foot area. And the current site plan that we'll be looking at is our 4th edition, and that's a direct result of a lot of conversations with the community and with the county. Sorry, that angle. Okay, so again, these are the 3 largest issues that we have summarized. We're not saying that they're all, but we want to address them head on. 1, the outdoor storage. We acknowledge the community and the county's concern with the new location and outside storage. As noted, our current location is being zoned TS, which doesn't allow for outside storage. It even goes as far to say that if you want to display something small like merchandise, it must be on the site plan. You'll look at our site plan, we have no location for outdoor storage. So again, we recognize the limitations on TS. We recognize the concern of the county and the community, and we're prepared to maneuver within the zoning restrictions of TS. Concern number 2, traffic, and in specific, the community has requested a direct route, exit from South Cobb onto the property. So although it wasn't, in any of our original site plans, we took their concerns seriously. We set up a virtual meeting with state DOT and ran down those options. Under the current environment, due to the limited frontage, they do not think it would be possible to put a dedicated entrance into South Cobb. And I can follow up with some more on that if you have some questions. But they did say that they felt confident, of course, after county approval, that the dedicated turn lane that you'll see in our newest edition will be something the state would approve. Of course, this would be determined after an official dialogue with the county and on-site verifications. But once approved, we believe the dedicated turn lane will alleviate traffic concerns, and it is our hope that DOT would agree. Of course, as the developer, we would incur all costs associated with that added lane. Number 3, continued commercial creep into the neighborhood, and we recognize that is a very big concern. Better Baseball, Glenn Robinson Construction has no intention of moving further east into the neighborhood. At one time, we'll admit that we had interest in the 5th lot that borders the 4th lot in question. But after a quick analysis, you can see the topo. There's a natural barrier in Ollie Creek that won't let us do what we would like to do or need to do to run our business. So that concern should hopefully be mute at this point. So we feel that our most recent site plan and our statements today address these 3 concerns. We are also agreeable to stormwater and fire department's recommendations. We also feel that our proposal fits perfectly with Cobb County's comprehensive plan. If you look at the future land use map, I believe Caruth Drive is actually the buffer or the dividing line. Everything to the south is community activity center. Everything to the north is industrial compatible. So, TS is a recommended zoning for both of those future land use categories. So, Cobb County is Better Baseball's home. Without Cobb County's support, we'd not be standing in front of this commission today. In 2010, a few months out of school, Glenn took a chance on me, and I started working as an entry-level employee, hourly employee at Better Baseball. Together with a strong team and even stronger community, we've been able to help grow the sport we all love throughout Cobb County. We've been humbled over the last 6 days with over 300 Cobb County residents signed a e-petition for support. There is no question that Better Baseball has outgrown our existing footprint. Today, we come before this commission with a plan that we feel aligns the interests of the community, Cobb County, and Better Baseball. Therefore, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval to the Board of Commissioners. There's a little time left. I know Glenn would like to address you personally. Thank you.
That's going to be hard to follow. My name is Glenn Robinson with Glenn Robinson Construction and Better Baseball, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to y'all. This might get a little emotional. If it does, that's kind of the way I am, but I want to make a few points if I could. In playing baseball and in life, a person occasionally gets the opportunity to do something great. When that time comes, only two things matter: being prepared to seize the moment and having the courage to take your best swing. Now, these are words from a truly remarkable man who was an inspiration to all of us both on and off the field. He worked tirelessly to help minorities and those less fortunate to have an opportunity to succeed. He was honored this weekend at Truist Park while setting records that some believed were unattainable. Yes, Henry Aaron, a life and legacy unmatched. Like Hank Aaron has done for so many people, helping provide opportunity and inspiration, Better Baseball will follow in his footsteps. If the commission elects to approve our rezoning request, you will be giving us this opportunity to do something great. But with this opportunity comes responsibility. Yes, responsibility to help our employees, our customers, and those less fortunate individuals and organizations that need our help. We've gone over the time by a little bit. Should I keep going? Please. I'll make it quick. No, you're both very good at motivational speaking, but I have a few points to make. okay. It is our responsibility to address. Are folks here willing to give them 2 more minutes to wrap up? Okay. Can you give us a 2-minute clock starting now? But it is our responsibility to address the concerns of our neighbors. Sterling has addressed 3 major concerns that our neighbors have voiced when we met with several of them last week. With this new facility, trucks will be able to immediately turn around and back into a loading dock, greatly reducing any disturbance and disruption to traffic flow along Caruth Drive. Another concern was the flow of traffic from Caruth Drive onto South Cobb Drive. At this intersection, we are proposing the addition of another turning lane, and this will provide a means for our customers and neighbors to make either a right or left turn without delay. The third concern was commercial rezoning creep up Caruth Drive, and we believe that Ollie Creek with its floodplain provides a natural barrier preventing future expansion down Caruth. We believe these efforts will have a very positive impact, ensuring traffic along the entrance flows smoothly. In 2008, we were asked to widen Caruth on the south side. We did, and this has been extremely beneficial to all parties. There will be no outside storage at the new facility. We will comply with stormwater erosion control and all requirements to get a land disturbing permit and apply for a permit with GDOT and Cobb DOT if it's supported. The rendering that Sterling shows on his presentation shows architecture with brick and block on the front and side to match what we currently have at our present building.
Our landscaping will be the envy of the neighborhood. Like Hank Aaron has done for so many people, helping provide opportunity and inspiration, Better Baseball will follow in his footsteps on and off the field.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so we have 13 minutes now of time for the opposition. Is there any opposition? Yes, come on forward.
Hello, I'm Paula Parmalee. I represent 62 people who have signed a petition against this. All right, the proposal that he makes is not going to work. Now, Caruth Drive, there are other roads that feed into it. There's Hicks Road and there's Oak Ridge Drive, okay? You just imagine Caruth, Oak Ridge, and Hicks, okay? Then there's a trailer park that's the end of one of those roads, okay? Then you have South Cobb Drive, and then you have Atlanta Road, all right? That all the people that live on the side streets come down Caruth Drive. Now, Atlanta Road feeds into Caruth, and traffic is constantly going down our road, okay? Now, with a Better Baseball as it exists now, constantly, and there are a lot of elderly who live in our neighborhoods, okay? The tractor trailers from Better Baseball, they back up and they block traffic, okay? Then you see people running across the road from his parking lot, which is gravel, and cars have to stop because it's a nightmare. Now, with the existing building is bad enough, but imagine if you have another building, tons of parking there and tons of parking here, okay? That is going to be a catastrophe for Caruth. He has to have his exits and entrances on South Cobb Drive. About all the other businesses do, why doesn't he have to? See what I mean? Then the elderly. This is incredible. Then the elderly on the other side streets have mentioned that they see tractor trailers flying down their road about hitting their mailboxes, and their children are also, some of the women, the younger women, their children are playing in the yard. Now, something has to be done about this. It's dangerous. See what I'm saying? We're also against any large increase in his buildings there. It's going down South Cobb Drive, and it's going to destroy our neighborhoods. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for hearing me.
My name is Garland. I just want to say I'm concerned mostly about Caruth Drive. We live on Caruth Drive. Tractor trailers come down through there quite often, and then now they've started, after I did ever, they take another road, Oak Ridge Road, both goes to the old Atlanta Road. So both roads in that neighborhood gets a lot of traffic. And Caruth Drive is the same from one end to the other. There's nothing on it. The road ain't that wide. The road is, 2 cars can just make it. That's what I'm concerned about. And then I have another point that I've been trying to do for years is speed bumps on Caruth Drive. We got black tire marks on both sides of my house. There's 2 good places straight on our street, and a lot of people, hot rods all the time. I've been wanting speed bumps in the yard, out front, all over that road. A lot of kids. There's more than 20 kids between them 2 streets. And one street has an end to it, probably a couple 100 feet long. Kids play in that area a lot. Of course, ain't nothing going to drive through there, but they do. But the whole daggone street has kids. And people want to go 30, 40 miles an hour. Sometimes right in front of my house, they're going 50, 60. And I've been wanting speed bumps. I'm thinking about trying to make them if that's possible. That's what I'm really, myself, worried about is the road, because it's a dangerous road for all these houses. And there's old elder people, and there's a lot of things on that road. Been there a long time. Those houses were built in 49, 50. And they've been there, and they're all okay, and everything's wonderful. So I want to say that. And I'm with her, too.
Yes, sir.
I live on Oak Ridge Drive, and I'm here to tell you that this man's beautiful talking points, this is what he has. This is what he has. This is what he put at the entrance of our neighborhood. And this is supposed to be, I don't even know how he got the first building, much less a second one. Can I see the second one, please? This is what we see when we drive down Caruth Drive. This is the first thing. We've just turned off of South Cobb onto Caruth, and that's what we see. That's it. Gravel. Look at this. I want to show you this. I mean, this is what he uses because he brings tractor trailer trucks in there and backs them in there. And he has to, and you want me to tell you what he said? To one of your Cobb enforcement officers that went and talked to him. He put orange cones on top of the things around the fire hydrant. He put cones on there. And he says it was to keep the drunks from hitting the fire hydrant. This man has lied to me so many times. You told me when I first came up there, you told me that you were going to put in the trees around there.
Sir?
And you didn't do it.
Sir, if you could just address us. And also, we didn't get your name. I didn't hear your name.
My name's Jerry Wardlaw. I'm a U.S. citizen and a taxpayer in Cobb County.
Okay, please continue. You have time. Go ahead. Do you have anything else?
Oh, yeah. This is the back. This is on east side. As you can see, he has cargo, trailers. The business doesn't open, but he has people show up early, and at 7 a.m. we hear cargo being unloaded off of these things that are, this is what you ship it with. They come from China. This is what he ships it with. This man right here, he faces all that. He's on the east side. He faces this. This is incredible that this man would ever, if this is what he thinks is a better world or what, that's what the man's, if you stand at that house's front door, that's what you see right there. That is what he sees at his front door. I don't know what else to tell you. There's his parking lot across the street on Caruth. I don't know how he got this thing zoned, man, but this is incredible. That's his parking lot there too. You told me you were going to put in a Christmas tree all the way around. That's where he has to turn his stuff around.
Please just address us. Thank you.
That's his answer to the mud that came up in the last one. You throw gravel on it. There you throw gravel on some more again. That's what we have to deal with. We can't wash our cars. It does us absolutely no good to wash a car. You're going to go through. Now, this is what I think he needs to put around his place right here On the other side of these trees, there's a building, but you can't tell. This is what he promised to do for me whenever he came for the first time. And he said, oh, yeah, well, we'll do it. One of your officers went out there with me. One of the county commission officers came out there, and I said, look, put these trees out. They grow up about whatever high, about as high as a light pole. It stops the sound. It stops the light. It stops everything. I mean, it's just a boundary, and we need one. We don't even have a sidewalk going down Caruth Drive right now. And there's a bus stop at the end of Caruth Drive. We don't even have a sidewalk. No curb, no nothing. I mean, it's like I say, we got children. I'll tell you what though. I've never seen this, and I'll tell you what, you don't do Hank Aaron no grace, man. Hank Aaron will be disappointed with what you've done with baseball.
Is there anyone else to speak for the opposition today? Okay, that'll close the public comment portion of this hearing, and we're in District 4. The District 4 Commissioner will lead us. Oh, there is someone? I'm sorry. Come forward then. Oh, it's District 3. I'm sorry.
We're so used to saying 4.
Yeah. It is District 3. Wow. Okay, there are 2 minutes remaining.
All right.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Juarez. I live in Caruth Drive. I was trying to talk about the problems that we face with baseball, Better Baseball. I believe that's the name of the store. So one of the problems is the trailers. When they come in pretty fast, and we play usually in our front yard. And usually we always see them passing by. They don't even try to stop, slow down. They just come in. A concern we have always is they're knocking down our cable, Wi-Fi cable that we have connected, and they're always dropping it down. We're always got to call someone, pay for it to connect it again, as well as the customers. Some customers just come in flying by. Is there any way we could also get some speed bumps or anything, because they're always just zooming by, and the traffic is there. It gets crazy. Like sometimes we got to wait for the trailers to move. Sometimes we got to back up and try to go by Atlanta Road. It just backs up really bad. And that would be all.
Okay, thank you. And anyone else? Going to make doubly sure because there's still a minute left. Okay, that does close the public comment portion of the meeting, and it's in District 3. I stand corrected. Planning Commissioner Dance will lead the discussion.
Thank you. Is Kathy Pickett here? Hiding. Could you come up, please?
Good afternoon.
Hi, Kathy. Can you state your name for the board and tell them what your job is?
Yes, my name's Kathy Pickett. I'm the Code Enforcement Manager in Community Development.
Okay, and I believe that you have had some code issues previously on the property. Can you kind of describe that and tell us where we are today? Are
Yes,
there any outstanding issues?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want to just talk about 152?
The current.
The current.
Well, okay, because there's the gravel issue right
Yes.
across the street.
Yeah, that's.
Can we start with that?
132, okay, that's the existing site.
And that's the property.
That's 132, that's not part of the Z52. It's the existing Better Baseball location that's on light industrial.
So is that this greenish parcel on the screen?
It's on the south side of Caruth Drive, yes, yes. I visited the site with Senior Officer Farrell on Monday, and we, went through, kind of looked at what's taking place there. That site, the only problems that we have actively with that site are on the outside portion along Cruz Drive near where the smaller, is there a pointer I can point?
Yeah, is there a way for her to point?
Tim, if you see on the south side, there's like a small shed with the red on the outside. That you see two vehicles parked right on the outside. No,
And the
there's like
watch,
right there. Exactly. Yeah, on that side, that would need to be paved parking. So we, have an outstanding parking notice for that location. Outside storage is allowed. I know there's a good bit of outside storage on the property, but that property is on light industrial. So the outside storage would be permitted.
So with the outstanding, would you call it a citation?
Parking standards. It's
Okay.
actually a notice of violation.
Okay. And are you in
we-
discussion with them about?
Yes,
matters?
I did discuss with Glenn Robinson and also Sterling Pace. There are some concerns about gravel coming out on the roadway from vehicles that are entering onto to make deliveries into that back area, about paving an apron, and he was agreeable to do that to keep the gravel from going out into Caruth Drive.
Okay, and how about the property across the street then?
Across the street is a parking violation based on when that property was initially rezoned to tourist services back in 2015. There was a stipulation, June 16th of 2015, that lot was to be paved and striped. The house that was on the lot was removed, I believe, in 2019, and they are continuing to use it for parking on the gravel lot.
Okay, and when I reviewed the history, it appears that there were ongoing discussions and their representation was that it would be paved with this plan, and therefore that was held in abeyance. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And in your interactions with the owner, are they compliant with code enforcement's efforts to gain compliance?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, he has worked with us to comply with all the requirements that we have requested to comply with the ordinance. So he has been working with us.
Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
No, I think that's, just about it. We had 4 complaints on 132 since 132 Caruth Drive, which is the existing location. And he's complied with everything to that point, other than, occasionally there'll be, I guess, a customer or an employee parked on that outside along Caruth Drive. The only real problem that we have at this point, which has been a source of complaints, is the parking at 152, where the employees and I guess occasionally customers are parking.
Across the street?
Across the street, the one that's in for rezoning.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get either Mr. Pace or Mr. Robinson? Yeah. Can we pull up the site plan, and is there some way that he might be able to point to?
I have an image I can put on the smart board if you'd like.
Yeah, or he can help you put it up there.
Oh, is it? Over here? Okay, yeah. Yes, ma'am.
He's going to be able to point to the chart so we can see him? Oh, on your screen, okay. You've heard this discussion about the in and out of semi-tractors and things like that. Can you describe this plan from the manner in which someone, a driver, would enter off of South Cobb and now approach your new building and also exit?
Specifically to the tractor trailers, correct? Okay. Yes, ma'am. So the plan as it sits is the tractor trailers would enter.
Can you put your finger on the chauffeur?
Sorry. All right. So I'm at my mouse to the tractor trailer.
Okay.
You're coming in here, and then you would turn in here, and then we had an existing structure here that we took out to give the tractor trailer enough space to be able to pull in and turn around, might be a 3-point turn, then back in.
And that's lined up with a loading dock?
Yes, the loading dock is right here. If I zoomed in, oh, sorry, I was trying to zoom in, but the loading dock is right here.
Okay, and how would they then exit?
So we prefer for them to come out and then take a right down Caruth right here. We did put a no tractor trailer sign. Again, this would all be county's call, but the most recent addition is a no semi sign there to prevent that. I mean, we agree that street is too narrow. We see that the trees and branches get hit when semis do come down there. So,
Sir, we can't have like a argument going on here. Can we- Right, this isn't the time though to, thank you.
we are agreeable to anything that the county suggests to help prevent tractor trailers from going down Crew Drive.
Okay, so it's your intention that they not travel Caruth Drive through the subdivision? but that
Absolutely
they
not.
Exit back with the right turn lane that y'all have provided in this plan?
Yes, ma'am.
And it would be your burden to create that intersection as has been, I think you described earlier.
Yes, ma'am. That right turn lane there.
Right. Okay, and you have previously met with DOT about this plan and are in discussions with them?
Yes, we are currently in discussions with DOT.
Okay. And can you describe at the first entrance off South Cobb,
Mhm.
how those two entrances line up between your existing facility and the proposed?
Yes, I think I'm understanding you correctly. Right now, they are mirror imaging of each other. They line up exactly. That was recommended in the original 2015 Z50 zoning case. So after the DOT's comments and Board of Commissioners, we just mirrored exactly what was originally proposed and approved.
Okay, and your plan to have more retail across the street, that limits the number of folks that are your existing facility, right, and directs traffic to the proposed facility?
Yes, ma'am. Our best predictions is 80 to 20%. 80 at the retail, 20 at the wholesale.
Okay,
In terms of traffic, people.
all right, and your traffic of your retail customers at the proposed site, how would that run?
The traffic of the retail customers?
Yeah, what's the flow of the traffic for retail customers at your
Yeah.
proposed building?
Okay. Sorry, a little nervous. Okay, great question. So the reason why we have the parking lot flowing the way that we did is we were concerned, and DOT can speak specifically on this, but our thought process was if you had a lot of people exiting that front entrance, that potentially you could have traffic maybe backing up, going down Caruth. Sorry, I should use the mouse. So if you have people exiting here, too many, that you could have traffic backing up here. So we did a flow like this to help more people go out this way to prevent, a ton of this traffic trying to go out right here, with limited space. If you have the flow this way, obviously the cars would be able to move a little better, and that was the thought process there.
Okay, and you heard the comments about an existing, whether it's a notice of violation on your parking area in front of your proposed building, because that is currently gravel. But the intention of this plan is that all of this area is paved, is that right?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Okay, and you heard this discussion about the apron across the street?
We did.
Can you address how that would be handled, even though it's not part of this proposal?
Absolutely. On the current plan that you see, we have it with the proper curbing to match everything that you see, moving back towards South Cobb. There is some transformers there, sewage. A lot of things would have to be moved for us to be able to do this mirror image here. Our thought process was, if we do this proposed building first, what that does is gives us an additional, I think, 52 parking spots. And once that's there, people parking on this gravel lot wouldn't, this is almost, I think we have 23, so we go to 52. We think that the new building would alleviate the issue of people parking there. And as soon as this was done, just because, we think it should be completed, we would tackle the area that you're talking about right now.
Okay. Would that be after this other construction or as part of it?
Coming in today, it was after, but open to conversations if the county wishes.
Okay. And can you tell me how long the Better Baseball facility has been on site?
2009, 2008. Okay.
Okay. And what's your customer base look like?
Customer base, again, at the current building is primarily going to be, your family, moms, dads, kids coming in, getting that bat, ball. But because we do fabrication and manufacturing, we do support parks and recs, and those nets are, over 150 pounds. And when something's over 150 pounds, tractor trailers, do get involved. But our primary customer, like I said, over 80% is going to be, local residents, people coming for tournaments from out of state, out of county. That's the majority of our customers.
Okay. Anyone else?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. And you've answered a lot. I had a lot of questions, and so you've answered some of them. But can you restate your retail versus wholesale percentage-wise?
Yeah, that's a great question. Retail versus wholesale in 2020 was 51% and 49%. 51 being wholesale. I know it because it was the first time wholesale won, right, in terms of the market share. But you have to understand, although I'm giving you revenue breakdowns, the tickets would be a landslide retail versus wholesale. The transactions are so much larger on a wholesale model.
And so with that revenue, with the breakdown being revenue, you also it's safe to assume that that's going to be the breakdown of your traffic and your customers who would come to your facilities?
No, because it might take, 50 to 75 retail transactions to get close to one wholesale transaction.
So you expect a lot more retail traffic across the street?
Absolutely. We believe of the total traffic turning down Caruth, 80% or more will be going to the proposed building.
And okay, thank you for that. Mm-hmm. That leads to our next question. What are your hours of operation?
Hours of operation are 9 to 7, Monday through Friday, 10 to 7 on Saturday, 10 to 6 on Sunday. Occasionally during peak hours, we will stay open till 8. I would say no more than 12, weekends a year.
Okay. And so when we heard some folks on the opposition talk about the noise complaints and the 7 a.m., that's just your delivery trucks and delivery getting you ready for your sales?
Yes, that's a good point. We will have deliveries that do come before the hours of operation. He's accurate in that. 7 a.m., generally our guys don't get there that early, but there could be an occasion where a delivery driver will say, hey, I can only get here at X time, and we would do that. How often does that happen? I can't say specifically.
So if you had a noise restriction, how would you be able to handle that with your delivery team?
Well, you would have to prioritize that noise restriction and push the delivery to the next day. If that's your only open availability, then I'm sorry.
Okay. My next question had to do with your existing site and the pictures that we saw of the storage that's outside behind the fencing. Given your new proposed space, you mentioned that there was going to be some inside storage. Does any of that inventory move into the inside storage that you're proposing, or will that space across the street remain the same with storage facilities outside?
Right, that's a great question. So think about it this way. A lot of the items in the existing building that are inside the building like the retail stuff, the bats, balls, and gloves, those would move across the street into the proposed building, which would then open up a lot of square footage for bulk storage for some of the stuff that is behind the building. So none of the stuff that's behind the building per se would go into the new building, but some of the existing stuff that's stored inside in the existing building would go across the street, which would open up more storage capacity in the existing building for some of the goods that are stored behind.
No, that makes sense. What, and now I'm gonna ask you a hard question, you may not know, but humor me. What percentage of your existing outside storage do you think you'd be able to move inside any of the facilities? So as to, I'm really trying to get into what reduction of that outside storage that you're currently exhibiting now that you'd be able to alleviate by having this proposed building?
Yeah, that's a great question. The business is constantly evolving. It's constantly changing. To try to speak on specifics would be difficult, but a lot of the inventory be able to come in regards to the storage containers. We got the storage containers as an attempt to get the outdoor storage under control because of some of the variances that were mentioned over the last couple of years. So we thought that was a step in the right direction. Maybe we miscalculated there.
Okay, and then my final question, can we go back to the site plan picture that we had up? Was there any, given the current site, was there any consideration to have your main entrance of your proposed building off of that South Cobb Drive?
Yes. Well, originally, no, until we started speaking with the community. And then once we spoke with the community, again, I don't want to put words in, Georgia D-Dot's mouth, but we had 2 phone calls, Josh Montefusco and Mrs. Barrow, I believe. And due to our frontage only being 136 feet and the South Cobb being 45 miles per hour, they have a state recommendation of 230 feet in between entrances. So if South Cobb is, let's say location 0, and you were trying to go 230 feet, given we only have 136 feet in frontage, they believed, based on that data, in the current environment, an entrance was not possible.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Anyone else before? I have a few. Yes, go ahead.
Just real quickly, looking at the GIS, and then also looking at your site plan, have you discussed with the car dealership to the north of you getting an easement so that you can use their access point on South Cobb?
No, there have been no discussions with easement.
That was it? Yeah. Okay. They may not be all that thrilled with the notion of tractor trailers whizzing by their cars, but just guessing. Don't know. So you'd be willing to accept hours restrictions on deliveries and pickups?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You used the word fabrication earlier. What would you fabricate?
We fabricate netting, so batting cages, backstop nets, hitting nets for high schools and Parks and Rec.
What debris or byproducts are created by the process of fabricating netting, if any?
Yeah, so we're not actually manufacturing the netting, so we bring it in a bulk. Imagine a big bale of net that's 50 feet wide, 500 feet long. We just cut it and sew it to the shape that we need. So the byproduct would just be the nylon netting material that's wasted after we cut our shapes.
Okay. There was some statements made about hot rods on the road. Do you have a lot of customers that drive hot rods in any respect?
Sir, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Truck flow. Can you go back to the diagram you showed a minute ago? Gas type. Okay. So you feel like a tractor trailer will be able to take a left turn in there, take a left or a right onto Caruth, and then take a left into your proposed building site as shown there, or is that one way only for cars?
The tractor trailer would only use the second exit,
Okay.
or entrance exit.
Well, that gets rid of my other question. That'll probably be safer for cars trying to exit the parking to the west side of the building. We saw some damage earlier to apparently some neighboring properties caused by truck tires. Do you but you know, when I'm looking at this map, what I'm looking at is trucks should hopefully not be going down Caruth, and even if so, I guess turning immediately onto east side. Do you have any knowledge of these incidents where there's been damage done to these properties? Have you dealt with the neighbors on this?
You know, I actually this morning at 8 o'clock this morning, I was sitting on our property, and a tractor trailer came down. Again, this is a little ironic, but it wasn't one of ours. And Chris and myself, who's our director of consumer experience, both witnessed this truck knock some branches off and then continue to drive all the way down Caruth. And we looked at each other and said, this is what the community's upset about. Now, this is one instance. This was this morning. So I have seen it. Yes, sir.
Well, just judging from this plat that I'm looking at, I really can't see how they could, it would be difficult for a tractor, given the location of that existing building on the smaller building nearest to East Side Drive. It would seem rather difficult for a tractor trailer to exit in that manner. Do you have many tractor trailers that exit around that existing building?
Oh, well, this one just kept going straight. It didn't interact with our property. But can you repeat the question one more time to make sure I'm
I'm just wondering how many. So when you have a large truck or a tractor trailer visit your existing large squarish shaped Better Baseball building south of Caruth Drive, how would it get in and out?
Okay, two ways. One, that we have a loading dock on the front of the building. I'm sorry. There is a loading dock here.
Okay.
And then what you're talking about, currently there is a secondary fence here, so they can pull in and then loop out. Again, remember the curbing that you're looking at is futuristic. That's not there at the moment. That's proposed.
Got it. So you're saying some tractor trailers do come in this entrance to the far southwest area of the existing Better Baseball site?
This one here?
No, the first one closer to South Cobb.
Yes.
All right. Do you know where the folks live that were showing us pictures of property damage?
I know the road that they live on. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just trying to figure out, looking at this, I mean, obviously, unless folks turn east onto Caruth, they're not really going to be able to damage folks' property, as best I can tell, unless I'm missing something.
No, sir. You're 100% accurate. Again, I think as a company, we can do a better job trying to steer that traffic. But I don't know why. If you were to go down this road and look down it as an 18-wheeler, you would never want to drive down it.
Okay. And where you're showing this 40-foot tree buffer right now, what's there presently?
Okay. Do you see where this existing structure is right here?
Yes.
So this is pretty open space. Right here, as you get closer to that 40-foot buffer, is the property line. And if you go and look at these 4 lots, the existing debris or trees, I don't know the proper terminology, but they're right along the fence lines and the property line. So right there is just a long row of trees.
Would you be willing, if and to the extent there's any recommendation from the district commissioner to approve your project, would you be willing to stipulate and agree to finishing that, all the plantings in that 40-foot tree buffer prior to the issuance of any temporary CO?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can step down and if Amy Diaz can come up.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hello again. You've just heard his description, and you've been to the site, and you've interacted with him, and you've prepared comments. Is there anything that you would like to add, or can you describe anything in any better manner than has been so far?
Yeah, so the main issue that's still under discussion between us and them, and we've also pulled GDOT into the conversation as now, but they haven't had a chance to respond, has to do with the spacing of that first driveway that's closest to South Cobb Drive and South Cobb Drive. That basically that distance is not very long. As far as the straight line distance that we measure, since that's how Cobb County development standards work, it's 100 feet or just shy of it, so it's just barely meets the minimum for our spacing. As far as the distance from South Cobb Drive, they do it from the edge of travel lane, and it's 150 feet measured that way. So I've sent that information to them because what I'm concerned about, and I'm going to use the same mouse treatment. This on? Okay. So basically you have a car come in either direction off South Cobb Drive, and if they're turning in here, then they stop here. If all your traffic is coming through the site and exiting this way, you're actually causing an overlap pattern on Caruth Drive because you'll have exiting cars going through here and then entering cars going through here having to cross that traffic. What we talked to them about is having this be the reverse direction. So this is basically an exit-only driveway, which eliminates some of the conflict points, makes us a little more comfortable with that spacing to South Cobb Drive. That's still under discussion, so that's something that we're trying to work out between us. One of the other reasons why we want to limit the movements of this driveway is because it does not have the distance of uninterrupted flow that we like to have between the first access aisle or this isn't really an access aisle, but turning over to go to these parking spaces. That doesn't give us, I mean, there's almost no straight line distance between the end of the curb return and then when you have to turn. So if we can limit that to exit flow only, we won't have people that are turning in here, coming in here, and then wanting to turn immediately this way, overlapping.
Thank you. And currently, Caruth Drive is closed to truck traffic, is that right?
That is correct. It can be enforced by police enforcement. It is a no through truck traffic road.
Great.
Just a quick question. I'm sorry, just a quick question. Is Caruth Drive a candidate for speed bumps?
It could be. I haven't spoken to traffic operations about it, but it is a local road, which is one of the first criteria. Right. So that is something that has to be agreed to. There's a whole process through traffic operations.
65% of the property?
It has to have a petition from the neighborhood, and they have to, a certain percentage of them have to agree to the speed humps.
Okay.
But they can do a study. If somebody in the, one of the citizens wants to start that process, they should contact our traffic operations department and start that.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am. No, sir. That was explained earlier this morning, but I know it's been a long day, but please have a seat, sir. Thank you.
At this time, I'm prepared to make a motion. In accordance with the final zoning staff recommendations, I'm recommending approval, subject to all the recommendations stated in the zoning staff recommendations, the site plan, which was received July 12th, 2021. Understanding, however, that there are ongoing discussions about that site plan, and we would encourage you to have those discussions before the BOC meeting so that you might you as the applicant would have further detail as to how those traffic flows and things would be handled. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations, Fire Department comments and recommendations, and Department of Transportation comments and recommendations, including these ongoing discussions. I also noted in your presentation that you said that you would not have any outdoor storage, and I would add as another stipulation that the landscaping is to be approved by the county arborist and is scheduled, therefore also approved. Even though the road issues across the street are not part of this rezoning request, we just encourage that you consider paving that area at the same time you complete the rest of the project. And that's what I had, but there may be some other comments like hours of deliveries and stuff like that, but I'll let you take that.
We have a motion. Is there a second at this time, or do we want to comment on the motion first?
I'll second her initial.
There's a second for purposes of discussion, and Commissioner Vaughn?
Well, one, let me make a comment before I make some amendments. But the site plan as it is now concerns me, just because that flow of traffic, that's what I saw even before Ms. Diaz spoke. It seems very confusing with the two turn-ins and a truck, if a truck has to get in, and then cars trying to get in. And so it concerns me with
Right, and kind of
approval.
just so that you shape what you're saying, I was trying to aim at that they
They need
should,
to figure that out before.
right.
I guess my concerns that I'm trying to stress is I don't know if that's going to be figured out.
If it's what?
If it's going to be figured out in time, that's a very tight site. It's what I'm seeing. The way the building is backed up, cars can't go around, so they have nowhere else to go but that side of the street. You have those two entrances. We've already been told that they can't use South Cobb Drive, so it's really just a one way this way or one way the other way. And so I just don't think that's going to be a solution. So I have some concerns with the motion based on that piece. Second, I wouldn't be able to support anything unless we at least had some amendments around hours of operation and some type of noise consideration for the neighbors. The buffer you mentioned, I definitely support, but I think the hours of operation would be considerable to do at the same time.
So do you have a recommendation on that?
No, I'm gonna let our chairman make it because only because I'm still struggling with the amendment anyway based on the site plan, so.
That's interesting. Would anybody like to propose an hours of operation limitation at all, or hours of delivery limitation? If not, I'll go ahead and do it. I'll move to amend the motion to require that all deliveries and pickups occur only during the stated hours of operation, which are 9 to 5 or 9 to 7 Monday through Friday, 10 to 7 Saturday, and 10 to 6 on Sunday. And that's my motion to amend.
I'll second that.
So there's a second on that. So I guess is there any further discussion before? Okay, let's call the question on the amendment first, on the hours. So my motion to amend passed by a 5-0 vote. Now let's call the question on the application and on the motion respecting the application. That is approved by a vote of 4-1 with Commissioner Vaught opposed. And I would encourage the applicant very strongly to give very serious consideration to Commissioner Vaught's comment regarding the concerns regarding traffic flow, curbing, and having a final plan to present. And you're not going to have much time to think about it. When's that Board of Commissioners meeting?
2 weeks from today.
There you go. Thank you. Next case.
Rezoning case Z53, Quintus Development LP, request rezoning from GC to RRC for multifamily residential community in land lots 717 and 724 of the 16th District. The property is located at the terminus of Roberts Court, west of I-575 east of I-75. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z53? We got two people opposed. Okay, all those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Thanks.
Must be Garvis.
Yeah. It's the biggest project. It's got the little stinky thing.
Okay, counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, and Huff, and I've got the pleasure of representing Quintus Development, which is a limited partnership concerning this application for rezoning. I had Mr. Kelly Kepler of Quintus and our civil engineer and our traffic engineer that were here, and they are not now. So we'll do the best we can with the documents that have been presented and discussed and are made a part of staff's recommendations. The property at issue here, you can't help but have noticed it if you've been going north either on I-575 or I-75. As you can see, it's a 19.8 acre tract of land, which is located just west of Home Depot, right where the present terminus now is of Roberts Court. And if you look at an aerial photograph, which I've got as a part of the presentation, you're going to be able to see that the first one you had there was good, Cornelius. The other one. Yes, sir. There you go. You can see this 19-acre tract is located at the confluence of I-575 and I-75. And I wish I had a nickel for every developer over the past 30-plus years that have called me about this, both from retail and from residential perspectives. But if you don't know it, then you're probably the only 5 people on earth that don't. This site is severely hampered with subterranean or subsurface rock formations and conditions. And everyone that's looked at it, I mean, if you throw enough money at anything, I guess you can fix it. But Quintus has been able to not only figure out a way to fix it, and that is don't go for the 350-unit platform that so many multifamily developers go for. And so we're right at a density of 12 units per acre on this. During the past decade, Cobb DOT, the Georgia Department of Transportation, TCCID, the Federal Highway Administration, and just about anybody else with initials or any type of official designation have looked into the transportation issues and decisions regarding this. And right now, what's planned for the site, and I say it's not just planned. I mean, the engineering's been done, acquisition has begun. We've closed with DOT. What you're going to see is if I'm getting the terminology wrong, I'm sure Amy can help me, Amy Diaz can help me with the terminology, but it's a flyover, a bridge that will fly over from the western side of the property across the interstate and will terminate in what you see there is a roundabout on the property. Ultimately, if GDOT, DOT, and the other powers that be ultimately have their way, there's going to be some way that is going to jump or fly over the other interstate, I-575 as well. But that's the future. Right now I'm talking about reality that places this in a position so that there's significantly improved access to the site, which is supported, as I said, by Cobb DOT, GDOT, Federal Highway Administration, and the TCCID. The totality of this property is located, and if you could pull up the future land use map, it's the next one or two or three. There you go. This property, the totality of it is within a regional activity center under your future land use map. So it's the type of area that certainly contemplates higher density residential utilization, or in some instances, also it would serve as a retail site as well. I have to tell you, when Home Depot first went to the end of Roberts Court and put in their store, it was a very controversial zoning. The reason for that was not so much where it was, but what was thought at the time to be significant breastworks, trenches, and the like along or within the subject property. But once R.S. Webb and Associates started looking at that in 1988, 89, and I didn't handle the rezoning, John Moore handled that. But it was determined that anything of significance from the Civil War era had been not just disturbed, but pretty much destroyed. So there is an R.S. Webb archaeological reconnaissance on this property that we've updated, as well as looking at the site again. The property is zoned GC. It's been zoned GC, I would imagine, since the comprehensive rezoning of the county back in December 26, 1972. So it's zone GC. It doesn't lend itself as well to retail as it does to residential for, I think, probably obvious reasons. But the incredible presence that it has as you go north or even as you come south on the interstate. It sits up on a precipice. It's clearly elevated, and it's a nice site. It's just a difficult as heck site to develop. So we're proposing a total number of 240 luxury Class A, highly amenitized apartments. It's at 12.8 units per acre. By way of developmental comparability or comparisons, a group I was representing just rezoned in December in the town center CID area, also next to the interstate where the AMC theaters are located, a sole multifamily development that came out to some 46 units per acre. And it's apples and oranges in terms of their location, but I don't think I've ever had the pleasure of zoning a piece that had double frontage on two interstates such as this. The anticipated mix unit floor plans include studios and 1 and 2 bedroom units, so it's clear from the market indications and the direction in which multifamily like this is going and progressing. The target is double-income millennials. I know you're getting tired of hearing that, but it's just simply what it is, places for people to move up or to move in a lateral direction depending upon their housing choices that they want. It has distinct development obstacles, as you can see, but the most daunting one was not the rock, which you can throw enough money at to fix, and which they have. Also, as a result, you can see we don't have any fluff mixed in. I mean, I could have brought this in at 300 units, and there would have been 60 units that you would have known, because you're smart enough, that they either would cost too much to develop or they couldn't be developed where they were located because of the subterranean circumstances. So when I say this is high-end, Class A, it has state-of-the-art amenities and appointments and recreational facilities, including a swimming pool area and a clubhouse, a lounge, a fully equipped fitness center, and to answer the anticipated question, approximately 2,000 square feet, gates and controlled access for the site, meeting all the requirements with respect to gated access points. And when I say gated, I don't mean the public rights of way. I mean as you get into the interior of the property. And of course, the amenities you've come to expect not only in condominiums, but also in multifamily and townhomes, and enhanced granite, stainless steel, 9-foot ceilings, spacious floor plans, the things that people are looking for nowadays, including high-end landscaping. And for this particular instance, double pane, double insulated windows because of its proximity to the interstate. And there are other smart growth components that you can put into units, and you've seen it all advertised on television. Well, My understanding is Quintus plans to incorporate those aspects in this. Well, I wish I was conversant enough to tell you the specifications of all of it, but in any event, it's going to be state of the art. We're going to ensure maneuverability within the site so that the fire marshal will be able to make any type of changes he needs in terms of fighting fires. We have submitted a preliminary traffic impact study, a trip gen. We submitted a full traffic impact study. Was submitted last week, I think around the 28th. And the reason it took a little bit longer is because we're looking not only at the existing conditions with the flyover that's to be built, but without it as well. And I'll do my best in filling any questions you have on traffic and transportational issues. We, with this site, have an abundance of detention ponds. Again, like another site you saw similarly, is because the rock necessitates an abundance of water quality and detention for the site as well. We are asking for one variance, and that is you can see the detention pond on the adjacent site, which is zoned RM8. We are asking to waive the buffer between that detention pond and our property. The signage for this, you know, if it were me, I'd put up a big old billboard right at the pinpoint or the pin corner, but it's not allowed, number one. Number two, it'd be tacky. And number three, we've agreed to ground-based monument style signage for the site. And I anticipate it'll be located at the various points of ingress, egress, but also directional signage, which will comport with the ultimate style of that on the interior of the property. The lighting plan.
Mr. Chairman, time has expired.
Okay.
I may have 30 seconds just to wrap up.
Does anyone object to the applicant having another 30 seconds? By consent, please continue.
The lighting plan, or the photometric plan is essential because of its positioning along the interstate, and of course DOT will ultimately review that. And I suspect, since this is a federal and state project, that GDOT and the Federal Transportation Administration. So we simply ask that you follow your staff's recommendation for approval and that you as a planning commission approve it as presented to you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Can we hear from the opposition?
All right. Good afternoon, Planning Commissioners. My name is Joanne Trivet, and I'm with the Bells Ferry Civic Association. We are opposed to this multifamily residential community as submitted due to the variance request for no buffers along the northern property line, stormwater concerns, and the fact that it will only have one access road and the overcapacity status of school enrollment. To begin with, we question why there is a need to reduce the required 50-foot landscape buffer adjacent to a residential zoned property to 0 feet along the northern property line. A buffer is needed to shield the noise from this development to the other parcel. An undisturbed buffer would be ideal since this proposed property is literally between two major highways. Also, stormwater runoff is another concern. As stated in staff comments, quote, potential or known drainage problems exist for developments downstream from this site. The northeastern portion of this property drains to Laura Lake. Additional better management practices for erosion and sediment control will be required, end quote. Laura Lake is a private property and classified as a conservation parcel of land, as are several other parcels between this proposed development and Laura Lake. Wet protective measurements will be in place to mitigate potential stormwater damage to that site. And a major concern is fire department access. 2 access roads are required for apartments with over 200 dwelling units. Regardless of whether they are equipped with an approved automatic sprinkler system, this site plan only contains 1 access road. Also, there are concerns of the impact this development will have on the assigned schools. Bells Ferry Elementary School is once again over capacity after having added additional outdoor modular classroom buildings just a few years ago. In summary, we are opposed to this zoning request due to the variance request for no buffers along the northern property line, stormwater concerns, and the fact that it will only have one access road and the overcapacity status of school enrollment. Therefore, we respectfully ask that you recommend denial of Z53. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Travis McComb, Cobb County School District. Approval of this petition will cause concern for Cobb County School District as it will result in an impact on enrollment of one school already over capacity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition to this rezoning proposal? All right, then the public portion of this hearing is over, and we'll turn the matter back over to Deborah Dance.
If I can ask Amy Diaz to come forward.
Amy Diaz, DOT.
Hi, Amy. Can you tell us what the status, I know you just received within the last week some information. Can you tell us what the status of that is in your review?
So we received the submittal 2, which is the full traffic study, on the 29th, which was last Thursday. So I have sent that out for our internal team for review. I have gotten comments from a couple of people, but I am trying to set up a meeting now with the project manager for the South Barrett Reliever project, so I can discuss specific concerns with her.
Okay, how much time do you think that would entail?
We should be able to complete our review, assuming there's no major comments for them to address before the BOC hearing. I would think that we would be able to turn around what remains within the next week.
Okay. Anybody else?
Any other questions for DOT? Okay.
And then if I can ask Carl Carver if he'll come forward.
Carl Carver, Cobb County Stormwater.
Hey, could you just speak to your comments that are contained in our zoning analysis?
The northern detention pond that they have on the site does drain to Laura Lake eventually. And Laura Lake has actually been purchased by the county now. That is a lake that we are having a project will be going on soon. As a part of my stipulations, I have them requiring to do a sediment study so that we don't get any more sediment into that lake. The detention pond they have down in the bottom or the southern portion actually drains, I think, drains back under 75 and then circles back around maybe to Laura Lake. It's how far it goes back down 75, I'm not exactly sure.
So the subterranean features that were mentioned, do they play into the?
Yeah, I think they do a good bit because they've got the ponds located in the lower sections of the site. There's at least 3 ponds shown. That makes sense because the rock is probably in the higher sections. And so if they're changing the topo of the buildings and the parking lots and such, the ponds would need to be in the lower sections because the site sheds off in multiple directions. So there's going to have to be multiple detention ponds.
Okay. Are you confident they've all been, all that's necessary has been reflected?
I'm sorry.
Are you confident that all detention ponds that are necessary have been reflected?
I wouldn't know until they do a grading plan during the plan review, and then we would kind of, there's a lot can be done to pipe stormwater to other areas.
Okay. And when you say that Laura Lake was purchased by the county, for what purpose?
Laura Lake was, I wasn't here at the time, but it has been purchased, and we have a project that should be starting there soon to
Okay.
restore. It's a restoration project.
Okay. Anybody else?
Anybody else for stormwater? No?
Does anybody want to talk to any other member of staff? Okay. I'm done then. There you go.
Let me go to the opposition first. The first opposition speaker who spoke, where are you? There you are. Come on back up. Okay, a couple questions for you. First one, I want to focus on noise. You made an argument that removing a 50-foot landscape buffer would add to the noise that other people would suffer. Can we go to the other maps? Can you show me who it would be that would suffer greater noise if the 50-foot buffer was not required? Yes, please.
Okay, can I point or how do I?
Sure.
Okay, I think, yeah, it's gonna be like right there on that line. If you go down, the whole property as a whole, as it looks, on the right, there's the highway, and I think that's where it's gonna be. No, down, yeah, all along that stretch.
So what my question is, there's already 575 pretty near to most of the RM8, right? So what I'm asking is specifically what the loss of that buffer would be, how that would impact any of those. I assume what we're seeing in RM8 is the nearest thing that would be impacted in terms of noise. Is that right?
I believe the apartments would be impacted.
Yeah.
It's the northern property line that would be affected.
Right, but northern property line doesn't hear. What I'm trying to figure out is who would have more noise, what people would be affected.
The effect of the traffic going along the highway would affect the whole apartments as a whole.
Which apartment? The subject property
Yes,
itself?
yes.
Oh, I agree with that. I'm going to have a lot of questions for the applicant about noise internally, but
Yep.
I'm asking who else would be adversely impacted? I just see a GC building behind it, and
That's Home Depot.
I believe
That's
we're
Home
yeah,
talking.
that's not really a concern.
No, I believe we're just talking about the subject property.
Okay, that's fine then. I appreciate your clarifying on that point. Okay, you can have a seat, and I'll just move to the applicant. Ask him. So interestingly, not far from here, I raised noise concerns once before about a project. I was the only one, I think, in that regard, but I did. And I happen to have a son that lives in a house or townhome that backs up to an interstate or a loop off an interstate. But it's really well buffered. I mean, you see them sometimes along 75, the big walls and such. Is there any plan to do anything like that here?
There's going to be substantial buffering, Mr. Chairman, but this is so far above, it's a little difficult to have sound attenuation devices that are effective in that fashion. If you're talking about the type of walls that GDOT builds, and just
Yes.
yeah, I don't think those are in the plans. Let me tell you this: the RMA to which the Bells Civic Association lady was referring, I rezoned that about 17 years ago for Syntax. They were actually required as conditions of the zoning to implement sound attenuation. It was one of the first ones that we ever did with the double pane windows. And also because of its proximity to McCollum at the time, they didn't have the established air routes and approaches and whatnot. The airport manager was concerned about the height, and so we ended up stipulating to a maximum height of cranes. And we didn't have to have an FAA study, and I don't know, Amy can probably answer this better than I, but we intend to do everything we can. Obviously, the Quintus is one of the premier multifamily developers, and they want to be able to sell, lease these units. So they'll do everything they can from a landscaping wise. I mean, they're not going to purchase the property if they can't market it.
Well, I'm wondering, do they have any superior construction planning? I remember doing the research at that time about various levels of noise mitigation planning in apartments that you can use certain materials to do that with.
What you're referring to, as I recall, was the purpose-built student housing that I did on Busby Parkway, and your concern was whether the students would be able to study
Right.
amidst the cacophony of the student population.
Right.
We don't anticipate, first of all, the students are going to be able to afford these.
No, I wasn't worried about student noise here. It's something else.
Oh, okay.
It's trucks. I mean, I'm worried about the truck noise, and I'm just wondering, is there any plan to mitigate that? So.
The answer is yes, but it won't be one of these tall walls that GDOT builds. That would be not only superfluous but ineffective.
Okay. So what kind of, is there a specific plan to use any upgraded materials in order to somehow mitigate the sound? You mentioned something you did previously in the RM8.
Yeah, with the RM8, ever how many years ago that was, we used the double pane windows, and we used a certain type of insulation with baffling. I don't recall, it's been a long time ago. But as I did tell you, Quintus has a program to make this a smart product, which incorporates, and you've seen with the push of a phone, you incorporate your windows, you incorporate the locks on your doors, you can incorporate screening and curtains and things of that nature. So these are going to be smart units. Am I fully conversant with that? No, I'm not.
Seems like with respect to a certain project we had in District 2, where it came up that the top floor might hear some jets. It seems like we had a certain review of that. Do you have any comments on that?
I'm sorry, let me turn the mic on. And that would be Z11 that we were talking about, and I believe your partner, Mr. Huff. They had a number of different construction techniques they were using, as well as just actually blowing in extra insulation in the attic spaces to provide sound dampening and deadening in the area. So those, I think, he would have an excellent list of windows, wall insulations, wall wraps, things that they were doing to reduce sound impact.
So the difference in that one and this one, we're talking about highway noise and sound attenuation, because we're not in a critical flight path or a critical flight zone or even an approach zone on this. So, but I will check with my law partner and see what he's got for that and add those. To be candid with you, I did not anticipate the question, obviously.
While we're on that then, if it's okay, I'll just jump. I think one of the things everyone's looking at is just trying to make sure that, as you said, everyone wants the project to be successful. While it will be in a very prominently visible location, it's not going to be easily accessible off of one of the other main roads. You'll have a long trip in off of Roberts or a pretty winding trip in to come down through, I think it's Barrett Lakes or whatever it is, and then come back in on Greer Chapel once the roundabout and the overpass is completed. So, I think every feature and every piece of the development that makes it a quality place to live would be important. And sound, as you said, the walls, you can't build a wall tall enough if the project is already sitting elevated above So I think Chairman Beloin's point is just to the issue of making sure it's a quality feature, that it doesn't have one more thing that detracts from making it a great place to live.
But if I could not add to that, but I think be more responsive to the extent that Mr. Huff had sound attenuation components within the townhomes that he proposed at the end of Leland, we can replicate those for this construction as well. So you can add that as a condition of the zoning if you like.
Anyone else with questions for the applicant? Okay, it's back to you, Deborah.
I'm ready to make a motion. I would move to hold this matter, to await the traffic information, transportation information, and further dialogue on those issues with the applicant.
Okay, there's a motion to hold. Is there a second? Yeah, there's a second from Commissioner Vaught. Any discussion at this time? Call the question.
I'm sorry.
It didn't go. I saw you try. The motion to hold has passed by a vote of 5-0. We'll see you next month. And what I'm going to do is pull out my stuff on sound attenuation between now and then for walls specifically.
As will I. I didn't understand the direction, if I may inquire, for the district commissioner. So the direction is your desirous of being able to see the culmination of our traffic study that was submitted that Ms. Diaz is going to interface with other components of the DOT staff. And am I supposed to do something affirmative other than cooperate?
No, I think what I was suggesting was, once that's back, it's probable that we will have discussion prior to the next.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Are we good?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're ready. John, for one more case, I believe.
Okay, rezoning case Z54, Chuck Awuzu, request rezoning from PSC to RM8 and NRC for a townhome community and retail in land lots 621, 638, 639 of the 19th district. The property is located on the east side of Powder Springs Road and on the north side of Pear Road. The applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z54? So we got 3, 4. Let the record show there's 4 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
All right, when you've settled in with our AV chair, you can begin. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Chuck Awuzu, and I'm glad to come before you to make this presentation. Now, this is a rezoning application from PLC, and I'm rooting for RM8 with the purpose of building 32 units of townhomes. Although it's RM8, we're supposed to be 40, but we're trying to do 32 units of townhomes. It's going to be a gated community. That is what we are proposing, with 2 access points, one on Pearl Road and one on Powder Springs Road. Also, we also have amenities. We have children play area. We're also proposing a swimming pool, a clubhouse, green spaces, and picnic areas for the community. And we are hoping that you give us a good consideration. I know we have some oppositions. Initially, we had thought, the initial submission, we had thought of incorporating a child care center within this project. So some of you may have that plan that may have a child care center on it. So, but this is our preference. If the county approves it, we'll be very grateful. That is all I have for now. I'm prepared to answer any questions that.
Do you have any photographs or anything to show, or elevations, pictures of the proposed units, anything?
Yes, I have some pictures here. This is a picture of what we are proposing to have, some of it, as a matter of fact. So we're using a combination of bricks, some will be all bricks, some combination of bricks and stucco, and some with hardy plank.
Okay. Do you have anything else in your presentation?
I don't have anything else. The only thing I have is the site plan that we already presented. I don't know if I need to do a description of it.
If you'd like. You have 7 minutes. You're welcome to.
All right. On this Pearl Road, after meeting with the staff, the fire marshal recommended we have right in, right out, which we incorporated here. And the purpose of this is to help to alleviate some of the traffic concerns that we may have, or the county may have on Powder Springs Road. And we had initially made this entrance on Powder Springs Road very close to traffic light, but we moved it back based on DOT recommendation to be at least 150 feet away from the traffic light. So we moved it back there. And if you come in here, we have gates, actually 2 gates, one coming from Pearl Road and one coming from Powder Springs Road into the community. This whole area is community area. We have a lot of parking spaces. We have a swimming pool. We also have the community area. We have children playground. And others you see there, those are the property units.
Okay. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Now we'll go ahead and hear from the opposition.
My name's Vicki Williams, and the 3 houses that are on Green Hill Drive, mine is the one in the middle. Paul's the one right on Powder Springs Road and Green Hill. And then Lucille Barnes, hers is a house next to mine. So the 3 of us have no interest in selling our house, if that's what they intend. And if they decide to go in a different entrance, we have a concern about the water runoff, which is already very bad off of Powder Springs Road. We had a 6-foot stream. It has gone down to 1 foot to 3 inches on my property. And so when we have a really bad runoff, even though my house is up, it's still going through half of my backyard. And it continues on through Lucille's, which is right beyond me. So I guess that's our main concern, is if they go through with this project, what are they going to do with all the water runoff? Well, I guess that's it. And like I said, Lucille was here this morning, but she couldn't come back. So
sure.
Sorry. Thank you for your time. Is there anyone else to speak in opposition? Yes, come on forward.
Good evening. My name is Charlotte Perry, and I'm one of the residents that lives in Horseshoe Bend community, which is across the street from the project. And I basically have some questions that the concerned homeowners have suggested. And one is, if the development is approved, what is the start and completion date? Secondly, what is the price point for the townhouses? How many individually owned units are planned for this development? How many bedrooms and bathrooms for each individually owned unit? Will the development have a condominium association? Who will be responsible for the management of the daycare center? The DOT recommends right-of-way modifications and additional traffic lights on Powder Springs Road. What are the costs of right-of-way modifications? What are the costs of additional traffic lights? And will the developer pay the costs? I'd also like to say that Powder Springs is highly trafficked. Powder Springs Road is highly trafficked, and the exit coming from the project into Powder Springs Road is really going to impact more traffic on that road. We have 2 new developments on Powder Springs Road now, and in the morning, it is very, very heavy traffic. And that's basically the concerns we have.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing those. Anyone else in opposition? All right, well, we are back in District 4. Look forward to your leadership.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank the applicant and the opposition for their comments. I guess for me, I want to be sure that I am looking at the most recent site plan, because I think I'm a little confused about, well, I'm just looking at staff's analysis here. The proposed zoning is RM8 in RC. The site plan that was displayed earlier, which I think is dated July 28th, if I'm reading this properly, it looks like the entire site is residential use. Although there's a call out that says NRC up towards the top, but when you look at where it's pointing to, it's a pool, clubhouse, and other amenities, I'm assuming. So I guess I would ask that the applicant to come back up and kind of explain the difference between this site plan and what staff has evaluated. They've made some recommendations here, but I'm not sure their recommendations are consistent with this most recent site plan.
Yes, the staff may have evaluated this one I have here that has.
I think that's upside down.
This one here, that's one you have.
Well, it's right side for you, but that's fine. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, they evaluated the one that has a childcare center on it.
Yes, so the one I have does not show that. It's just showing all townhomes.
All townhomes, okay. Yeah, so that is the right one, sir. So that is this one. Now, what happened was the staff made the recommendation before I submitted this one.
Okay.
So they distributed this to you after making the recommendation on the one that had a child care center on it. So the one that has child care center on it, that was what they reviewed, and the information that I have is that they approved the child care center and partially approved what I applied for the residential portion.
So now is it your proposal to develop the entire thing
Yes,
residential?
Right, exactly,
Correct.
sir. Yes.
Okay.
Now we are proposing to develop the whole site to be townhomes.
Okay. All right. Is everybody straight? We're good on that? Okay. So then I've got some questions with respect to, and there were some questions that one of the opposition asked too. Will there be a mandatory homeowners association?
Yes, sir.
Will there be a declaration of covenants and restrictions developed for this?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Will there be limits on the number of units that can be rented?
Most of them will be sold out.
I'm sorry?
Some will be sold out. But there'll be limits, like the maximum number of years to be rented.
Yeah, usually there are stipulations that say you can only rent a certain percentage of the total amount. So I'm just throwing out maybe no more than 10%.
Oh, we don't have that in place yet.
Okay.
Yeah. But we are looking at maybe something like 50% of it.
15%?
50.
50%?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think those are all the questions I have right at the moment. I'm going to defer to the rest of my commissioners to see if they've got any questions.
Anyone else have questions of the applicant? Commissioner Dance?
How many units per acre do you have here on the townhomes, and how many, because I see that you have a 5.1 acres designated for townhomes?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And 1 acre designated for retail? But on the townhome side, how many units per acre you have? Seven and a quarter?
The entire 5.1 is going to be used for townhomes, but a portion of that will be used for like recreation area, community area, swimming pool, picnic area, playground. So for the site, we are proposing 32 units of townhomes.
How many?
32, ma'am.
32?
Yes, ma'am.
Not 37?
No, 32.
On the 5.1 acres?
Yes, ma'am.
And then how does that relate to the retail building? It says retail, is that what it is? I'm confused.
Yes, I'm sorry, ma'am. The retail was our initial plan before we, that was what the staff used to make the review.
Okay, so now, what is it?
Right now, it's all townhomes.
Oh, it's all town?
Yes, that is what I would like you to consider, all townhomes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's on how much acreage?
5.1, ma'am.
Okay, so what happened to the other acre?
The other acreage, that space we have over there, we use it to distribute community and amenities and green space. So the entire site is 5.1.
Including that long strip?
Yes.
Okay, you have a road on that long strip?
Yeah, exactly. So we have another access point from that long strip that goes to Pay Road, so that the fire department had a concern, initially that when you go when you go to higher number of units, I don't know the cap, but you need to have like 2 access points. But luckily, we have that opportunity. We have that strip that goes to Pay Road. So with that, we'll be able to distribute the traffic coming in and out of the property.
Okay.
All right. Anyone else with questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Commissioner Wainwright.
it looks like you have two different sizes of townhomes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how many total square feet will be in each different size of townhome?
So the bigger size would be maybe about 2,900. Then the smaller size would be in the lower 2,000s. I mean, like 2,200. The bigger ones would be like 3, 4 bedrooms. Then we are starting with 2 bedrooms, 2-bedroom units for the smaller ones.
Okay. And looking at the site plan, I see where it looks like the cars will enter and park and then have a garage. But on the renderings that you showed us for the front of them, there's no garage. So I assume that the front of the home faces out towards the landscape?
Yes, sir.
And then how will people access the front of their home? Where will they be doing that from? Because I don't see a sidewalk or anything along the front of the homes.
1 second, sir. Yeah, so in front of the home where you see the cars parked, there's a sidewalk over there. Right here, there's a 5-foot sidewalk on both sides.
On both sides?
Yeah. So where you have the car parked in front, there's a sidewalk. It may be not visible enough, but there is.
Okay, but what is on the other side of the house where the front door will be?
No, the front door would be where the cars are parked. On the other side would be the back of it.
Okay, because if you have 2 cars parked in the garage door, then, and you have a front door to the other side, but where is the sidewalk that connects the front door so that people have access out the front door?
Where the car is parked, that is the front of the house, of the units. Right behind where you sit, right behind the cars, you have the sidewalk.
Right, but where is the front door? Where would they enter the front of the house?
Just in front, just when you park, you get into the house. Right, the same side where the cars are parked. So where the cars are parked at the front, or the front access into the building.
Okay, okay, my concern then would be, looking at the size of the unit, you specify that the smaller homes would only be 22 feet wide, and that essentially is how wide it takes for a garage door, with just a little bit of column space on each side. So there would be no room for a front door where the cars are parked if they're only 22 feet wide. So I would recommend that you consider looking at something that's 26 feet wide so that there's room to have a front door entrance as well as the 22-foot garage.
Yeah, yes, I'm ready to look into that, sir.
Okay. That's all?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the applicant while he's here? No. Okay. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I think based on some of the feedback we're getting here right now, I think it might be in our best interest to continue this for another 30 days. I think I want to give staff an opportunity to comment on a proposal that's now changed from what was originally submitted, comment on the site plan. I think for you, it would be helpful for us to know, basically, I'd like to see in writing some of the stipulations we just kind of talked about, mandatory homeowners association.
Okay.
I'd like to see what the limits are on number of units that can be rented in the project.
Okay.
I'd like to know elevations, what types of exterior materials are going to be used, what are the sizes of the units. Those are just some that are just coming off the top of my head right now, and how, these 2-3 bedroom units and so forth. And I'm going to make that in the form of a motion.
Very well. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Commissioner Vaught. Any discussion? Hearing none, call the question. The motion to hold the case till next month passes 5-0 with instruction to help us maybe get some more details here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have no further cases. We have minutes to consider. Somebody like to make a motion regarding the minutes?
Do we need to do these separate or in conjunction?
Either separate would be fine. But give us two.
I move that we accept the minutes of the July 6th Planning Commission hearing as submitted.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second by Commissioner Hughes. Any discussion? If not, call the question. That motion is passed by a 5-0 vote.
Then I also move that we accept the minutes of the special called agenda review work session from July 26th, minutes as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Call the question. And that carries by a 5-0 vote as well regarding the July 26th specially called meeting. Is there any other business at this time? May we go ahead and adjourn then?